Chapter 1. Grayson, September 2006. The sky in Iraq was the bluest blue I'd ever seen. It had a flat depth, as if thin layers of glass, each a slightly different shade, were stacked together. Sometimes I'd dream about that sky. Either I'd be floating in it, blue everywhere, above and below, at each side and pressure point, squeezing the breath out of me, or I'd be falling from it, from blue into blue. No earth barreling into greater and greater detail, just a single direction in the never-ending cerulean sky. Caden and I had been separated by an ocean and a war for 10 months. We'd married while I was on leave, and spoke when our schedules matched and the wind blew the Wi-Fi signal in the right direction. I thought I hadn't known him long enough to miss him, but I did. Painfully, tenderly, thoroughly. Our separation stretched the bond between us to a thin, translucent strand, but did not break it. Caden's eyes had the color and layered depth of the Iraqi sky. When I missed him, I looked up. When I wrapped his t-shirt around my neck, my dreams of the blue sky lost their nightmarish edge, and the bond became a little less taut. Jen and I flew to New York in our uniforms. She remained on active duty and had a job waiting at the VA hospital in Newark. I had a husband and no job. "You want to put on some makeup or something?" she asked. "Why? You afraid they're all looking at me?" The crew had moved us to first class. I craned my neck to see a jowly businessman sleeping with his mouth open. A mid-level rap star with cornrows and a name I couldn't recall was reading a book to his daughter, and two middle-aged women chatted in the row across. No one was giving my lashes the side-eye. "Hell no. But maybe you want to look nice for your husband?" She rooted around a quilted pink bag and found a black stick. "Here, lip gloss." She handed me a compact with a mirror. I flipped it open and looked at myself in circular sections. I was a civilian now. I had no idea how to be that. As the only girl in a military family, enlisting wasn't encouraged. It wasn't unexpected, either. It made them proud, and disappointed, and worried. A mixed bag of emotions that probably had nothing to do with either parent and everything with how I felt every time I wondered what they thought. I would have stayed in the Army my entire life, but Caden happened, and he saw the Army as his duty to the country, a debt to pay, not a way of life. At the gate, a little girl of about 6 ran up and gave Jen and me flowers. "Thank you for your service," she said. This wasn't uncommon. I'd learned people were in awe of my career choice and the risks it involved. I kneeled and took the flowers. "Thank you for the flowers, and thank you for appreciating us. That means a lot." Suddenly shy, she curtsied and ran away to her mother, who waved at me. I gave her a thumbs up. "Is it wrong to wish she was a single, 6-foot-tall black man with a nice bank account?" Jen asked quietly, sniffing the flowers. Her mother might be a little surprised. Jen chuckled and pointed at the sign above. "Baggage claim. This way." We didn't get 2 steps before I saw Caden waiting for me. He had flowers tied with stars and stripes printed on the ribbon, a gray suit, and smile that told me he saw me the way I saw him, with a certain amount of surprise at the easy familiarity and another bit of gratitude at the fulfilled expectations. It was as if we were seeing each other for the first time, and coming back to something very familiar. I dropped my bag and ran into his arms. We clung to each other, connected in a kiss that held nothing back. Cocooned, shielded by love and commitment, the airport terminal fell behind the wall of our attention to the kiss. He jerked me away with a sucking sound and a drawn breath, but kept his nose astride mine.
"Welcome to New York, Major."
That was when I heard the applause. Are we making a spectacle of ourselves? I let my body relax away from his.
"I fucking love you so much. I don't even care."
I looked at the people surrounding us. I was in camo, and he had a flag ribbon on the flowers. We were indeed making a spectacle of ourselves. Jen dropped my bag at my feet. "That was so sweet, I almost clapped." Caden took it before I could.
"Thank you for not."
The crowd dispersed, and we headed out of baggage claim without further incident.
What do you want to see first?
Caden asked after we dropped Jen off at her parents' brownstone in Fort Greene. His wrist was draped over the steering wheel of his Mercedes. The band of his expensive watch caught glints of the sun. The seats were soft black leather. There was no dust or sand on the carpets, and none of the upholstery was torn. The inside of my eyelids?
Come on, Major. Push on.
He squeezed my knee and kissed me at the red light.
You'll sleep when you're dead.
I put my hand over his, and he stroked my thumb. Were your eyes always this blue?
Probably.
They looked bluer against the New York sky, which was fluffed with late summer clouds. I sat back and looked out the window. Maybe tomorrow I'd see the color I'd fall through. What are my choices? I asked.
The house, your new office, or any restaurant in the city.
That was more choices than I was used to, and none involved getting sand in the crack of my ass or telling a man it was okay to kill people. Can we eat in?
Yep.
The seams in the bridge's surface went puh under the tires, and the web of cables holding it up blurred in my peripheral vision. Manhattan stretched ahead of me like a dense construction of gray bricks. I didn't know where people fit into such compactness. Okay, I finally said. The house. Caden put the car in a garage a block away. Apparently, he'd bought the spot years ago. It required a mortgage and operating fees. Where I grew up, you parked in a lot someone else owned, your own driveway or on the street. This was my new normal. On the walk along Columbus Avenue, I felt as if I were wearing a camo clown suit. Caden put his arm around me and kissed my temple as we waited at the light. The crowd crossed before the light changed to green, but I followed my husband.
We're on 87th between Columbus and Amsterdam,
He said.
Avenues run north-south, streets run east-west.
Got it. We turned onto a narrow, tree-lined street. This is a nice block.
It is.
The houses were stone and connected to each other on the sides. Some were slightly set back from the street to accommodate a stoop and a few steps down to a garden apartment. He stopped by one such house and held his hand out while the other took my duffel off his shoulder.
Here we are.
I looked up. Garden apartment. 3 stories. An attic with stone carvings around the leaded windows. Is it all yours? He threw the duffel up the steps. It made it halfway.
It's all ours.
He picked me up in his arms before carrying me up the stoop. I squeaked in surprise. We laughed as he tried to unlock the door without dropping me, and when he managed to do it, I cheered. He retrieved my bag and dropped it in the foyer. We were at the base of a flight of stairs. Everything was polished dark wood carved at the corners. A beveled mirror was set into a frame with 3 brass hooks under it. I took off my cap and let my hair fall. I was fully overwhelmed. He took my cap and put it on a hook before taking my face in his hands and kissing me.
I have your back.
He whispered.
Okay?
I nodded, and he kissed me again.
Say it for me.
You have my back.
And your front.
I smiled into his kiss. You have my front.
I can take you to the bedroom if you insist, or on the stairs right now.
Will you give me a minute to shower?
You have rank.
Well, that's an order, then. He got his hips under me and his hands under my ass, hitching me up until I could get my legs around his waist. He carried me to our room. I didn't see anything but his face on the way up. I only knew there were wood floors and windows. 2 flights. A tower with me on top. He sat me on a bench in the bathroom and turned the water on in the white clawfoot tub. He kneeled in front of me to unlace my boots. I couldn't stop looking at him in his fancy suit, kneeling on the bathroom floor to service me.
I hate that they make us wear this shit on the way home,
He said.
It's total PR.
Yeah, well, the military is nothing without its symbols, and that's what I am.
Were.
He pulled off the boot.
Now you are Dr. Grayson Fraser, M.D., with a psychiatric practice in Manhattan.
He peeled off my socks.
And my wife. Stand up.
Still on his knees, he undid my buckle and fly and pulled my pants down, letting his palms spread out over the skin of my thighs. I stepped out of them, and he tossed the pants aside.
Ah, I missed this.
He lifted my shirt and kissed the silver scar over my heart. He kissed my belly and the triangle below. I put my fingers in his hair, and he reached up under my clothes until he found my hardened nipples. "Caden," I groaned. "Bath." With a gentle suck on my belly, he stood. I started unbuttoning from the top, and he unbuttoned from the bottom. We met in the middle and got all my clothes off until I wasn't wearing anything but the dog tags that hung between my breasts. He laid them in his palm and looked at them, letting one clink against the other. "Take them off," I said. He closed his fist around them and pulled them over my head. The chain slid against my long, straight hair, and I was free. Caden coiled the chain on the vanity. I shut off the water and tested it. Scalding hot. No one in the world knew me the way he did. He'd taken his jacket off, rolled up his sleeves, and bathed me, touching every part of my body. His hands knew exactly how to tease me. They were accurate and subtle, driving my desire forward without letting me come. He tossed the towel away and threw me on the bed, soaking wet. He didn't even undress to fuck me. Not right away. He just spread my legs and fucked me as if we hadn't seen each other in 4 months. The sheets were white. The furniture was honey, and the lamps were Tiffany. Day turned into evening, but the street didn't quiet. That was all I noticed between orgasms. In the darkness, we curled under the covers. He stroked my arm with his thumb, appreciating every inch of skin.
I haven't shown you the house,
He said.
I'm sorry.
Are you going to show me all your childhood secret hiding places?
The speakeasy in the basement? Yes.
He told me about the Prohibition-era space the first owners had dug out of the basement, how it had false walls, a mosaic tile floor, a mahogany bar, and secret places to hide customers, and almost a century later, small children. It's a really nice house, I said. Is this a good neighborhood? As neighborhoods go in New York?
This block is unattainable.
What's that mean?
This house is priceless. I could name a number and get it.
Your dad was smart to buy it when he did.
He wanted to be near enough to the hospital, but not that close. He had a space for a practice in the garden apartment, which is soon to be...
He waited for me to finish. My practice.
Bingo.
I'm nervous.
I know.
What if I... He put his finger on my lips before I could utter my litany of doubts.
You're going to do fine, and if it takes longer than you think it should, we can survive on a heart surgeon's salary for a while.
Of course we could. There was nothing to be nervous about. He had my back and my front. Can I see the office?
Yes.
We wiggled into pajamas and went down the back stairs, which led to a short carpeted hall with an old wooden door at each end.
The door at the back leads to a shared kind of alley thing out the front, so patients won't bump into each other on the way in and out,
Caden said as he turned the skeleton key that stuck out of the office's keyhole. It clacked deeply before the door swung open. He flicked on the lights. The office defied every expectation. I expected cold fluorescence and a dropped ceiling. What I got was a pristine white ceiling and warm lamps. I expected an empty space. What I got was a 1950s-era desk and chairs, tufted couch, end tables, a clock where I could see it but the patient couldn't, and a deep blue carpet to muffle the distracting scrape of chairs and footsteps. Behind the desk, a horizontal filing cabinet had framed pictures leaning on the top. Family. Friends. Caden and me on the rooftop of the hotel in Amman, with the sunset behind us. I picked up our wedding photo. My parents had set up the backyard in flowers and tables, doing the best they could when they heard we were getting hitched on 2-day leave. Caden and me outside the combat hospital in Balad, dressed in dull green and smiles.
I read up on what you'd need. They said family pictures humanized you to patients.
That's right. He opened the door on the far end of the room. The waiting room was bathed in the same warm lamplight. It was small. 2 chairs and a love seat, a coffee table, a Vasily Kandinsky print. Everything matched the interior office.
I had speakers put in.
He pointed up. Small wood-grain boxes hung in the corners where the ceiling met the walls.
I hear music soothes the savage breast.
Caden, a psychiatrist's husband, had hang-ups about mental illness that had revealed themselves after I accepted his proposal. I won't be working with savages, I said, with a raised eyebrow. I was going to have to patiently whittle away this particular neurosis.
They won't all have breasts either.
He put his arm around me.
So you like it?
I love it. Madly, deeply, I love it. I put my arms around his shoulders, and his snaked around my waist. Thank you so much.
There's so much we're going to do together.
He kissed my neck.
We're going to build an entire life out of a war.
That would be a miracle.
First of many. You and me. We're a miracle.
He pulled back so he could see my face.
You know what I see when I look at you?
Your wife?
The worst decisions I've ever made, I made for a reason. You. You rose out of the destruction. Our life together will be built into the best from what survived the worst.
That's very poetic. He smiled.
I've been thinking about what to say for days. I wanted to explain how magnificent we're going to be.
Magnificent?
I don't think I quite nailed it.
He took me back into the hall and to an unremarkable door under the stairs.
Basement.
He opened the door and flicked on the light. Wooden stairs led to a dirt floor in a 4x5 room. Caden reached around me and put his hands on a vase sitting on a set-in shelf. He yanked it, and the wall slid to the side, revealing a mosaic floral floor and dark wood bar stacked high with cardboard boxes.
Shea Columbus,
he said, smiling.
1925 through 1933.
Amazing. An actual speakeasy with a stairway to the hidden alley on the side of the house, hidden rooms, and, lastly, behind the laundry room, a big wall safe. He opened it, then pushed away the wall behind it to yet another room with cylindrical holes in the concrete.
The bottle room,
he said.
This was where I hid when...
When you were scared.
When I should have been stopping him from beating her.
I'm going to get you out of the habit of blaming yourself.
Good luck.
He held out his hand, moving the subject away from the abuse of his mother, as he always did.
Come on, it's cold in here.
The steps to the bedroom seemed like an eternal climb, but we wound up racing to the top. It didn't matter who won. We both landed on the bed. We held each other tight, and I felt safe, starting a new life with him. That night, with the whoosh of cars outside and a police siren whining far away, he woke with a grunt and a command.
Stop.
I reached for my revolver, but it was locked away in a strange closet in the strange bedroom in a city that was a sea of stone. But he was there. The streetlight blew on his cheek, and all was well as long as he was next to me. Caden, are you okay?
Yeah.
He rolled over to face me.
Sorry.
What was it?
Dream. Nothing.
PTSD was as real as the war itself, and I had to know if he was reliving it in his sleep. Caden, can you tell me?
Pieces of me were breaking off.
Were you in Iraq? In the dream?
No.
His denial was barely a whisper. I took it for a normal nightmare and joined him in sleep.
Chapter 2. Caden. Grayson was back, and like good news when nothing's going right or a seat by the radiator after a day in the snow, she brought relief to pain I forgot I was feeling. As soon as she agreed to marry me, while I was still deployed, I started getting the house ready. I met with an architect and contractor on a short leave, and again on the way back from our wedding in California. I was barely off the plane before I started furnishing the house. I had an attending position waiting at Mount Sinai, but she had nothing, and I needed to give her everything. The house had been unoccupied since I left. Dad's office was a wreck. I'd had it ripped down to the studs, had the shitty memories scraped out of the plaster and sanded off the wood. When I resigned my commission and returned, it was all details and new furniture. That was when the dreams started. Or, more accurately, the dream. They were all the same dream, the way a woman was the same woman from all angles, naked or dressed. Same person, only time and situations changed. I was somewhere in the house. The windows were painted over. I was in tremendous dream pain, meaning I was terrified to the point of pain, but I couldn't physically feel my body being torn in two. Obviously, it was just a dream. I never felt pain in my dreams. The dreams weren't long. They came in the middle of the night, and I woke enraged, because I wasn't just coming apart. Something was taking me apart. It had to be stopped. But when I woke to Grayson's voice, I wasn't pissed off at the dream thing. I was fine, and I went back to sleep. It hadn't come back in 2 nights. "It's nice to not have to rush through surgery," I said, swinging my racket at the tiny blue ball. It popped off the front wall, made it past the receiving line, and took off for the back wall. Danny thought that he was in an action movie, again, and tried to climb the wall to get it, managing to just get it back into play. I slammed it to the other side of the court while he was recovering. "How about not getting shot at? Is that an improvement?" Danny said as I helped him up. He was a buddy from my residency at NYU Medical. Pediatric surgery, but he floated into general pediatrics when he didn't have the intestinal fortitude to cut into children. No one was shooting at me. I snapped up the ball and got ready for my serve. It was easy. "I still think it was stupid," he said. "But you lived, so whatever. They were your years to waste." Wouldn't have met Grayson. I served. He was better set up this time and won the point. "Yes! One more and drinks are on you, Private." "Captain." "You're nothing out here, buddy. What's Grayson, a major? That higher than captain?" "Yes, but we're nothing here." "Your woman still ranks you." "Trash talk won't win you the point." I bounced the ball, setting up a serve that wouldn't overpower him, which he'd be ready for, but one to surprise him. "That's right. I forgot you were unshakable." I served. He was off guard, recovering enough to return but not win. 2 points later, I had the game. The club's lounge wasn't crowded on weekdays. Out the floor-to-ceiling windows, the rooftops of Manhattan were laid out like a fallen dresser, with drawers pulled out randomly. Water towers, HVAC units, greenhouses, and patios dotted the rooftops, and through the slit of 2nd Avenue, I saw the southern tip of the island. Danny placed our drinks on the table by the window and threw himself into the chair. Guy couldn't sit straight to save his life. I hadn't noticed that until I got back from my second deployment. Sloppiness had always bothered me, but slouching never had. All kinds of new things bugged me now, but more things seemed petty and unimportant. Status symbols, expensive things, a woman everyone else wanted. None of that was interesting anymore. "Sit up straight, would you?" I said. "You look like a rag doll." "I'm entitled to sit like this today." I tipped the Perrier bottle into the glass. The ice clicked. When it settled, I took a sip. "You blow one too many noses?" I had to refer a kid, 13, he was 13, had to refer his parents to an oncologist they'll go broke paying. And it was hopeless. There was no... never mind. "Sorry, well, it's part of the job, but sorry." "Asshole." He crossed ankle over knee and drank his beer. He was a redhead, and, in the ultimate irritating cliché, had a temper to match. "I am an asshole. That's some kind of opening for another war story?" It hadn't been an opening any more than Dan's snide comments were actual insults. My friend was making a request. He'd lost his brother on 9/11, and listening to me tell a war story made him feel as if he'd deployed with me. "I had this guy on the table," I said. "We were low on morphine, so no one got it until we put them under. So he was screaming his head off, and rightfully so. His humerus was shattered. Very funny. We clinked glasses and I continued. His arm was hanging on his body by half a bone. Rotator cuff was torn up, skin had third-degree burns. I could put him back together well enough to get him to Baghdad, but it would have taken 5 hours. So meanwhile, you know what he's screaming? Get the fuck on with the story? I'm a guitarist. I paused with my drink at my lips long enough to mutter, he played fucking guitar. I put the glass down. Meanwhile, they tell me there's another guy who's about to lose his leg. They clamped off the femoral artery, but it's going stiff real fast and he's going to need a graft. Who's triaging these people? Someone who loves rock? But what do? You can save the arm or the leg. You can't save both. One gets a quick amputation. The other gets screws and pins. Which is it? Do I get vitals? Answer. Was either in shock? This isn't a drill, Dan. Hang on, there's no time. Jesus, which? All right, asshole, what did you do? I finished my drink. Decided it's easier to hold down a job with 2 legs and 1 arm than the other way around. You got something against music? It was a calculation. Life over limb. You are one sick fuck. He put his elbows on his knees and shook his head in disappointment, but his smile told me he admired me. How does your wife even deal with your shit? My wife had lived it with me. That was how. She didn't believe me. She came to Balad base before the second Fallujah offensive to make sure we weren't fucked in the head. She wouldn't believe I could turn it on and off. She was like a pit bull, man. She cared. More than her big brown eyes or the silken hair she kept twisted in a bun, I remembered her caring about my psychological well-being. I was no one to her, but she didn't want me to suffer. That first session, when I laughed at her, I also started to fall in love with her. She hadn't believed that either. How could a man so detached feel love? How could I be broken-hearted one minute and perform surgery the next without opening myself to a crippling emotional breakdown? Eventually, she learned I could do both. More than nimble hands and the will to finish med school, at-will detachment was my most valuable skill. I maintain going was stupid, Danny said. Noble, but stupid. Like I said, I met Grayson. The internet works fine, thanks. He picked up his glass. That's where I met Sherry. When do I get to meet Sherry, or do I have to go on the internet to do it? Soon. You want another? Sure. He went to the bar. The sky turned orange with the sunset. You didn't meet women like Grayson on the internet. She'd spent her adult life in the army, and if she hadn't met me, she'd still be wearing boots and brown. She'd be fucking some other lifer. She'd be living her life the way she always thought she would. I'd rescued her from all that. She'd be just fine. Deployment after deployment, a slave to pay grade and rank. Stable. Grayson wanted her boundaries pushed. She wasn't happy unless she was doing more, going faster, expanding in all directions. The military limited her ability to find how far she could go. I hadn't considered that maybe the limits were the point. When Dan came toward the table with the drinks, I resolved yet again to make sure Grayson was happy.
Chapter 3. I didn't just have to get used to New York or civilian life. I didn't just have to acclimate to finding work instead of having it given to me. I had to get used to being married. Caden and I had met in a war zone. I'd been prepared to live in that zone my whole life. My family prized duty and loyalty to near fetish. He had gotten a direct commission as a doctor in late 2001 out of a sense of duty he wasn't explicitly raised with. He held it in his heart next to his need to be a part of a solution. He entered the Army with his privilege, his money, his medical pedigree, and a cockiness usually only found in fighter pilots and bomb specialists. We were from different countries in the same America. When I'd arrived on base, he was just another good-looking soldier who wanted to get in my pants. Another one denying he was stressed. Too boastful, too proud, too full of himself to take no for an answer. He broke down my professionalism by being honorable, dutiful, brilliant, and just enough of an asshole to remind me he was fully a man, and just vulnerable enough to remind me he was fully human. He also smelled nice and had a casual way of touching me that made me want to purr. My CO had issued me a pass just long enough to fly home and get married. We did it at my parents' house in San Diego. He had no one in New York. The night before we tied the knot, I had a vivid dream. In it, I was marrying the wrong man. On top of a tall building, guests filled the chairs. Mom congratulated me. Dad flew in on an F-14. Colin wore camo and boots he wouldn't be caught dead in outside a dream. And I was marrying the wrong man. No one would listen. They thought I was crazy. I woke up in a terror, convinced I was making the mistake of my life. Then I saw Caden sleeping next to me, and the terror fell away. I wasn't marrying the wrong man. I was marrying Caden, and he was right. I was never as sure about anything in my life as I was about him. In New York, the last place on earth I thought I'd find myself, those first months of our relationship seemed like a dream. I remembered the blood, the explosions, the prayers uttered to a God I'd forgotten 100 times. But the hours of gentle relief with him became more of a home base to balance against the violence I'd seen. That knowledge that, no, I wasn't making bad decisions because he was with me became my anchor. Before we were married, and after he inadvertently rescued me from an assignment that would have ended my career, we both got approved for R&R. We couldn't acknowledge each other on the streets of Amman, but in the American hotel, we could be a couple. We became intimate with the hotel tea shop and the details of our separate rooms. On the rooftop patio, he traced the red scar down my right wrist. His lips were parted a little, as if ready to kiss at any moment, and his face was lit by the sun's reflection. "Your eyes match the sky," I said to him. His face was framed in the blue Iraqi ceiling.
"They're actually holes in my head,"
he said.
"You're seeing right through."
Caden ran his fingers over the top of my hand, connecting the knuckles like a man taking territory one hill at a time. We were so deep inside each other, there was no such thing as a public place. I hadn't gone to Iraq to fall in love. I was there to do the impossible, talk to soldiers about how they felt in a situation where feelings could kill. It was exhausting. Caden energized me. He traced the scars I'd gotten when I broke my wrist.
"Does anyone think you tried to kill yourself?"
Everyone. My mother still thinks I'm trying to hide a suicide attempt.
Why?
I was a goth teen, eyeliner out to here. The world was so boring, like so uninteresting. I rolled my eyes dramatically.
"Can't imagine it."
His fingers kept tracing the scar. I did want to. Well, I almost gave up after I broke it. I lost flexibility, and it was permanent. I wanted to be a medic. The admission embarrassed me because I'd failed.
"That doesn't surprise me at all."
He lifted my face by the chin.
"You're an adventurous spirit."
"So are you," I nudged him.
"No, really. You're pretty angry at your limitations."
Angry?
"Frustrated. Don't worry. We're going to get rid of either the anger or the limits."
When?
"Don't rush. We have a lifetime."
Jen showed up in leggings and a gray army hoodie, exactly on time. 5 a.m, like a good soldier. I was early, stretching on the summit of a huge boulder in Central Park. She joined me. "Ronan's coming," she said. "That all right?" Ronan and I had dated, if that was what you called sporadic sex in the first year of enlistment, then a long separation, then a few rolls in the hay when I was a resident at Walter Reed and he was working in intelligence. What's he doing in New York? We took off down the boulder, stopped at a small rock embedded in the grass, and dropped for push-ups. Who knows? 10, then back up the rock. Really? Left Aberdeen Proving Grounds. Top of the rock. Squat thrusts. After everything that happened at Abu Ghraib, they'd sent him to Aberdeen. Jesus Christmas on a ladder, the army was fucked. They sent him here. Why? He's out of uniform now. Our breathing became unavailable for talking as we worked out. Ronan showed up midway through, in designer jeans and a sport jacket. He may have gone spook, but he was a handsome one. Dirty blonde hair, dark blue eyes, and a face that had been chiseled and pristine when we met, but was wearing its ruggedness well. "You doing it in that jacket?" I said, between finishing push-ups and running back up the boulder.
"In a minute."
He took out a cigarette and lit it. Jen gave him the finger. He waved. I didn't think I could do another. The push-ups were murder on my wrist and my lungs burned. "One more," I cried, heading back down the boulder. "I can't." Jen put her hands on her knees. "You can." I was telling myself more than her. I pushed myself. Push-ups, run, squat thrusts, run. I fell to my knees on the grass and rolled onto my back. Ronan slow-clapped with the cigarette dangling from his lips.
"Nice work, Major One More."
Instead of telling him to go to hell, which would have taken a spare breath I didn't have, I held up my middle finger. "Two from me." Jen held up both of her birds. Ronan laughed and put his cigarette out under his shoe.
"You're just jealous I don't have to work as hard as you."
He picked up his cigarette butt and flicked it toward the garbage pail. It was too far to reach and too small a target, but it landed. "What are you doing here, Ronan?" I asked. Jen put in her 2 cents. "Did intelligence kick you out for lack thereof?" He held his hands over his heart.
"I'm wounded."
"No, really." I sat up. "I'm asking nice." He shrugged.
"Got an offer in the private sector."
Jen and I both asked, where, at the same time.
"I can't say, and you both owe me a beer."
"Can't say?" I asked. "You were doing medical research."
"I still do, but, it's still military shit. La-dee-da."
He broke a piece of grass and tossed it my way.
"How's civilian life, Major? You adjusting?"
"Yeah, it's fine." "She sucks at it," Jen interjected. "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked. "You're still trying to impress the brass with one more lap." "Shut up." I threw blades of grass at her, but she was right. I wasn't at home outside military life. Not yet.
"And the practice?"
He asked.
"How's it going?"
"She needs clients." "Can I talk?" I kicked her gently. "You're too slow." "I could use some more clients." "Said so." We smiled at each other. Jen here sent me a couple of guys from her art therapy group. And thank you. "You're welcome." "But that's only a couple." "Most of my vets are from Jersey anyway," she added. "Manhattan's tough," I agreed. "I specialized in battle trauma. They don't grow military here. They grow, I don't know, hedge fund managers and musicians."
"Yeah, here's the thing. How far are you going to push to do this?"
Ronan asked, then continued before I could ask him what the fuck that was supposed to mean.
"You're far outside your comfort zone here."
"I don't have a comfort zone."
"I'm asking if you're committed, Major One More."
"You know I am, Lieutenant Pain in the Ass."
"Good."
He slapped his knees and stood as if we'd just ended a meeting.
"I'll send you some people. See you around."
He stepped away, then turned back.
"And Jen?"
"What?" He flipped her the bird, and she laughed. When he was out of earshot, she sighed. "Such a good-looking man with an ice-cold rock for a heart." "Oh, not really. He had a heart once." I got my feet under me. "He never calls you rank." "No, I guess not." I helped her up. "I never noticed." "I think he likes you." "I bet I can get to Columbus Station first." "Hell no." And we were off for one more run.
Chapter 4. October 2006. Grayson had been home 3 weeks the first time it happened. I was standing over a man with an empty chest. The pump kept his blood moving, and the measured hiss of the ventilator told me he was breathing. We'd extracted a leg vein to replace the clogged artery. I'd done this procedure at least 100 times, and twice in an army hospital. I knew the rhythms of beeps and hisses. It was nothing. Vitals were good. Oxygen was good. I held my hand out for the grafted vein. The nurse handed me the tray with the slice of flesh, and the whisper of the ventilator changed. "What?" I said. Everyone looked up, pairs of dots of eyes over pale blue rectangles covering their mouths. Something was there with us, in the room, and it wanted me. If I'd been in a cave with a hungry lion, I'd be just as sure. Except the lion didn't growl. It breathed in a throaty rattle with the shushing of the ventilator. What, doctor?" Amy Sullivan, the assisting surgeon, asked. I wasn't in a cave. There was no hungry lion. It was fine. The numbers were good. The ventilator was just... "Can someone check the ventilator?" "Ventilator checks out," the tech's voice came from behind me. "You can tell that in 2 seconds? Can I have a swab, please?" I prepped for the graft. "Does it sound normal to you?" I said quietly to Amy. "Yeah. Are you all right?" I was sweating. My heart was racing. My adrenal glands were firing on all cylinders. This didn't happen to me. I always put the right feelings in the right boxes and slid the deadbolt closed until I needed them. I didn't make up stories, and I didn't hear voices in the equipment. But the feeling of being besieged was as familiar as it was real, and I knew how to handle it. This was war, and I could do my job in the middle of it. "I'm fine. Let's put this guy's heart back in." The feeling followed me that night to our first anniversary dinner. When I saw her outside the restaurant, I kissed her and held her hand while we waited for our table. I decided not to ruin the evening. When I took her hand over the table and she tucked her foot between mine, I decided she didn't need to know it all. What was I supposed to say? I was sure there was something but there wasn't? Or, "Can you please diagnose me before bed?" Being married to a psychiatrist had upsides. She prescribed sleeping pills when I needed them. In Fallujah, when I was in the field hospital OR for 8 days without rest, she'd managed vitamins and enough amphetamine to keep me sharp enough to not kill anyone. When we were deployed together, I never worried about her getting killed. But nothing kept me sane at home like loving her. She avoided her comfort zone, never got bored or was boring. She was serious, but not dull. She was a bulwark against my worst impulses. And my God, I loved her more than I thought I could love anything. Her opinion meant everything to me. She'd never think I was weak, yet I was terrified she would. Truth incoming. I didn't want her to tell me it was nothing, even though I hoped it was. I didn't want her to have some easy cure, but I didn't want to continue like this. I didn't want to become a patient in my own marriage. I wanted it to go away by itself, prove it was a bad day and that I could handle it at the same time. But it didn't. The second night, with no relief from the feeling something was there, as Grayson breathed softly next to me, I lay awake in the silent dark, trying to isolate the problem. If I could build a wall around this feeling, hem it in, maybe I could identify it and throw it away. Pick the shrapnel out of my own guts to plink in the tray, shard by shard, observe them without the crust of shit and blood. I must have been seconds from sleep. The shadows got deeper, outlines shifting with the passage of the moon in the window, taking on new, more threatening shapes. Threatening and yet not. My shrapnel had a shape, and it was compassion. A silent empathy and gentleness just this side of sweet. The thing watching me, wanting me, the violent pressure on my mind I'd just gotten a shape around had a personality, and it was kind. My body jolted with a cortisol flood, waking Grayson. She sat up on one arm. Her long, straight hair covered her face in a veil.
Caden?
"It's okay," I said. "Just a dream." Why the fuck Did I say that?
Can you tell me?
No. Twisting to her side, she lay down facing me, hands tucked under her pillow. She stayed silent for a few seconds.
You should write it down.
Go to sleep. I stroked her hair away from her face. When I'd met her, she kept her hair just long enough to keep in a ponytail, but short enough to care for easily. Now that we were civilians, she was letting it grow. I loved her so much, I wanted to marry her every single day for the rest of my life. Then a realization hit me like reveille in the morning. The thing? The pressure? The entity that had its own personality that was all gentle kindness? The thing loved her too. Maybe my mental weakness came from being tired or hiding things from Grayson. Maybe I was jealous of a figment of my imagination. Maybe I wanted to show it who was in charge here. For all those reasons, and some more complex instinct, I ran my hand down her back. She wore satin nightgowns, a civilian pleasure she reserved for herself and me. She sighed when my palm landed on her ass.
Doctor?
One eye opened under the web of hair that covered her face.
Do you know what time it is?
It's time for you to get on your hands and knees.
Excuse me?
I got up on my knees and grabbed her hips on either side, lifting them over the mattress. She flopped onto her hands, half twisted. I bent my body over hers, reaching around her waist and talking softly in her ear. If excuse me means no, then say no. She swept her hand around her head to get the hair off her face, looking back at me with an unfiltered gaze.
It doesn't mean no, but...
Then you're excused. I grabbed her breast harder than I normally would. She was mine. I would not be undercut, and I would not compete. I pulled her nightgown up and yanked down her underwear.
I can't lean on the wrist for long,
she said. I'm aware. Normally I'd gently slide in, but not this time. Something more primal called, and I shoved another few inches inside. Yeah. Just like I thought. The thing was horrified. Let's get pressure off that wrist. I took her by the biceps and pulled her arms behind her, holding them together with one hand. Better?
Yes.
Her head dropped forward. This is going to be different, I said.
No shit.
I hesitated. My desire to show the thing my dominance couldn't be satisfied at her expense. I loosened my grip on her arms, just a little.
Don't...
She stopped, took a deep breath, and turned her head as much as she could.
Don't stop. I'll let you know.
Her hips pushed into me. Gently, I gathered her hair with my free hand and wrapped it around my fist. Then I yanked her head back as I entered her with full force. She screamed through her teeth.
God! Caden!
Say no.
Yes.
I fucked her so rough. I didn't expect her to come so hard and so quickly. I kept fucking her, holding her arms behind her, pulling her hair as if it were a bridle. I unleashed deep inside her, bruising her arms with my grasp. Right there, a whirlwind spun around us as I pounded her, whipping me into a confusion of desire and need, surrender and dominance. Even as I thrust forward physically, mentally I was spun by the force of it. Flipped like a coin, revolving in the air, landing, settling on the mattress. The whirlwind fell away, and there was only Grayson under me. The kind, sweet thing shrank back into the shadows, weeping. Take that, you fuck.
Chapter 5. In the weeks after he took me from behind in the middle of the night, we went back to normal. The episode seemed like a pleasurable blip in a pleasurable routine. We were meeting at the Mount Sinai fundraiser. It was a cutting day. When he arrived at the fundraiser, he'd smell of rubbing alcohol and cologne if he'd put some on, fresh coffee grounds and cut grass if he hadn't. He'd touch my shoulder. He'd run his finger along the edge of my strapless gown. At home, we'd barely make it in the door before he'd strip me naked and take me. Yes, it was predictable. Some things were worth predicting. I crawled into the back of the car where my younger brother Colin waited. He was an engineer who'd been inspired to go to college after I'd found a way to go to med school, and he'd moved to New York for a job just as I was settling in. The education had done nothing to tamp his roguish ways.
You look nice,
he said when I slid in next to him. He flicked one of my dangling earrings. You do too. I straightened his black bow tie as the limo coasted toward the museum. He shooed my hand away.
Thanks for the +1.
Try to keep off the ladies.
What's the fun in that when I have to watch your husband with his hands all over you?
Stop it.
You two are so in love, it makes me sick.
The event took place in a ballroom lined with Regency-era portraits and heavy drapery. I plucked a champagne flute from a server's silver tray, and Colin did the same.
This is lovely.
He scanned the room like a cheetah selecting the weakest in the herd. Behave.
Oh, your friend Jen is here. I like her.
He purred. I elbowed him as Jen saw us and headed over. She was awkward in heels, and her fat black glasses always slid down her nose, but her smile was a beacon of light against her brown skin. We greeted each other, and she swapped her empty flute for a full one.
Easy there, Tiger,
Colin said. Jen took no shit, and she was a terrible flirt. I'm grown, but thank you. He's on the make, I offered. Good luck with that. She tipped her glass to him, and he responded with a clink. Ronan's here, she said to me. Where is he? I craned my neck. He sent me some referrals. I owe him a drink. I saw him before the last word was out of my mouth, but he already had a drink in his hand. He wedged his way through the crowd toward us. What are you doing here? I asked as he kissed my cheek.
Business?
Obviously, Jen said. No one's here for the food. Thank you for the referrals. I owe you a drink.
Open bar doesn't count.
We were talking about something unimportant when Ronan put his arm around my shoulders and pulled me to him, but we were laughing.
Blah, blah,
Colin complained.
Caden's here.
He crossed the room to my husband, whose eyes were on me. Caden wore a deep navy suit and a gold tie. His cufflinks sparkled, and his hair was combed off his face. The fact that he hadn't shaved contrasted the crispness of the suit against the animal body inside it. We went quiet. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at Ronan. Ronan removed his arm from my shoulders. Colin interrupted the gaze by shaking my husband's hand and making some sort of wisecrack he must have found hilarious. Caden? Not as much. He'd turned his attention back to me. Girl, he looks like he wants to eat you alive, Jen said into her glass. I turned to Ronan so I could blame him, but he was gone. Caden maneuvered to us. My dad never looked at my mom like that, Jen continued. Before I could offer a snappy answer, Caden found us and kissed Jen on the cheek. He kissed my cheek in the same platonic way, then looked behind him, but no one was there. Where's Colin?
Bar?
When I turned to scan the bar for my brother, I leaned into Caden a little. We had a pattern, a rhythm to our interactions. The shape of the space between us, laid out over the time together, was as predictable as the phases of the moon, and his touch always came when expected. But when we looked at Colin as he tried to charm a young lady in a gold dress, Caden didn't lean in when I did. He didn't put his hand on my back. When Bob Abramson found me and said he wanted me to meet someone, my husband didn't take my hand. When Wilhelmina, the head cardiac nurse, her hair braided into long, neat rows, gave me a kiss and asked how I was handling my husband's hours, Caden didn't come close to me and brush his thumb between my shoulder blades. When we all sat down for a presentation about the hospital's goals, he kept his hands folded in his lap. When he released his hands and placed them on his knees, I put my left hand over his right. He patted it, smiled at me, and slipped it away before looking behind him again. I thought he was in a bad mood. What else could it be?
Chapter 6. The war had been building for over a month. The ventilators were left to do their job, but the squeak of gurney wheels on linoleum, the tip-tap of computer keys, the murmurs of the hospital staff all held a thread of the thing I thought I'd banished. I could have a conversation with Grayson, but only if I concentrated on not hearing the thing in the boiling pasta water or the radio news. Every day, it got a little stronger. Every day, I was a little more tense, a little more afraid, a little more uncomfortable. The thing got harder to box away and cart off, harder to hide behind a wall, impossible to ignore. I was pressed in on all sides by a thing I couldn't even define. And what had become more and more clear was that it wanted my wife. I could put on a suit and not a tie. I could put jeweled links into a starched cuff. I could shower, shave, comb my hair. But it was all a lie. It was all a costume, a mask. Under it, I was no more than a knot of bodily needs and overwhelming sexual urges. My mind was a set of neurons firing commands to my glands, and the glands sent emotions through my bloodstream. She was mine, not his. The thing was male, and its strength was its persistence. The neurons said I had to have her in my line of sight, but I'd bring the thing right to her. The only way to keep it away from her was to keep my distance. But the animal said no. The animal I was knew that wouldn't work because she was mine. Navigating between all these urges was exhausting. But as I entered the fundraiser, I took a breath. The exhaustion was under my suit, behind my smile and polite words. No one could see. She was with her brother and Jen. Her hair was piled on top of her head and her earrings dropped down the length of her neck. She wore nude lipstick, and under the satin bodice of her gown, her nipples were hard. She was the picture of grace and charm, with a smile that transformed everyone around her and eyes that comforted people into talking. The thing saw her. In the bouncing acoustics of the room, it whispered its longing. "Hello," Colin shook my hand. I hadn't even seen him coming toward me. Just her. Only her. "Nice to see you." I angled myself so I could see her over his shoulder. "I'm hitting the bar. Can I get you something?" "I'm good, thanks." I patted his shoulder and headed for her, crossing half a ballroom without acknowledging another soul. The thing got more vocal, hiding in the voices of the guests and the strings of the musicians' instruments. I could smell her from farther away than normal. Apples. No matter which perfume she wore, she smelled of the first bite of an apple. Breaking taut skin with teeth, juice dripping down my chin. She was the satin skin and the crisp meat of the fruit. She was the hard seed and the tenacious stem. I found her. Ronan. Laughing. Arm around her shoulders. He'd touched her. He'd had her. He'd licked the apples off her skin and touched her body. He wanted her again. Of course he did. She was beautiful and sexy. Any man would want her. I was filled with an unreasonable fury. A foul grimace in my soul. A call to action lubricated by rage. I headed for them, bumping into a woman from pediatrics. I excused myself, and when I turned back, Ronan was gone. In the 7 steps to my wife, I came to some sort of sense. Ronan was not a threat. On the flip side, I was losing my fucking mind. Kissing Jen first was a delay tactic. I needed a moment to reduce my pulse rate. It didn't work. When I kissed Grayson's cheek and she slipped her hand in mine, the animal threatened to burst out of his suit. I always desired her, every minute. But this... I wanted to drag her out by her hair, respecting the norms of privacy only because I wouldn't be able to finish in the middle of the ballroom. I wanted to squeeze her flesh, mark her in bruises, leave streaks of semen on her. Make the thing scream in horror and curl up in a ball far away. I couldn't live like this anymore. But I was in a public place. The suit was who I needed to be. The suit was armor against the horrifying sight of the animal. I didn't look at her, didn't touch her. I focused on the distance between us and the eyes of 100 people. I listened to Bob Abramson talk about money and bullshit, concentrating hard enough to make a decent show of being civilized. In the dark, during the fundraising video, she leaned into me, taking my hand.
What's going on?
Nothing.
Caden.
My name was more than a statement. It was a comment on how well she knew the animal, and how well she loved it. If eyes could listen, hers did, gazing at me in the darkness. I couldn't lie to her for much longer. The entire invite list was watching the video. The bar was empty. The hallway lights were dimmed. The kitchen staff moved constantly and quietly to set up the buffet. I laced my fingers in hers. She had a gold band we'd gotten out of expediency. No big, sparkling rock. No sign I'd ever courted her properly before marrying her. My father always said a man didn't skip steps if he wanted to do something once. I slid my cheek to hers and whispered in her ear, "I want to destroy you." Her hand tightened in mine so tightly I could feel our bones. Her glands must have fired, because the apples and the perfume melded and became something so uniquely her. My balls ached. But not for simple release. For something more. An agreement of ownership. Waiting wasn't an option. Pulling her by the hand, I headed for the hallway.
Caden.
She said when we were away from the event.
Slow down.
I didn't. I couldn't. I pulled her down the carpeted steps to the lower level, stepping over a velvet rope at the bottom. The lights were out in the hall. 3 doors led to 3 empty event rooms.
What's with you lately?
Are you saying no?
I'm asking a question.
I backed into one of the rooms and pulled her in. It was dark, but for light coming from under the doorways on each side. The thing cowered in the shadows, emitting fear like a pheromone. Good. I walked in deeper, eyes adjusting quickly enough to avoid the tables and stacks of chairs on wheeled dollies. So am I. I faced her. Are you saying no?
What are you hoping I'll say yes to?
I'm going to bend you over one of these tables and fuck you so hard walking's going to hurt. Are you saying no?
I'm not. But I want to know what's going on with you.
Pull your dress up before I shred it. Scaring her wasn't my plan, but there was fear in the air. I had no choice but to breathe it in. The fear didn't come from her. As she pulled her dress over her waist to show me her thong and the lace edges of her stockings, she bit her lower lip. The fear I detected was in the shadows. I stepped behind her. The thing was going to watch me. I pushed my hand up between the fabric and her skin, taking that taunting nipple. Does it hurt?
Yes.
I should stop?
No.
I pushed her into a table, bending her sharply. When she tried to get up on her hands, I shoved her down by the base of her neck. Her earring fell over her jaw and clicked against the table. I forgot about the thing. Forgot about how much it wanted her. There was only Grayson and me in a dark room with our suddenly elastic boundaries. I leaned down and bit her trapezius as it tightened, right at the base of her neck, clamping down until she jerked, and I growled in my throat, holding her still. The whirlwind gathered and the thing wept. I claimed her inside and out, and the whirlwind stopped.
Chapter 7. I ached when I woke. From the bottom up, my feet from the shoes, my trapezius muscle from the bite. I bent over the bathroom vanity and ran my fingers over the bite bruise. It wasn't too bad. The skin was a shade redder. It looked like a mild hickey. My eyes were ringed in black. I hadn't bothered to take off my makeup. We'd had sex twice again at home, if you could call it sex. More like he took my body and made it his own, giving orgasms and taking them as if they were a marital right. I'd collapsed into unconsciousness. I wiped the bluish-gray mascara stains from my face. My body wasn't a marital right, of course. My body was my own, and I could refuse him at any time. Caden knew that. He must have, because even after we got home, he checked on me. Twice, the mask of determination snapped off, leaving a man who looked disconcerted. Twice, he asked me if I wanted to slow down or stop. Once, I said I was fine. Once, I begged him not to stop. Both times, his brutality returned like a Halloween mask on an elastic string. I should have made him stop, but I couldn't. Why? Was I threatened? Did I believe he'd hurt me worse if I did? Would he? No. No, I said into the mirror. He wouldn't. How did I know? Was it the orgasms he gave me? He'd acted as if my pleasure gave him power. Every orgasm drove him to greater intensity, and each increase in passion drove me deeper into a sexual fugue. I trusted him. One, he was a doctor, and a great one. It didn't get any safer than that. Two, he wanted me to want what he did. The checking in told me that much. He wanted consent, needed it as much as I did, but I didn't think... No. I was sure he hadn't planned the last 2 rough encounters, so he couldn't have asked ahead of time. He was getting the idea to hurt me in the moment. The pain. Next time I should stop him when it hurt, when he bit me, when it was uncomfortable. I should, but I wouldn't. Morning Grayson, with her mascara running down her face and a bite mark on her neck, knew it wasn't okay to cause your partner pain or discomfort during sex. Dr. Grayson Fraser knew it was okay as long as it was coupled with consent and clear boundaries. She knew it had a name. I tossed the mascara-streaked wipe into the trash and went downstairs before I could say the name to myself. Caden was at the stove making breakfast. My favorite. Pancakes! I fist-pumped quietly. Pow! I kissed him, and he looked down at me, mask gone. Just my husband. He moved the spatula to the other hand and squeezed my shoulders while he flipped the cakes.
I have nothing today. What about you?
Session in the morning, and that's it. I was going to go work out. Maybe. I don't know, it's still kind of weird, all this time to myself. He laced his fingers in mine, nudging the discs around pensively.
You said a big rock didn't go with army green. What you wore last night would have been stunning with a ring.
Pulling his arm off my shoulder, I put my left hand next to his. We match. That works for me. He shut off the stove and jerked the pan until the cake slid.
Do you miss the service?
He deserved my honesty, but there was more to the question than a simple lament for a job I didn't have anymore. He was the reason I'd left 5 weeks before instead of 40 years from now. But I couldn't lie to him or myself. Sometimes. He shifted the pan back and forth on the burner so the pancakes would skate around. He picked up the plate and looked right at me for the first time that morning. His gaze landed on the bite mark. Reflexively, I covered it. He put the plate down and moved my hand away.
Broken blood vessels. You have some abrading to the skin.
It's fine.
Does it hurt?
Only when you touch it, so don't. I picked up the plate. I'm starving. I kissed him and went to the table. He'd set it with silverware and glasses, and as I draped the cloth napkin on my lap, I took a second to acknowledge that he didn't usually set up an elaborate breakfast. He cooked for me as often as I cooked for him, but this was a step beyond, as if he was trying to get back into my good graces. For the pain, for the roughness, for the use of my body. There's a name for this. We made love that afternoon. And by made love, I mean we fucked passionately and considerately. We used our mouths for pleasure. He eased into me with grace, touched me where I liked to be touched, made sure I came long and hard before he did. The bite mark was gone the next day, and though I didn't forget about the self-doubt it had revealed, I didn't think about it much because I didn't want to. 2 weeks passed. I picked up 2 more clients from Ronan, which pretty much filled my schedule. I seemed to have a gift for counseling and medicating PTSD. Go figure. My military life was of use, and as that became apparent, I missed it less and less. One night, as I was coming out of the bathroom, I caught Caden looking into an empty corner. I say caught because when he heard me, he jumped as if he was doing something wrong. Then he passed me to go into the bathroom without saying a word or touching me. He usually found some way to touch me. The last lack of affection had ended at the fundraiser where he'd fucked me on a banquet hall table. Brutal sex after days of growing emotional distance, and boom, fixed the next morning as if nothing had happened. Was he having an affair? I felt every pulse of blood through my veins, hot with sparking electricity at the thought of his body touching another woman's. I breathed through it, telling myself nice things about trust and the basic goodness inside my husband. It worked to clear the room of the noise. But the hum of possibility remained in the corners. Cowed, but not killed. I didn't have time to see Jen's show. Not really. I had an emergency session with a new patient who hadn't slept in a week. His wife had called me in desperation. He was having oral hallucinations, and she couldn't tell if it was the exhaustion or the PTSD. I met him, wrote him a script, and didn't have a place in my schedule to see him until he started crying. A grown man, a soldier, 6 feet tall and 200 pounds of muscle weeping in my office. And I got upset when my husband was a little distant. I handed the patient a tissue. He cracked his neck and got on with it. Maybe I needed to relax on Caden a little. Deciding I didn't need lunch on Wednesdays, I fit him into my schedule. Then I got a cab to 57th Street while it was still daylight.
Here.
The driver pulled over in front of the Caducean Gallery. From the street, I saw Jen, in baggy overalls and Vans, animatedly talking to people I couldn't discern past the glass's reflection. Rows of painted masks hung on the walls. Jen saw me and opened the glass door. Hey! We hugged, and she introduced me to her guests. Tina Molino of Mount Sinai's Psychiatric Division and Dylan Coda from the VA hospital in Newark. I'm sorry I'm late. I had an emergency. I was just telling Tina she works in the same hospital as your husband. Tina was almost 6 feet tall with a black bob, white skin, and red lipstick. She looked like Snow White. I was hoping to meet you at the fundraiser. Caden St. John is quite a star around the doctor's lounge. Careful, his ego can get to the size of a blimp. You trained him well. War makes men humble. Nice segue. Jen held her hand out to the rows of masks and began the tour. All of these were made by vets as part of the NEA's Creative Forces program. I was halfway down the block when I heard a woman's voice calling my name. Tina scurried toward me. Hey, I wanted to talk to you. Do you have a minute? I looked at my watch. I have about 11 if there's no traffic uptown. It's enough. We went into the little coffee shop wedged between a FedEx and an office building. We had our coffee in 90 seconds and seats on the window ledge in 5 more. Okay. Jen told me you're an officer and an MD specializing in PTSD in vets. Kind of fell into it, but yeah. Do you like it? I'm trying to hurry so I don't keep you. Do I have to answer quickly? Take your time. She sipped her coffee, leaving red lip marks on the plastic top. I'm from a military family. I enlisted at 18. Wow. Yeah, it was the only life I knew. Then I met Caden, and he wanted to go into private practice. So I left the Army and came here with him. I thought I'd never feel right as a civilian, and New York... My God, there's no place in the world more overwhelming. That's the truth. We tapped our coffee cups together. Helping these men and women... They're broken, but working with them makes me feel like I'm home. I love it. That's... She shook her head in appreciation. I'm glad to hear that. We're tackling a mental health unit to serve the military, and here's the newish thing. Civilian contractors. Anyone who's worked in war. We're financed by Darren Gibson, and I think I may have an opportunity for you.
Chapter 8. Grayson spit toothpaste into the sink. When she ran the faucet, the thing spoke inside the gurgling water. When she took the water in her mouth and her lips tightened and moved when she swished, my inner cold ran boiling hot. She spit the water and the thing dispersed into the air vents, the fogged mirror, the space between my feet and the floor. It snaked around my wife's voice when she spoke.
She wants to talk to me about creating a treatment protocol for PTSD in vets. Then she's thinking of maybe expanding it to the general population. Kids and adults dealing with trauma.
She shook excess water off the brush and popped it into the cup. I didn't know how much longer I could last. She was wearing a big t-shirt and underpants. Her feet were bare. Her nipples were hard. She was talking about Tina's offer to design programs at the Gibson Center, which wasn't really an offer but more of a suggestion to talk more. She was overwhelmed. She hadn't been in professional life very long.
When I was promoted before, it was all forms and steps. Now it's fuzzier, you know?
Sure, I knew. I thought you had a full schedule.
I'm thinking I can squeeze it in.
There were reasons she shouldn't. She'd push herself to exhaustion. No one was here to give her limits. There was no ceiling or walls on what she could accept. This wasn't the army. She crawled onto the bed and flopped into a sitting position with her back against the headboard. The reasons she shouldn't do too much were easily explainable, but if I explained them, she'd fight me. I didn't want to fight. I didn't want to get angry or I'd lose it again and hurt her. I didn't want to feel anything. I wanted this deadness, needed it to dampen the fear and anger.
What do you think?
Did she tell you the salary?
No. I mean about...
She spread her legs. I'd made love to her 2 nights ago and had barely kept myself from hurting her. I'd had to keep my hands on the bed and let her ride me. The thing had been watching. If I touched her now, I would tear her apart to get rid of it. I ran my hand inside her thigh and stopped. The sense I wasn't alone was worse when I touched her.
What?
She pouted. Touch yourself. She bit her lower lip and slid her fingers under the crotch of her underwear. Was it watching her? Hard to tell, but the feeling wasn't as strong. She groaned. Don't stop. Was my voice as emotionless and robotic to her as it was to me?
I want you to fuck me.
Faster. I stood over her and undid my pants. She reached for me, but I swatted her away.
Tease?
She said when I released my dick and fisted it. Pick up your shirt. She showed me her tits. I felt the thing stretching at the edge of my perception, trying to get in on the action. But for some reason, without a connection between Grayson and me, the circuit wasn't closed. It could feel what was happening, but not see it. Or the other way around. Fuck you, thing. This one's for you. I grunted. Let me see you come. In another minute, she was pumping her hips under her fingers with heavy, wet breaths. I came over her, leaving my semen streaked over her body. She moaned with a satisfied and took her hand from between her legs. I snapped tissues out of the box and wiped her up with all the tenderness of a clinician.
Thank you.
She smiled.
Come to bed.
I couldn't. I knew I couldn't, but couldn't avoid it. I loved her, but I felt nothing. My balls were empty and my heart was dead. My beeper went off.
Shit. Ignore it.
I picked it up, thanking God without the actual feeling of gratitude. Hospital. She sighed. Grayson? I was this close to telling her everything. If I didn't have an emergency to attend to, I would have right then. Instead, I said, I'm sorry.
This is the life of a surgeon's wife.
I kissed her forehead and left without looking back. This wasn't sustainable. I managed to stay at the hospital through the next day. I didn't know what I hoped for, except this thing would go away if I starved it of my wife's presence. The surgery wasn't done until early morning. I showered in the attending lounge and collapsed on one of the cots. The thing missed her. Its longing whispered through the air conditioning. I could spite it indefinitely, but I didn't know how long I could spite myself. I missed her already. We'd spent plenty of time apart, but I'd gotten spoiled. If she was next to me, she was safe. Knowing that helped me rest. I was awake when she beeped me. I called her back, still on my back on a narrow cot. "Hello. What are you doing up? It's not even 6.
I woke up and couldn't get back to sleep.
Her voice was husky and broken. At the sound of her voice, it softened like a puppy and vibrated off the walls. It was worried about her.
Figured I'd start working on Tina's proposal.
Don't burn yourself out.
I won't. Are you coming home?
I have to check the post-op report in a few hours.
Okay. I know you're tired.
I am.
We have tickets to a play tonight.
Shit. How long would it take to starve this thing? The room was dark, but I covered my eyes with my wrist to block it out. What time?
Seating's at 8.
I could fake a surgery. I could fake being tired. I could take a trip, starve it out. I didn't know if that was even an option, but it was the only idea I had. Tell her you have to be in the OR. No words came. I couldn't lie. I could make the words in my head, but couldn't get them out. It wasn't that I couldn't speak. I couldn't lie. And I knew, as sure as I knew the boundaries of the dark room I'd gotten up to pace across, that I couldn't lie because my emotions were stuffed in a bag and sealed away. Lying meant I had to fear the truth, which I didn't. And it meant I had to create fake vocal nuance, which I couldn't. Hiding my emotions had been intentional, but easier than ever. The process of detachment had become greased, frictionless. I barely had to think about it. I wasn't nervous, wasn't panicky. I was curious about my feelings, what they'd been, and how they drove me to lie. Why would a person lie unless there was a reward for it? Okay, I'll meet you there.
Barring unforeseens.
Yes, barring unforeseens.
I love you, Caden.
I love you too. I hung up, and with the separation, the thing became clear in my mind. Very loud, and for the first time it had a well-defined thought I could read. You don't love her. I do. The front desk had a vertical whiteboard with the rooms, procedures, and the doctors performing. I scanned it as Wilhelmina picked up the eraser. "Looking for something, doctor?" she asked, getting up on a stool to reach the top. "Not yet." Checking her clipboard, she erased Dr. Everett's name. "What happened to Everett?" "Strep." Nurse Bergstrom picked up the phone. "Samuelson's on call?" "I have it," I cut in. Will looked at me as if I'd just clucked like a chicken. "It's an assist." "I know, it's fine. I got it." Will shrugged and wrote St. John in the empty space.
Chapter 9. Caden wasn't going to make it to the play. My answering service picked up the message and delivered it as I was putting on my shoes. He'd taken on another patient, and the patient needed pre-op monitoring. I should have gone myself, but I didn't want to. I wanted to go with him. He'd been worried I was going to burn out, but maybe he was the one who needed to snuff one end of the candle, and maybe this was why he'd been so distant and preoccupied. Maybe. People weren't always predictable. They didn't react the same exact way, even when in very similar situations. The last time I'd seen Caden under tremendous stress was during the war, and he hadn't been rigid and distant. On the contrary, even when he was closest to his breaking point, he'd been funny, even charming, as day 3 of his hands and men's bodies crested into day 4 without relief. I was giving him vitamin shots and an uncomfortable amount of amphetamine. He seemed to thrive, and yet no one thrives when someone loses an arm or a leg on the table and you have to move to the next without a break. He was like a carnival wheel spinning long after the barker's hand had left the rail, spiraling on his own juice and energy. Ball bearings lubricated to go on and on. He couldn't calm himself. Even after I'd given him a sedative, he couldn't sleep. I'd crawled onto the mattress with him, and finally, relieved of a single thing to do but sleep, he held me in his bed. I knew how to be detached. My job required it. But I couldn't be. Not with him. At first, he hadn't been more to me than the next overworked army doc, but he was the only one I'd ever let pull me onto his cot fully clothed. He wasn't the only one who had wept with me, but he was the only one I'd wept with. Was this what it was to love someone? To have that wall of detachment crumble and be rebuilt into a bridge? I thought so. I swore it to myself because after those hours we were so real together no one had to ask what was going on. Caden and I were in incurable condition. Dispassion had a place in our lives, but not with each other. The situation was different now. We were civilians living in New York City, not soldiers trying to save people in a war zone. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised or concerned by his distance. He might be far away for a reason that had nothing to do with me or our marriage. Maybe it was him. Just him.
Is everything all right?
He asked after I'd beeped him twice. His voice was flat, as if he was asking a patient if they were in any pain and could they please describe it. You're not home, I said, meaning something completely different. There's a nagging ache in the center of my chest.
I had rounds.
He had a different meaning under his answer. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being unbearable, how would you rate your pain? I missed you at dinner, I said. I want to say it's a 3, but it's closer to a 7.
I missed you too.
Here's an aspirin. When are you coming home? Maybe I can have something stronger?
Samuelson's got strep. I have to fill in for him again.
No. Okay. I'll manage then.
I love you.
Maybe try acupuncture. Yeah. I hung up the phone. Shove it. Mid-afternoon. I'd been in session all morning. I heard Caden upstairs while I was with a patient, heard the old pipes rattle in the walls when the shower went on, then saw his feet come down the front steps. I was seeing a patient in and couldn't catch Caden without disrupting the gentle flow that was part of my job. How were you this week? I asked specialist Leslie Yarrow, who liked to sit in the chair with the high cushions. She still wore her dog tags under her polo t-shirt and kept her hair very short. She'd been sent home with a shoulder injury that was healing better than her mind. Fine. Good. She shifted in her seat. She'd had a hard time sitting still since she got back. Did you sleep? Some. The pills helped. Thank you. But not entirely. Nah. She flipped it off as if it wasn't a big deal, but her eyes were ringed in pink and purple. Did you have the dream again? Yeah. The dream was a recounting of a child torn apart by an IED. She'd been 8 and screaming in pain. When Leslie recalled the memory, she said she screamed for hours while she tried to find a medic. But on further investigation, it had been 1.5 minutes before the girl died in her arms. In the dream, the girl was her daughter. Something this week? My wife got freaked out. She said I should tell you. Should you? Yeah, probably. I waited. When I woke up from it, I didn't know Mindy. How so? I went into her room, and I knew the room and all the stuff, but the kid sleeping there? I was like, who is she? She was a stranger. How long did that last? A minute? Maybe 10? Molly came into the kitchen and was like, are you going to wake her up for school or what? And then I came to. So you'd describe it as a fugue state. Did you have the feeling you were half asleep? I forgot the entire thing after not knowing Mindy. She shrugged, and that wasn't a normal reaction for someone who'd lost a bunch of time. Is that the first time it happened? She looked away. Yeah. I told Molly I really didn't want to talk about this. I wasn't letting her off the hook. We had 4 minutes, and it was hers to use to talk or not. Her decision, not mine. When I was a kid, I lost some stuff. A few hours here and there. She shifted in her seat. My dad used to come to my room and do things. I knew he did it, but I would forget the actual thing, if you know what I mean. She made a nervous laugh, and I held on to a non-judgmental, non-enraged, almost inhuman detachment. I want to pause for a second. I heard both parts of that, and is it time to go yet? We have a couple of minutes. I don't want to talk about this right now, okay? Okay. But you're safe here. Anytime. She stood. I should get going. I adjusted her sleeping pill dosage and asked her to keep a log of any more feelings that she wasn't where she was supposed to be or that she didn't know the people around her. She agreed, apologized profusely, and left. I hurt for the little girl she had been and promised myself I'd do everything I could to help the woman who came to my office. I briefly made the connection between Leslie Yarrow's dissociation and my husband's. It was a symptom of PTSD and needn't be a personal betrayal. That realization was my medicine for the rest of the day. It was dark by the time I went back up to the house. Everything was perfect. He hadn't left a crumb behind. Not a note or a rumpled sheet. Calling got me his voicemail. I beeped him, but he didn't call back right away. I heated up dinner, got into my pajamas, put on the TV, shut it off, listened to the traffic outside, went to the bathroom. His clothes were in the hamper. Underwear, slacks, a pale blue shirt that brought out the depth of his eyes. I gathered it in my hands and pressed it to my face, expecting to smell fresh coffee grounds and stale sweat. I got something much more floral, feminine. This is not cologne. My blood took a second to boil. In that pause, I checked again. Definitely perfume. Oh, fuck no. No, no, no. I was out the door so fast I didn't change out of my pajamas and almost forgot to put on shoes. I stuffed my feet into Keds, put on a long coat, and caught a cab at Columbus Circle. Because no, we had a deal, and the deal included fidelity. Non-negotiable. Deep breath. People cheated for a reason. Either it was personal and they were just cheating assholes, or it was situational and a cheating asshole was in a situation where it was easy to cheat. Or it was us. And that last option stuck in my craw because even after years of talking to people about why they found themselves betraying or betrayed, it was now me. And if it was the relationship, it was me, my fault, what I delivered or didn't deliver. I'd come to a strange life in a strange city to be with him. Maybe that was the problem. Or maybe we didn't work as a couple outside a war zone. Or maybe he liked it hotter than I was used to. Fuck this. It wasn't my fault. He owed me better than touching another woman, saying sweet things to her. Those were my kisses and sweet words. Or maybe there was none of that. Maybe it was all warm holes and quick spurts. The disloyalty was bad, but not knowing the exact terms of the betrayal was eating every brain cell not occupied with breathing. My phone rang on the way. I flipped it open. Him. Was his dick wet with her? Or was he on his way there? Hi.
Hey, you called?
Flat, flat, flat. Why hadn't I seen it before? How blind had I been? Where are you? I was thinking of bringing you dinner.
That would be great, but I'm assisting in an hour and I need to scrub in.
So that's what you sound like when you lie. Oh, all right then. When do you think you'll be home?
I came home today and you were in your office. I didn't want to bother you.
You knew I'd be in session. Yeah. Hey, the other line's beeping. I have to go.
I love you,
he said before I cut the call. Thanks for the aspirin. Wilhelmina was at the front desk of Cardiac. She confirmed Caden was scrubbing into an emergency open heart procedure. I told her I needed a key and he had it in his bag. I didn't like lying, but I was past sense. I was cussing up a blue streak in my head and smiling on the outside as if showing up at the hospital in Keds and a long coat was the result of an annoying misplaced key. She led me into a row of large gray lockers and left me alone. I tipped his padlock up to see the numbered dials. It was the same lock he'd had in Iraq, and I knew the combination. Every marriage has boundaries, and going into his locker had a thick red line around it. My thumbnail in the grooves, I clicked the number sequence, paused with the weight in my hand. Just ask him. The mature thing to do would be to ask. Just say flat out, you've been different, you've been unavailable, you've got perfume on your shirt. Fuck that. I snapped the padlock open and slid it out quickly before I could change my mind. The locker was the size of a small closet. He had a suit, shoes on the floor, bag of toiletries on the top shelf, new clothes still in tissue paper in a Barney's bag, and a plastic bag of dirty things. I picked up the dirties. I smelled it before I even opened the bag. Perfume. Fuck you, Caden. I threw the bag back in and slammed the door. Something clicked and fell. If one thing is out of order, I don't care. He'll know. I don't. I put the lock in the loop. You'll never know if he would have told you the truth. Fuck! I opened the locker and readjusted the laundry bag. I couldn't find what had fallen. I tiptoed so I could see the top shelf. Next to the toiletry bag, a glass bottle lay on its side. I picked it up. It was from Lyric Scent Shop, where I got my perfume. Before I even turned it over, I knew. Scent number 6512. Grayson F. Before I opened the top and waved it in front of my nose, I knew. It was mine. I hadn't recognized it mixed with his scent, but once I had the bottle under my nose, it was unmistakable. When we were separated, he'd given me one of his t-shirts. His smell had comforted me. I buried my face in it when he called, wrapped it around my neck when I slept, curled around it when I brought myself to orgasm. When had he taken my perfume? And why? Did he know he'd be gone for days? I put the bottle back and put the padlock back in place, touching the door with my fingertips. I'm sorry. Across the room, the door opened. I peeked around the lockers to find a cleaning person wheeling in a yellow bucket.
Hello?
He called.
Anyone in here?
Just leaving, I said, smiling stiffly as I walked by.
Did you find the key?
Wilhelmina asked blithely, as if nothing was wrong. She could see into my heart, and all was well there. I realized I had it.
Ah, better watch, Doctor. When the mind starts going, the body's sure to follow.
I laughed a little, but it was more from uneasiness than humor. Do you know where he is? She slid a clipboard into a cubby.
I think he's in 5.
She took a quick inventory of my posture, my hair, my coat and pajamas, the look of emotional desperation that must have been all over my face, using a skill they didn't teach in nursing school, but a large number of nurses had.
It's a viewing theater, if you want to take a look.
Sure. Okay. Yes, I'd like that very much. I didn't know what insight I expected to get from watching him. Something was still off. My perfume didn't change that. But Will led me to the upper floor viewing room where med students watched the procedure. I sat away from them, letting the narration from their instructor fade into the ambient hiss of the air conditioning. From above, I saw him and the other attending move together with an efficiency bordering on grace. They cut a woman open and spread her ribs. I flinched. It was hard to watch. But still, my husband did his job isolating a living, beating heart. The lead turned away from the table and looked up at the med students. Her voice carried over speakers to the little room as she spoke a language I hadn't been trained in med school to understand. My eyes were glued to my husband anyway. He was still working, though I couldn't discern what he was doing. When the lead surgeon said his name, it cut through the jargon. Dr. St. John here is assisting, but he's been lead on this procedure a few hundred times. Caden looked up to salute the students. He saw me and froze. We didn't move as the other doctor continued. His eyes betrayed nothing. I was wrong to be here. Wrong to distrust him. Wrong to worry. He had his hands on a living heart. Of course his detachment bled over. I waved and tried to smile. He nodded and got back to work. He called after 1 a.m. I was in bed, watching the clouds cross the setting moon over the brownstones across the street.
Did I wake you?
He asked. The vocal deadness was still there. Maybe I'd have to get used to it. No.
Did you enjoy the surgery?
Better than cats. He laughed a real, true, guttural laugh, and I almost burst into tears. I'm sorry. I disturbed you.
You didn't disturb me.
I missed you. He sighed. It wasn't an annoyed sigh or a sigh of boredom, but a final exhale of breath after the realization that what was started wouldn't be finished. It was an acceptance of defeat.
You know how much I miss you? I stole your perfume so I could smell you when I'm on the cots.
You're not that far away.
I know.
He didn't offer an explanation as to why he couldn't sleep at home or why he decided to stay away for days. I was owed that. Are you coming home now?
I need to be here.
You're pushing it, darling.
I know, baby.
I'll be at Jen's opening tomorrow at 5. The masks.
I thought you saw it last week.
It's been in previews or something. Ask her when you see her. Don't come if you want to sleep in. But if you sleep in, you sleep here.
Is that an order?
It shouldn't have to be an order, but I couldn't read him well enough to know if he was being playful or if he was offended at having his leash yanked. Consider it an order.
Chapter 10. There was no starving it while Grayson was in my life. The thing hovered back in the ambiance until I thought of her. Then it smiled. When she beeped me, it made its presence known, and when I recognized her voice, I felt it listening. Leaving her was not an option. Cutting her out wouldn't make me sane any more than pretending the thing didn't exist would. I needed her. Before her, I had been made of broken glass and a padded bag. Everything looked fine on the outside, but I'd been cutting myself. She opened the bag and put the shards together. I loved her too much to choose this thing over her. That much I was sure of. But outside the OR, I couldn't think clearly. Couldn't create a solution or make a decision in the thick swirl of jealousy and panic. Every thought walked a razor's edge between sanity and insanity, and the edge kept moving until I didn't know which side was which. Every day it got worse. Even if the thing wasn't fully present, I felt its pressure against the skin of my mind, pressing against the membrane like a fist punching a latex wall. When I woke in a sweat, the pressure increased, and when she called, it burst through. My emotions were getting sucked into the black hole of this nightmare, and I couldn't shake it. The glue got stickier every day. The treatment wasn't a cure, but I craved it. It was a perversion. To quell the thing, I had to hurt Grayson. I had to fuck her like a fighter, mark her like a vandal, break her like a champion. I could make her come over and over while I did it, too. That satisfied every part of me and made the thing howl. It separated me from it, severed the tie. If I could take advantage of that opportunity long enough to talk to her, maybe we could fix this. All I had to do was get over the humiliation of not being in control of my own mind. I had a million excuses to avoid the opening and only one reason to go. The reason was Grayson. So I went. Seeing my wife in a public place meant I could put off the inevitable long enough to change my mind, chase her away, talk myself into some other course of action. By the time I got there, I had my full mental faculties only by way of making sure my emotions were not engaged. When I saw her standing in a little black dress and heels, her fingers curved around a wine glass, I felt something. But desire wasn't an emotion. Possession wasn't an emotion. I kissed her cheek and, as expected, the thing jumped into the space between us. I wasn't angry as much as I wanted to battle it and win. Combativeness wasn't an emotion either. Or maybe it was. I didn't care. "Congratulations," I said to Jen. When I kissed her cheek, I kissed her cheek. No third party slid in on the action. Tina approached and introduced herself, as expected. I smiled and shook her hand. Same thing as Jen. Nothing jumped between where we touched. "I've been wooing your wife," she said. "I hope you don't mind." "It depends on what kind of wooing you're talking about."
Professional wooing,
Grayson said. "Did they legalize that?" Tina laughed. Grayson slapped my arm playfully, then looped her hand inside my elbow. The thing felt good about that, but couldn't find a way in through the fabric. "I hope you don't have to work as hard as I did. She drives a hard bargain." Tina clinked my glass. "Thanks for the tip."
I'm sure no one will have to work as hard as he did.
Grayson said. "Sounds like quite a story." Tina sipped her water.
Not really. My unit went to Balad to assist the combat support hospital. I had to assess their fitness.
She decided I was unfit.
I did not.
You did? I looked down at her, checking her status. Raised eyebrows, relaxed mouth. I wanted to fuck her everywhere. Hard. Later. I would have to. Nothing was getting starved tonight. Not my hunger for her and not the thing. She smiled. If I wasn't fooling her into thinking I was all right, I was at least charming her into believing it. Good. I turned back to Tina. She said I was overworked. She said I needed rest or I'd make a mistake. Which did you do? Rest or make a mistake? Neither.
Of course.
Grayson chimed in.
He beat the odds. It's what he does.
I nodded, satisfied that she thought that. Winners had an easier time winning. Danny came by. I shook his hand. He kissed my wife in an appropriately platonic manner. It's like a fucking hospital reunion. I try to get away from you people at night. Do your patients know you have such a potty mouth? I said. Grayson slipped her hand into mine. I took it away. Half of them can't figure out how to use a potty, so no. His orbicularis oris tightened slightly above his left lip. A sneer of a smirk so faint I would have missed it if I wasn't paying attention so coldly. Or maybe that was the reason for the sneer in the first place. We're going to look at some masks, if you don't mind. Have at it. I took Grayson to the side where we could see a mask painted blood red and clamped with a vise. The patient's story was typed onto a framed piece of paper next to it, but I was sure I knew it. We slid sideways to the next one. It had been painted by a skilled hand in Islamic geometric patterns. This is nice, I said, but had no follow-up. I usually had reasons to like things. I couldn't find one.
You should see this one over here.
Again, she tried to hold my hand, and again I took it away.
Caden.
Which one? This one?
What's happening?
She had a hand on each of my elbows, but I couldn't look at her. She was too earnest, too honest, and all I wanted to do was rip that black dress in two and shove my dick inside her. I wanted to fuck her mouth so deep she choked, get my cock so far up her ass I think he used a stencil.
To us. What's happening to us?
All I had to do was say, nothing, but I still couldn't lie. Both hands in my pants pockets, I bent so only she could hear me. I want to be fucking you right now.
No. No, that's not true.
Her eyes filled. They sparkled so brightly when she was about to cry. She blinked. One fell. Reaching inside my jacket, I snapped my handkerchief open and handed it to her. She didn't take it. It was poison. Electrified. A pat on the shoulder from a clinician, a slap in the face from a stranger. I didn't have the sense or the will to hold her or whisper reassurances because the thing was punching through again, and resisting it took everything I had. She brought her right toe behind her left heel, spun on the balls of her feet for a clean about face, and forward marched out the door. I caught the cab door before she closed it and slid in next to her, barking the 87th Street address to the driver. "Grayson, listen to me."
Why were you assisting on a surgery you've led 100 times?
I looked at her as if she was crazy, but she wasn't. Not even a little. Kate was out sick, and Eleanor needed me.
Bullshit.
You can ask her.
Are you having an affair?
What, with Eleanor?
With anyone?
No.
So what is it then?
I needed to know what she was perceiving without me dropping hints. What is what?
You're the same as you were at the fundraiser, but worse. You're so cold. You won't touch me. It's like you're somewhere else, and I can't take it. I can't take it.
The last 3 words rumbled deep in her throat. It was sexy as hell. I let my desire for her out of its cage, and it filled me like a balloon. I thrust my body in her direction, leveraging myself on the window behind her. "You're going to take it." I spit the words like a threat. "You're going to take more of it than you ever took before." She swallowed. The tears dried up, but not the feelings that caused them.
It's not that easy.
No, it won't be. I promise you that. I had a raging hard-on the whole way home. When we were alone in the foyer behind a locked door, she put her jacket on the hook. Her lips were parted, and I'd bet my medical license she was wet. I let go of everything. My defenses, my armor, my rage, my fear. When I reached for her, I didn't hold her. I took the edges of the neck of her dress and pulled, tearing it open at the center seam.
Stop.
I had to stop. I felt something then. Relief. I could stop. She stood with her hands on her breasts, holding the dress up.
What's happening?
You wanted me to touch you. I'm going to touch you. I'm going to touch every inch of you. I'm leaving nothing on the table.
There's no one else.
Her arms relaxed and the dress fell a little. No. Never.
Why do you get like this? Like tonight, like a few weeks ago.
Because I need this. That wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the whole truth. I couldn't think about the whole truth, not with her torn dress and her pheromones invading my mind.
Take it.
She let her dress drop. Black lace bra, garter, stockings, a ribbon of underwear. She must have been expecting something tonight. Oh, how the thing screamed incoherently when it saw my intentions, how it quivered in fear and impotence. I grabbed her, pressing her body to mine, mouthing her cheek, her lips, her throat, her ear. I nipped her shoulder but didn't bite. Not yet. The thing was there in the connection, but it was scared. I watched her go, gartered ass waving as she climbed. Alone for a second at the base of the stairs, I put my hand on the banister to steady myself. You ready? I whispered. I'm going to fuck her so hard you disappear forever. For the second time, the ambient hush of its voice made words. I'll never leave her. We'll see about that. I spun, a slave to my sickness, flipping from the man I was to the man I am. To wring that throat, to hold her high, to own her completely. I lost it. In a swirl of me, her, my love, my control, and the thing I couldn't name, screaming out and away.
Chapter 11. I had bruises on my left wrist where he'd held me down. He had been more gentle with the right side, which had never really recovered from the break I got in basic training. But the left took what was left over. I couldn't let Patience see it. The first time he fucked me with brutality, we didn't talk about it. I woke up thinking he'd been half asleep and it wouldn't occur again. 3 weeks after that, he'd done it again, pushing me harder, demanding more, taking me to the edge over and over. Last night, 2 weeks after the last time, he did it again. He'd fucked me in the ass, in the shower afterward, on the floor. He'd been rough, and the rougher he got, the more I came. I wanted him to push me hard. I liked it. But this was slipping out of control. There's a name for this. It was spring. Long sleeves would be too hot, and the AC in the office was spotty. I rummaged in my drawer and found a loose coil of bracelets. I slid them over my bruised left wrist. That would have to do. I checked myself in the mirror. I looked fine. No one could see the bruises or the soreness between my legs. No one could see the aches or the pleasant, peaceful satisfaction. Masochist. The word shot through my mind, and for the first time, I let it. I mouthed it in the mirror. Masochist.
Where are you off to today?
He asked from the bathroom doorway, arms crossed over his bare chest. His pajama bottoms hung low on his hips, the waistband cutting across the V-shaped indent of his pelvis. Collecting data for the Tina thing. I leaned over the vanity and put on lipstick.
Are you okay? From last night?
Uh-huh. Are you? I snapped the tube closed.
Yeah.
His nod was serious. It was not an enthusiastic agreement as much as a simple affirmative. You seem more animated. His arms unfolded. I'd startled him.
Animated? What's that mean?
I faced him. The coldness is gone. I put my hand on his chest and drew it through the patch of hair in the center down to his abdomen. Is something going on you want to talk about?
No.
I shrugged. I wouldn't normally gesture like that any more than I'd roll my eyes. Normally, I'd acknowledge his feelings without validating or dismissing them. But I didn't feel normal. I felt a little less in control, a little more impulsive. Less like a professional psychiatrist and more like a wife who knew her husband's boundaries. You on call today?
Yeah.
He took my hand and kissed inside the wrist.
I'll call you.
I kissed him in typical married person way. A punctuation between activity. A comma in the day. I didn't get to the bedroom door before his voice stopped me.
Grayson.
Yeah?
I can't take this back once I say it.
This couldn't be good. Anything he might want to take back wouldn't be a statement to celebrate. Okay?
You might want to cancel your appointment.
Caden, is everything all right? Sucking his lips between his teeth as if he wanted to hold the words back, he tightened his jaw and tilted his head. We were frozen in his moment of decision while the currents of his courage swirled and gathered together.
I think...
Hands through hair. A pause. I stayed absolutely still.
I think I'm going crazy.
Part 2. Chapter 12. December 2006. Caden's hands, what they could do, how careful they were in doing it, were always different in my memory than in real life. I forgot them every time they were out of my sight. They were always wider, more articulated than I remembered. When I saw his wedding ring on the fourth finger tying him to me, I stood in awe of that single band taming a force so powerful.
Hey.
He said, meeting me at the desk at the front of the administrative offices of the hospital. He was crisp and showered in a suit with a textured silk tie. He always smelled of alcohol when he got out of surgery. He covered it with cologne and sex, but it was deep in his pores. When he signed out, his gold ring wiggled with the letters of his name. How are you feeling? Since this morning, I asked, remembering the taste of those fingers.
If I wasn't fine, I'd let you know.
He lied. I let him have that particular deceit because it was to protect me. He was painfully honest in everything else. We started down the hall. When my heels clacked on the floor, he looked at my feet.
Are you all right in those?
I turned my calf so he could see the outline of the shoe and the stockings under it. Do you like them? He walked again.
I like them over my shoulders.
Stating facts. Clear and concise. Cold because he was nervous, not because he was losing his mind. He wasn't lying about feeling better, only that he'd tell me.
How's your thigh?
He asked when we were alone in the elevator. Nice contusion?
Muscular or dermal?
Subcutaneous. He nodded, hands folded together in front of him.
I'll be more careful next time.
We got out at the doctor's level of the garage, which was nicer than any of the others and had valet. His Mercedes was waiting. He let me in.
Where are we meeting him again?
Gotham.
We should have taken a cab.
The car pulled onto Central Park West. It was the week between Christmas and New Year. Traffic was on a break. It was a cutting day, I said, with a playful curl to my question. Surgery left him raw and potent. We usually fucked on cutting days.
Just a quad. Easy. He was young, though, so we had tertiary distress.
He made a left, crossing hand over hand, his attention always sharp even when the streets were empty. You don't want to go?
To dinner?
To dinner with Ronan.
I like Ronan.
To dinner with Ronan to discuss the new protocol.
No.
He faced me when he made the denial, and for a second I saw his raw power.
I don't want to go to dinner with Ronan to discuss this at all. Ever.
You don't have to.
Yes, I do, Grayson.
You don't.
Yes, I do. For you.
Don't lay this on me.
Jesus Christ, if I wrote you a check for $300, would you listen to me for 50 minutes? We're married. I do things for you. You do things for me. We make sacrifices.
Before I could talk about agency, autonomy, and acceptance, he grabbed my hand and squeezed it. For a month, his touch outside our home had gotten rare and it froze me. When I squeezed back, he put his hand back on the wheel to pull the car up to the valet. My fingers were left alone, to make their own sense of him. The hostess led us through the cavernous space. Pillars of changing light held up the 30-foot ceiling, and the sounds of conversations and music were muffled by careful acoustics. Caden put his hand on my lower back to guide me through, and I kept pace in 6-inch heels. Ronan had finished basic and been stationed in Maryland. He wouldn't say where, but I knew it was the Aberdeen Proving Ground. He knew I knew, and neither confirmed nor denied what he did for a living. He was alone at a table in the corner, reading a magazine. In the folds, I saw half of President Bush's face. He stood when we approached.
Colonel?
Caden said.
St. John,
he replied, shaking Caden's hand first. I envied the public touch. Then I gave my own handshake and let Caden pull my seat out for me. We ordered drinks. Wine for me, whiskey for Ronan, water for Caden. Ronan had been a handsome man in basic training, but his eyes had matured from simply piercing to devastating, and his conceit had ripened into confidence. We haven't seen you since the fundraiser. Are you still with that girl? He leaned back to let the waitress place the glass of whiskey in front of him.
Nah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Not a big deal. It takes a certain type to deal with me.
His eyes met mine, then Caden's, and he smirked. He asked about Caden's residency, my feelings about private practice. Usually, we wouldn't ask about his job, but this time was different. I mentioned we wanted to talk to you about something specific. I started.
You had me at secret.
The waitress came and took our order. It took forever to hear the specials. I didn't have much of an appetite, even though I hadn't eaten all day. I needed the feeling of being at a peak of tolerance.
To old friends.
Ronan held up his drink and we clicked. Caden looked as if he'd rather be cut into small pieces than sit at that table. So, I'll get right to the point.
Please,
Caden said. I leaned toward Ronan. I hear Aberdeen was working on a heightened sensory perception protocol. Ronan made no sign he was surprised.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
To increase the accuracy of scopisthesia, the feeling you're being watched.
He knows what scopisthesia is.
I ignored my husband. For troops on the front line, if they can perceive when they're being watched, they can kill first. Ronan leaned back, crossing his legs while he fingered his glass.
And this is interesting to you because?
I looked at Caden and he looked at me. This was the moment we broke the shell we'd grown around ourselves. For me. For us. Caden has a persistent condition. Back to Caden. He wasn't looking at me. He was touching his water glass with his left hand, and that ring, those fingers, the way the index finger tapped once. He thinks someone's watching him.
Not watching.
Caden cuts in.
It's not malicious.
It's trying to get inside him. Ronan uncrossed his legs.
That sounds pretty malicious.
Caden put his cold fingers on my arm and I stopped.
It wants to join with me. I don't have a feeling it wants to hurt me. It is, just so you know, crazy. It's not normal. It's fucking insane crazy talk, and I'm embarrassed to be sitting here telling you about it.
Having a wife will do that to you.
They shared a male moment, and I let it slide.
So,
Ronan continued,
you've checked environmental causes.
Had the house checked for carbon monoxide?
He said.
And you've considered PTSD. I mean, your wife's a card-carrying expert.
It's not PTSD, I interjected.
Really? You were in Fallujah. Anyone who didn't go crazy already was.
We sat in a triangle of silence with our own memories of the blood, the screaming, the smell of gunpowder and meat. The food came. I was sure it smelled great to a person who was interested in eating. None of us were. When the waitress asked if we wanted anything else, no one answered. I broke the silence. It's not PTSD. No flashbacks, no disrupted sleep, no emotional outbursts. No emotion at all. I didn't say that. It wasn't relevant, and it wasn't 100% true. It's a nascent dissociative disorder, I continued.
Wait.
Ronan threw up his hands.
It's not.
Caden tried to get a word in.
Have you tried antipsychotics even?
Yes, we've tried everything, but every few weeks the feeling comes back. We get it under control, but it's been every week, and now it's every 5 days or so. It used to be every few months, but last time we had a 4-day spread. Ronan looked from me to Caden, then back to me, twisting his hands out to show us his palms.
You do what to get it under control?
I couldn't answer, and Caden wouldn't. Instead, he said,
I need this protocol. We do. We need it now.
What do you do?
Ronan planted his flag in the ground. Caden plucked it out by putting his elbows on the table and locking his gaze on our friend.
I fuck Grayson so hard I hurt her.
Jesus.
Ronan drained his whiskey.
I gain control of her body and all of it goes away.
Is this a control thing or a sadism thing?
Trust Ronan to get right to the point.
I don't know, but one day I'm going to really injure her.
No, you're not, I insisted, but I was background noise. It was all Caden now.
Whatever this is, it's not telling me to kill the neighbor's dog. It's not a schizoid hallucination channeling my id. It's a separate thing. It's not just distracting, it's overwhelming. And you know me, right? You know I don't spook.
Ronan nodded. He'd been with us in Fallujah. He knew what Caden could do in the face of death. He'd seen how, when necessary, ice water flowed through my husband's veins.
You do not spook,
he confirmed. We need this.
I'm not saying I know what you're talking about, but let's say I did. Let's say I knew a way to heighten your feelings, including feelings of being watched. What then? It'll only make it worse.
Only if it's real. It heightens the feeling of real eyes, a real enemy. Caden isn't on the battlefield. There's no enemy. This could shake the entire thing loose. Ronan, I put my hand over his. Please, send me the efficacy report and I'll look at it with an open mind. If I think it won't help, I'll drop it. He took his hand away and used it to hold up his empty whiskey glass for the server. He snapped his napkin open and draped it over his lap, then slid his fork off the table.
$10 says this isn't even pink inside.
Caden picked up his steak knife.
You wouldn't know pink if you had your face in it.
I wasn't finished with the conversation, but they were. I picked up my fork and poked at my salad. I felt as if I'd gone to battle, and suddenly, without reason, everyone had laid down arms and gone home for lunch with the wounded still bleeding into the mud. After seeing Ronan at Gotham, Caden and I were under the sheets in a warm bed, watching the shadows of leaves dance on the ceiling. I knew he wasn't sleeping, and he had to be aware that I was awake. Was it hard to tell Ronan? I asked finally.
Yes.
We have to try everything at this point.
I know, but I don't have to like it.
I turned my body toward his and draped my arm over his chest. One day, we'll look back on this and say it was the greatest adventure of our lives.
We're not making happy memories.
They'll be different when they're in the rear view. He turned to face me. His nose was a 1/4 inch from mine, and he might as well have been in a different room.
This won't. Not for me.
Let's see. Give it time.
I'm not even in my own skin. Do you know what it's like to have a brain that's not doing what it's supposed to do?
No?
I'm a stranger to myself. It's torture. It's like I'm broken, ripped up, and I can't find the wound to stitch up. When I hurt you, it's like I find it for a little while, but a new one opens. I've never been afraid before. Not really. But when it gets bad and I feel it coming, I don't know what I'm going to do to stop it, or what's going to happen if it takes me over.
I kissed him. It won't. We have everything we need to figure it out.
You've been saying that for months.
It's still true. I don't give up.
Don't give up on me. Major one more.
Never. I'll never give up on you. We shifted like tectonic plates, fitting the muscles and bones of our bodies together until we found comfort in the way our shapes clicked, and fell asleep in each other's arms.
Chapter 13. September 2001. I was at a prestigious residency at NYU Medical Center, learning under the best heart surgeon on the planet. Roberto Garcia had performed over 2,000 open-heart procedures, and he'd taken me under his wing. Everything was going fine. On September 11th, 2001, that all fell apart. I was on the morning shift when I was called down to emergency. Caked in filth, encased in equipment, burned, screaming, the horror of it all revealed in bones and blood. I wasn't training as an ER surgeon, but they needed me, so I became one. The nurses were spectacular. They helped me get a handle on the sudden situation. I locked off any feelings about what was happening while I did the job. Between crises, I tried to call my parents. The cellular lines were jammed. No one was getting through. There was talk of other cities, other planes. The entire system was shut down. Nothing flying, nothing landing. The world was chaos, but inside myself, I did what I had to. I cut, I sewed, I made decisions. For 24 insane hours, I was order inside madness. A nurse named Lola dumped a bag of ice into the metal sink and turned on the water. "Thank you," I said, but she was already gone. The parade of casualties had slowed, but no one had time for niceties when the world was falling apart. My eyes were burning. My knees were painfully swollen. When the sink was full, I stuck my head in it. The cold shocked my mind clear. When I pulled my head out of the ice water, someone put a towel in my hands. I assumed it was Lola, but then he spoke with his deep Mexican accent. "Stay still." Fingers on the inside of my wrist. "I'm fine, Roberto." He didn't answer while he counted. The bright fluorescents had a density all their own, and the sage green of the tile walls was loud against the soft blues of the linoleum floor. Outside the scrub room, staff ran past the windows. I needed to help them. "You're tacky," he said, letting go of my wrist. "But better than I expected." I ran the towel through my hair. Dr. Garcia was 5'5" with a head of thick black hair. He had the wide cheeks and full lips of his mixed-tech ancestors. "I'm fine. How many are in triage?" "You need to rest." "I told you I was fine." "No one bathes in ice water when they're fine." I was about to argue, but he cut me off. "Go take a nap before I write you up, and then we're going to talk about your future." He had the power to fail me out. He wouldn't, but I was tired and my face must have registered shock or disappointment, because he responded, You're too good at this, St. John. Cardiac surgery is a waste of your talent. What? Wait. My beeper went off, startling me. I tilted it to see the gray and black screen. It was my parents' house, but not the code they used for emergencies. My mother. We can talk next week, Garcia said, snapping the towel out of my hands. He tossed the towel into the hamper on his way out. I flipped open my phone and called her. For the first time in dozens of tries, it connected. Caden? It wasn't my mother. Who is this? It's Kent. I'm your father's financial advisor 20 years now. I scanned my memory. I'd met him. Business dinners at the house, holiday cocktails. He'd tried to get me to buy term life insurance. Why are you in my parents' house? I have all the keys. Where's my mother? I recognized the hum of the refrigerator in the background, but only when it clicked off. I called from my number, but you weren't picking up. Kent, whoever, had a desperate edge to his voice. I asked you a question. Where's my mother? Someone else murmured in my kitchen. We don't know, Kent said. We were wondering if you'd seen them. We? I didn't know why I latched onto the pronoun. Nothing could have been less important, but that was the most comprehensible straw to grasp. Because, as far as I was concerned, my father was somewhere in the city, sewing people back together, and my mother was home on 87th Street, far away from the fallen towers. More murmurs from my kitchen. Their kitchen, the kitchen I thought of when I thought of home. I was 10 steps behind, still wrestling with taking a nap or demanding Garcia tell me what the fuck he meant about my future. We... Kent shook the shit out of his head. It doesn't matter. I had an office in the North Tower. I don't care why he is telling me this. Why isn't he dead, but he's in the house? And I was late, Kent continued. But your parents were on time. Of course they were on fucking time. I snapped up this lonely, coherent straw, but that was the last one I'd get. And you were late, so you're in their house calling me to tell me what? Have you heard from them since the attack? No, the lines are jammed. There's no need to panic. I'm not panicked, Kent. There are posters all over the city. I hadn't been outside the hospital in 30 hours. Something was happening. Something inky black, dropping into my clear mind, was curling into the calm waters, wider and wider. Soon, there would be no discrete color in the solution. I have no idea what you're talking about. Can you check admitting lists? For who? The reality of the world clicked with the state of my little life. My parents, Kent's office, the call from their house. I knew who I was checking the other hospital's lists for, and I knew why. Yes, I'll take care of it. I knew how to do that. I had it under control, and if I wanted to keep it that way, I had to make it a point to look forward, not down. If I looked down, I'd be afraid to fall. Don't worry, I said to him, but really, to me. I'll call you if I hear anything. Thank you, he said. You were always a good kid. I hung up and let myself have hope. A shining light of a dream the good kid always had, but kept to himself because it was uncomfortable. I hoped that my father was dead, and my mother was alive. January 2007. Ronan's experimental bullshit wouldn't come up until we were out of options. The day after Jen's gallery opening, when I told Grayson I thought I was going crazy, she canceled 2 morning sessions. Before we sat down, I'd considered a dozen things I could claim I wanted to talk to her about. Moving out of New York, having a baby, divorce, anything. I would rather have made up a story about cheating on her than admit I was convinced I was being stalked by a... what? Force? Entity? Ghost? Demon? A rogue piece of my own mind? and that after pushing her limits the first time, this thing had disappeared, only to resurface until I bent her over a banquet table? It was insane. But I stood at the kitchen island across from her seat and pretended I was someone else. I said it, all of it, the way the thing folded into the shadows and laced itself inside sounds. The pressure to get rid of it, the raging jealousy the more I sensed it wanted her. The method I'd used to get rid of it twice.
And you're okay now? Right now?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me yesterday?
I didn't want to tell you in front of it. She nodded, finishing her tea, thinking for a long time. I hadn't wanted to tell her, and even though that last admission was the craziest, it had come more easily than the first because of who she was. Grayson accepted me at face value. She listened, always. If she thought I was losing my mind, she didn't show it. There was no judgment in her. Thank God for her. A lesser woman would have done so much more damage. Finally, she spoke.
I think your reaction is very sane.
My reaction to losing my mind?
Those types of phrases aren't helpful.
Let's not do this.
Do what?
I need you to not be a psychiatrist about it. She brought her teacup to the sink.
That's hard. But all right, I won't monitor your words.
Thank you.
So obviously it's a form of PTSD. Is it affecting your work?
Not at all.
How is that possible?
She got a notepad from a drawer and plucked a pencil from a cup of them. Compartmentalization, baby. She smiled and leaned her hip against the counter with her pencil hovering over the paper.
Sure. All right. When did this start?
I took the pencil and pad away and put them aside. You're not doing an intake form on me.
It helps me think if I write it down.
I gathered her in my arms and kissed her neck. But it makes me uncomfortable. I only want to tell my wife. She exhaled deeply in my arms.
When did it start?
It started soon after you got back. But I think it's been with me the whole time. Since the war. I brought it back from Iraq.
Are you sure?
I let her go.
Could it be September 11th?
I sat on the stool and faced her, letting our legs tangle between us. I wasn't exactly looking for it, so I don't know.
And what is it like, this thing?
It's inside things. I hear it in ambient noise and in the shadows.
In your peripheral vision?
No. Looking straight at it or not, it's there. Sometimes there's nothing to see, but I know it's there.
So it's an it, not a who?
It's not a person, but it has a personality.
Can you describe it?
I know there's no intake form, but man, it seems like there is.
Please.
She ran her hands down my arms, giving her plea a warmth and need she wouldn't have given a patient. It's nice.
Nice.
It's a nice personality, not charming or interesting. Compassionate, gentle, kind-hearted. The only person in the world it hates is me.
Why?
Because you're mine. Every time you're in the room, it gets stronger. Every time I think of you, it comes out a little more. I pressed my lips together and breathed deeply. It's making me not want to think of you, and that's unacceptable. Trying to keep away from you? I thought I could starve it out, but if I starve it out, I starve you out. I won't let it do that to me. I laid her palm on mine. Her nails were short and clean, unpolished yet delicate. I stuff all my feelings away because it feeds on them. You'd be sick to your stomach if you knew how easy it is for me to do that. It gets easier every day. And when I can't anymore, I fuck you hard because it hates that. It hides so it doesn't have to watch. Then there's this spinning sensation, like my mind is being flipped and spun. Then it's gone until next time. She put her hand on my face. I kissed her palm. I'm sorry. You didn't know you were marrying into this mess.
Neither did you.
I wouldn't want to go through it with anyone else, but at the same time, I'm sorry it's you. You deserve better.
And you deserve the best, which is me.
She smiled and waggled her brows. I laughed, but cut it off. She meant it to be funny, but I wasn't ready to laugh about this.
Do you have to wait to hurt me? Wait until you're all bottled up and stone-faced?
I don't know. I haven't tried it. She slid off the stool.
Do you feel it now? The thing? So close after you chased it away?
It's there, but hiding. I can manage it.
Hurt me now,
She said thickly. When I'd hurt her before, I was under the influence of whatever this sickness was. I could only see one path out, and it was through her pain. Any other time, it wouldn't be right. Grayson. I ran my fingers along her throat, feeling the bend of her tendons under soft skin. I can't.
Yes, you can.
She put her lips to my cheek.
Hurt me.
Her whisper turned my compassion into sex. I turned my mouth to her throat and bit it.
Harder.
I bit harder, sucking apples off her skin. Her face tightened. She pushed my face into her throat, and I sucked and bit her, grabbing her by the waist, pulling skin between my teeth. I tasted blood. I pulled away. A red spot had formed inside deep, tooth-shaped indents. Her brown eyes were wide and her pupils were dilated. Are you all right? She put her hand to her new wound.
Yeah, Did it go away?
It had been faint before. I gave it my attention, feeling in the corners and behind the hiss of the water heater. It's there. Same as before.
Maybe you have to be fucking me.
It starts screaming and hiding before that. And I'd like to fuck you right now. I put my hand up her shirt and found her nipple. The red marks on her neck were getting brighter and angrier as blood flowed to the site. Seeing the mark made my blood flow as well. I'd done that, and painfully. She was mine. I pinched her nipple, watching her suck in a breath. I twisted it, and her eyelids fluttered. Drawing my hands down her sides, I pushed her pants down. Let me make you come. I guided one hand to the stool behind her and the other to the counter. She locked her left elbow and curved her back, thrusting her hips toward me.
Would you stop if I said no?
I rotated my fingers, watching her try to maintain control over her questions.
While we're doing it and you were hurting me, if I said stop, could you?
We were down to calling roughness and domination it. I doubted Grayson missed the way we glossed it over when we weren't in the moment. Probably.
I need something. I'm so close. More definite.
Increasing the pressure, I brought her to the next level, but reduced it to keep her on the edge. I could.
Then we should keep doing it.
You like it?
I do. I do. God, let me come.
Wiggling back under her shirt, I pinched her nipple again. This time I made sure it hurt. Not for the thing, which was too far away to perceive it, but because I couldn't believe what she'd said until I tested it with a loving heart. But it was true. She threw her head back and rotated her hips against me. Her clit was bloated and tight with blood. The harder I pinched her nipple, the more the pain kept her from going over the edge into orgasm. She hovered in my hand, under my control with no more than a few fingers. I'm going to let you come.
Yes, please.
I slowly increased the pressure. She let out and then jerked away so forcefully her hair fell over her face. Her chest heaved.
Thank you,
she said breathlessly, pushing the hair off her face. My pleasure. She put her hands on my shoulders and pressed her body between my legs.
I have the rest of the morning off.
I don't. I kissed her and stood. So we'll reconvene tonight?
I'm going to call some people then.
Okay. I untangled myself from her and pushed the stools in.
Would you like a man or a woman?
Excuse me?
Therapist.
Whoa there.
You need to work with someone else. Another professional. I can't manage your treatment.
I hadn't regretted telling her until she suggested a stranger. But how could I be surprised? And how could I have avoided telling her? She was my wife and the target of my... whatever it was. Logically, I couldn't have avoided this shitty situation. I knew it, but I didn't have to like it. No.
Caden, please.
You want me, a surgeon, to tell someone about this and expect them to let me continue working?
It's not affecting your work.
I need to work. So no.
I won't treat you. Period.
She crossed her arms.
I mean it. It's not some arbitrary limit, because believe me, my instinct is to be your primary advocate. I'd step in front of anything for you. But I know in the end that won't serve you.
She put her hands flat on my chest.
You're everything to me. Everything. I'm too invested.
Looking down at her, parallel lines of straight hair filtering one brown eye, the strands caught in her dark lashes, I accepted her love. Her professionalism was fine, but when she said she was doing it for me, I believed her. I don't want to tell anyone else about this. Who's not going to think I'm crazy?
Anyone in the field.
I'm not going on 100 interviews.
I'll find you someone right away. It'll be easy.
I kissed her temple. All right. I held her tight, resting my chin on her head.
We're going to be all right. I promise.
So do I.
Chapter 14. December 2006. Most non-medicinal PTSD treatments focus on desensitizing the patient to the trauma itself. They relive it endless times via sensory stimulation or verbal recall until it's old news. The therapies can seem cruel, but the outcomes are consistently good. Caden wouldn't take medication. You can educate a man out of his misinterpretations of data. These drugs do not affect one's ability to perform surgery, but you cannot educate him out of his pride. Tell that to the person on the table. As terrible patients went, he would be the absolute worst. How did it go? I asked from my desk one afternoon in early December. He'd called me after seeing another PTSD specialist.
Fine.
Did you like him?
I don't know. I was only there 15 minutes.
Why?
I was late. Anyway, he wants to identify a specific trauma. I don't have a specific trauma.
That may take work, but...
I have to go.
Okay. I love you.
I love you too.
He hung up. I stared at the plastic receiver as if that would keep us connected another moment. Then I put it back in the cradle with a sigh. Since he'd told me about what he called the thing 3 weeks earlier, I'd defined behaviors that had seemed free-floating before. In the days before the fundraiser, he'd been cold and emotionless. He was so detached and robotic in some ways, yet temperamental and snippy in others. After the dark banquet room, where he dominated my body so brutally I had to hide his bite mark for a week, he was back to almost normal. Not as normal as when I met him in Iraq, but you get what you get and you don't get upset. As the weeks passed, he became more and more closed off. There had been 3+ weeks between the first rough encounter in the middle of the night and the banquet hall. I thought nothing of the timing except to note when he'd become alienated from his emotions. I was about to call the next therapist on my list when Jen called. I need a drink. I looked at my watch. It was 5:30 already. I've had 7 sessions today and my brain is full. Meet you downstairs. That was the mood I met Jen in. That was how it began, really. Ronan and his classified secrets, breaking shit to fix it. Caden had paperwork and opted not to join Jen and me. Good. I was frustrated with him even though it wasn't his fault. Never get frustrated with a patient, even if he's your husband, slowing down before we got to a dead end. I wanted to speed up and find out what that wall was really made of. I was relieved he didn't want to come, and then guilty for wanting a reprieve from watching him go through the motions of life. Jen pushed her glasses up her nose. She'd shaved her kinky black hair down to the skin, which made her features statuesque. She held up her beer glass. I clinked my wine. To an empty brain, she said. Cheers. The Wednesday crowd was subdued. The Wall Street douches had had a bad day, apparently, and the art school kids huddled over pictures of the cheap stuff. So, you know anyone who can see a vet about identifying a trauma? What about Warren? I need someone to ID the incident so we can do CPT with Warren or whomever. Cognitive processing therapy was a simple reliving of the trauma, but if the patient wasn't sure what exactly had happened or was in denial that a trauma had occurred, that was a different kettle of fish. Messy. What are the symptoms? Patient thinks he's being watched. Oh, shit. I have to tell you something. She leaned forward on her elbows. This is apropos of nothing. Ronan's working at Blackthorn Solutions. I should have told her no right there. Should have said I didn't want anything to do with his crazy bullshit. Instead, I raised my eyebrows and put on a face that said, "Tell me more." I got a test subject request from Aberdeen for symptoms relating to, check this out, a feeling of being watched. She pinched her fingers together at her forehead and spread them out, letting them flutter as they moved away from her head. And this leads to Ronan how? It was an old form, and his name was still on it. So he was working on that when he left? I think so. Do you want the form? Maryland's not an option. But Ronan's here, she sing-songed. You could see what he's got going at Blackthorn. No. I was too quick to deny. Blackthorn was a military contractor that took payment from governments and corporations. They sent security personnel into war zones, used mercenaries and special operators to manage power vacuums in small countries, and developed weapons for the Pentagon. I didn't want the form, but if I really did have a patient like Caden, I'd get it. I mean, maybe. I changed my answer. Let me know. We moved to other topics. She asked how my proposal from Tina was coming. I asked about art therapy and the NEA. We didn't talk about Blackthorn or my patient again, but I didn't stop thinking about it. Even after I found someone for Caden and he got his ass on a couch for a session, I made sure I had an updated number for Ronan. Caden hadn't wanted to meet Ronan for dinner. Hadn't wanted to tell him a damn thing. Didn't like him or trust him. But we were out of options and he knew it. When we got home from Gotham, Caden silently helped me with my coat. His fists were tight and his eyes burned. His muscles were taut under his shirt and he smelled of need. My body reacted by sending a flood of fluid from my mouth, which had gone utterly dry, to my crotch, which was suddenly dripping.
Grayson,
he said. He reached around me and flipped the deadbolt, then stepped away enough to frame the whole of my body in his sight. His eyes coursed over my edges and curves while he flexed his fingers. How do you feel? No answer. Now? Is it the thing?
Yes.
Okay. I started unbuttoning my blouse, helpless against the smile creeping across my face.
Say yes.
His fingers went from flex to fist over and over as if he was stopping himself from using them. Yes. I undid the second button, but never got to the third before he ripped the shirt open, sending buttons flying. He pushed me against the wall, hand under my bra squeezing my breast. He shoved his other hand under my skirt. He stripped me down, and we began in earnest.
Chapter 15. Blackthorn Solutions. The dark room was about 6 feet by 6 feet and painted black. I sat in a chair in the center, a clicker in each hand, keeping my eyes on the dot of light on the wall in front of me. To the right and left, in my peripheral vision, photos were projected in pairs at a faster and faster pace.
Right, a child in a pirate costume. Left, a child with a black eye.
Click left. I answered as I was told, choosing the more violent image without forethought. The thing didn't have a say, but it wanted one. It had opinions, and I had to think around it before I clicked.
Right, Viet Cong shooting a man in the head. Left, a flower with drooping petals.
Click right. It was always there now, starting as a whisper in the shadows and growing into a scream in the darkness every day, every hour, every breath.
Right, a dead fish on the shore. Left, a dog with cigarette burns in its eyes.
Click left. I was coping. I changed my methods as often as I could think of a new way to drive it away. Running out of ideas wasn't an option, and Ronan's call had come just in time.
Right. The blood and guts of surgery. Left, a butcher cutting a side of beef.
Click right. The lights went on. I took the electrodes off my head. A young tech came in from the back and helped me with the wrist monitors. She was Korean, without a trace of an accent. Her name was Mimi, and it belied her seriousness. Did I pass? There's no pass or fail, she said. I knew that. They kept saying it as if it was true. I looked to the right where a small one-way window hid the camera. Ronan, did I pass? His voice came over the speakers. I'll meet you in the hall. Blackthorn Solutions could mean anything. The corporate name was so generic and its parent company's holdings so broad, you could research your heart out and never find out what was going on. But the offices took up 3 high floors in an expensive office building overlooking the East River. Ronan met me by reception, dressed in jeans and a crisp white shirt. He led me to a stairway he accessed with a thumbprint. Hope you don't mind walking up 2 flights. I think I'll make it. I hadn't spent long in the military compared to Ronan and Grayson, but I'd been there long enough to know I was considered some kind of indolent ass for not enduring basic training. He had to use his fingerprint to get onto the next floor, and my retinas had to be scanned to get into the back offices. Everything was white and dark gray wood, glass, and chrome. Ronan walked slightly ahead, saying nothing until we arrived in his corner office and he closed the door. He took a folder off the desk and sat on a tweed couch, indicating I should sit in the love seat opposite him. Do you want anything? Coffee? Tea? I wanted coffee, but it was late in the day. I wanted him to just get to whatever was in that folder. Water's fine. He nodded but didn't get up or call for anything. So here's the deal. You heard a little about what we do here? You invent new ways to kill people. We like to call it defense development. How slippery. You expected any less? He looked up as if alerted. Come in. There had been no knock, but the door behind me clicked open. A man in his early 20s brought in a tray with a coffee carafe, 2 cups, a bottle of water, and a glass of ice. He set them on the table between us, poured, and left without a word. That's a neat trick. I looped my finger in the cup's handle. If he'd gone to the trouble of reading my mind, I might as well acknowledge it by having the coffee. Not really. He dumped cream into his and drank. Grayson says you guys dated. We met in basic, he shrugged. We were 19. She was 18, I corrected. He should have this shit down cold. Do you have any feelings about what we told you? I didn't marry her, you did. You're not concerned about her on a personal level? Have you met her? His question came out with a cough of a laugh. She can handle herself. Then why take me on if you're not doing her a favor? I didn't say she wasn't my friend. I'll do her favors. But you're also a good candidate. Believe me, I couldn't do a thing if you weren't right for it. Can you tell me what makes me right for it? No. We're under contract with a few government agencies. The program you're looking to enter is paid for by defense. He put down the cup. The DoD's real particular about who we test on. Liability, right? Right. There's some pretty risky trials running right now. What we're thinking for you isn't on that list, but there are still hoops and a very strict NDA. He pushed the folder toward me and picked up his coffee. You might want to take it home, but if you leave it in the cab and the Times prints it, you could wind up in Leavenworth. This isn't Kansas anymore. I opened the folder and skimmed. Hold harmless, liability release, federal arbitration in the D.C. courts, FOIA clause. I wasn't a lawyer, but I'd seen versions of most of it before. There's one thing that's not in there because it's a prerequisite. What? I closed the folder. You have to be active service. I tossed the folder on the table. It landed with a slap. That's out. I can probably swing it with you on reserve duty. You're IRR, right? I was on a 4-year MSO. Crap. Surgeons get blown when they sign on. Not quite. You can still sign on for the reserves. No. I stood up to leave. IRR, Individual Ready Reserve, he said as if I didn't know what IRR stood for. You stay home, no training. That's the last carrot I have. I'm not a root vegetable guy, but thanks. Having refused the carrot, I left without considering the stick. I was losing her. No one, least of all a psychiatrist, wanted to live with a crazy person. I didn't want to come home to open heart surgery either, yet the more I tried to get a handle on it, the worse it got. And the more I let loose and tried to stop worrying, the faster the thing came back. It was always there now, and the days between breaking her got fewer and fewer. Sometimes we'd be at it on normal days, and I'd get rough and demanding anyway. But unless I was on the edge, the thing couldn't see it.
Did you do the test with Ronan today?
Grayson asked when she came upstairs from her last session. She'd had to take evening hours to accommodate patients with day jobs. I held her close and kissed her. She tasted of the handful of almonds she'd wolfed down between patients. Yeah.
What was it?
Trigger test. I don't think I passed muster.
Maybe he's working on something else.
She slid away from me. Her optimism only highlighted the fact that she was losing hope. I couldn't shatter it, nor could I bear to hear her ask me if I wanted to enlist in the reserves. I decided right then that I wouldn't tell her. All her hope would flow there. He's working on sending you every vet he comes across.
I have a hard time telling these guys they can't see me.
She got a jug of OJ from the fridge and gave it a hard shake.
You see the hard time we're having getting someone for you.
The fridge clicked on and I stiffened. I was so sick of hearing a voice in the hum of technology that I got annoyed at the appliances. Getting someone for me? I walked the length of the kitchen for no reason. I'm a patient now, a run-of-the-mill nutcase with scheduling issues.
Caden.
She poured juice into a glass.
Don't do this.
Do what? I'm the guy with a paranoid delusion that something's watching me. Juice in hand, she came close to me, and I didn't want her to. Not unless she wanted my dick in her ass. It had been 5 days. She didn't take this seriously. She thought I was a case to be cured. I hadn't told her everything because I didn't want to scare her, but maybe that was the problem. She was coming at me, sliding her hand under my jacket, and with her big eyes and her perfume, it was risky. I was dangerous, and she was pushing and pushing in ways she couldn't understand. Her perfume wasn't soothing anymore. It boiled every emotion together. I didn't even know which one I was reacting to anymore. Did I tell you this thing wants to fuck you? She stopped the glass halfway to her lips. I continued. It's obsessed with you. It thinks I don't deserve you.
Caden.
She was level and serious, as if she was going to lay down the law. Speak the truth. Get the true fucking facts.
This is your fear that you don't deserve good things.
Oh, is it?
This is you punishing yourself.
What I'd been holding back herniated, popping past the membrane of resistance fully formed, blood red and screaming. My thing bridged days of suppression, begging for release to be the man she needed. Punishing myself for what? I stepped toward her. She didn't budge. She wouldn't. I knew her that well.
You were overworked.
Fallujah again. The rows of bodies and the fast decisions. I was doing my job for the 100th time.
You're driving me away because you think you don't deserve to be happy.
You think I'm making this up because I have guilt?
I never said you were making it up. Your experience is real, but denying this as a defense mechanism isn't helping you.
She was minimizing it, but she wasn't. She saw clearly where I didn't. She was honest and loyal. She was brave. Very brave. Because she knew there was a battle in my soul, yet she still stirred it. Grayson. I put my hand on her throat and slid it back to the base of her silken hair. Her lips loosened and she blinked quickly. I could take her right there. I could fuck the courage and honesty right out of her. You're a warrior. I don't deserve you. but not for the reasons you think. I released her and walked to the front of the house. I needed air. I needed space. I needed to avoid turning my rawness against her. A force hit me from behind, slamming me against the couch. I bent over the arm and righted myself, turning toward her. She was red-faced, hair webbed over her eyes, teeth bared, hands up and ready to strike.
Let it out. Just let it go.
She growled, pushing me again. She could hit much harder. For all her bravado, she was holding back. That insight came from a cold place, and the cold place was colder than ever, while the warm place where the thing lived ran hotter. And there we were. Half a step toward her, and she didn't move. You think I'm crazy?
I never said that.
I'm not the crazy one. Another step. She took half a step away, then shoved my shoulder. You're the crazy one.
Stop running away. Face it, Caden, face me.
She vibrated with frustration, rippling like a flag in a hurricane. She raised her fist to hit my shoulder again, but I grabbed her wrist before it hit home. She wanted me to face her? She was getting faced. I twisted her arm behind her back and threw her over the couch, holding her wrist against the small of her back. She looked back at me with utter defiance, daring me to finish or not. I put my hand on her cheek and pushed her head into the cushions. Leaning over, I spoke firmly into her ear. This is me facing you. I let her face go and pulled down her pants. Eye to eye, she watched over her shoulder. Tell me if it hurts and let's see if I give a shit. Without preamble or a courtesy stretch, I shoved inside her as far as I could. I was balls deep in 2 thrusts and she bit back a scream, writhing. I yanked her arm back and grabbed her hair, fucking her through her cries. With every slap of my body against her ass, the whirlwind intensified, the thick, hot liquid of the unknown force watching me, and the brittle ice of who I was spun in a blinding cone of light and dark. When I came, all the air left my body. My heat entered her and I was awake again.
Please.
She wept.
Let go.
She was really crying, and I had her right wrist twisted behind her back. Shit. I let go and lifted her. Inside the sound of my wife's sobs, where wet hitch met breathy exhale, where true guilt met broken sorrow, the thing spoke. For the 3rd time, the whisper between whispers made verbal sense. It had a name. Damon.
Chapter 16. Caden was a star, so the Mount Sinai ER took me right through triage. They gave me painkillers, took a scan, and put my arm in a sling. It wasn't broken, but the nerve damage I'd sustained in basic training had been aggravated. 20 minutes ice, 20 of heat. Ice, heat, ice, heat. It was almost midnight when we drove back from the hospital in silence. He'd wanted to tell them in fine detail how my wrist got fucked up, but I jumped in and told them I tripped on the edge of the rug and fell on it. He tried to carry me up the stairs. I hurt my wrist, not my ankle.
I hurt your wrist, Grayson. I don't care what you told them.
I can walk. At the door, he stopped before opening it.
I don't want to go in the house and act like this is normal.
We won't. He opened the door. We took off our coats and shoes. Observing a reverent silence, he helped me with both. I went into the kitchen before he could signal where he wanted to go. He wasn't doing this shit. Not on my time. No gently laying me on the couch or tucking me into bed. If we came at this as if he had something to make up for, we weren't going to get anywhere.
Are you hungry?
I want to set something straight.
Okay.
His pride was held together with spit and chewing gum. You're not yourself.
That's not an excuse.
It's not, but it's also part of the equation. Whatever's going on, it's not going to be fixed today, tomorrow, next week, maybe ever. So we either go through this cycle over and over or we get control of it.
Or we break up.
Not an option.
You're really going to take this as far as you can, aren't you?
He said with a rueful smile, challenging me. I didn't know how to walk away from a challenge. They don't call me Major One More for nothing. I took the gel pack off my arm. It had gone lukewarm. I flung it into the microwave and powered it up.
Has it occurred to you that I can really hurt you? I wanted to choke you.
Was it erotic asphyxiation, or did you really want to kill me?
You're pretty blithe about it.
Did you want to engage in risky but pleasurable actions, or did you want to commit murder but stopped?
The former, but that's not the point.
What's the point then? Even when you're deep in it, you don't want to hurt me any more than is enjoyable. You're a doctor. You'll know when to stop.
That's a shitty rationalization. You're better than that.
He rubbed his eyes for longer than a person usually rubs away tiredness. I pulled his arms down. He looked beaten.
What do you have, Grayson? Because I have nothing.
And Ronan's treatment isn't going to work.
No.
Did he say that?
In so many words.
When Ronan asked...
Fuck Ronan.
I tucked my free hand into his. I couldn't let disappointment grip me. It was too easy to lapse into depression over ungranted wishes. He asked if it was a pain thing or a control thing.
And?
And you never answered him.
I don't know. Both, maybe. It's hard to get a handle on it right after. Give me, at this rate, 12 hours.
The microwave dinged. He got up and popped it open before I had a chance to assert myself. Flipping the gel pad from one hand to the other while saying,
Hot, hot, hot.
He reminded me of a carnival juggler, starting low and getting more daring. He flipped it, spun it, tossed it from one hand to the other before whirling it like pizza dough until I laughed. He lobbed it high, pulled the dish towel off the rack, and caught it with his hand protected by the fabric. I put my wrist on the counter, and he put the warm pad over it, keeping it steady with a firm hand. Oh, that's nice.
Good.
I was thinking.
Uh-oh.
About what Ronan asked, and don't say—
Fuck Ronan.
We smiled together, and he kissed me. Would you be less afraid of hurting me if we tried to focus more on giving you control? He looked at my arm, his mouth twisted with consideration, as if he was holding his thoughts back. Well?
We could try it, but I'm warning you.
He put an upraised finger between us.
You'd better be controllable, or we're going back to pain.
Promise?
Promise.
He put his free arm over my shoulder and held me. I buried my face in his chest. I could hear his heart beating, red, warm, alive and vital. Home in its cage. With my arm in a sling, I had to completely cancel 2 days' worth of sessions and truncate a full week to only the most needy patients. The painkillers made it hard to think quickly enough to engage properly, and the orthopedist had recommended a week of elevation and rigidity, which I couldn't deliver. 2 days would have to do. I spent the time finishing up my proposal for the Gibson Center, a state-of-the-art mental health facility for post-war trauma. Synergy with VA hospitals in 3 states, transportation, outreach and medication stability for homeless vets, a licensed daycare center for children while their parents were in counseling or treatment. I put 10 weeks of research into 50 pages of narrative and a general operating budget that took 2 weeks to write. I'd listened to the trials of the vets in my office and tried to find solutions. It was the best thing I'd ever done. 5 days after Caden brought me home from the ER, the sling was an optional annoyance, and the proposal was ready. I emailed Tina. Dear Director Molino, I've finished the proposal. Thank you so much for the extension. I am on reduced hours for the next 2 weeks, so I'll be free to preview it for you ahead of the Board of Directors meeting. I look forward to showing you the project. Dr. Grayson Frazier, MD. I tidied the waiting room one-handed. The pain in my wrist had gone from a dull throb to a sharp tremor that ran to my shoulder. The nerve had been damaged when I broke it in basic training. As much as my marriage to Caden was the result of the horrors of war, the best parts of my life were the result of falling on my wrist in my first week as a soldier. The Army had always been my goal. My father and older brother Jake were in the Army. Both had commissions and careers that contained adventure and excitement inside an orderly routine. Only Colin had no interest in serving, and Mom still gave him a hard time about it. Meanwhile, she had been surprised when I signed up. She juggled surprise, pride, and an inability to understand my motivations. That was understandable, since I didn't really understand them either. Not fully. I was going to be a medic. There was no war at the time, but that didn't stop me from fantasizing about scrambling through muddy trenches with my kit, telling wounded men they'd be all right, patching them up to be moved under enemy fire. I would be their rescuing angel. Then I smashed my wrist in basic training. I couldn't put weight on it, couldn't hold anything too heavy for too long. There was no way I could manage the physical demands of a combat medic. Nor could I hold a rifle for a long time, nor squeeze a trigger repeatedly. War or no war, I couldn't train for jobs I'd never be ready to do.
You can get an honorable discharge,
the Army therapist had said. He was in his 60s, and I'd never forget his name. Dr. Matt Darling. I'd been sent to him to see if I wanted to be counseled out. I'm not quitting. At 18, I was stubborn with a side of petulance.
But you resist the assignments you're qualified to do.
I don't want to push paper. I want to help people. This is what I'm here for. He looked over my file.
You applied for combat medic training.
Yes. He closed the folder.
Have you considered nursing school? You can stay in the service while you finish.
He shrugged.
The Army pays. You'd be helping people.
Nursing school. Sure. I could do that. My mother had suggested it too, and at the time I'd been irritated with her for thinking small. Why not med school? I retorted. My answer should have slapped back at Dr. Darling the same way it had her. But it didn't.
Why not?
I was surprised he didn't laugh at me. He folded his hands in front of him and asked me to decide what was possible and what wasn't. No adult had ever given me that power. Why did you become a psychiatrist?
Because it's easy to fix the body. The mind, though, once that's broken, it's hard to set right again. But if you do help someone set it back, they can overcome anything.
I'd thought about that for a long time. Studying for my MCATs, applying to schools and armed forces medical scholarships, I thought about helping soldiers like my dad and brother. Somehow, that first desire had landed me at this desk, with my own practice and a husband I loved more than life itself. After laying the magazines in a row, dusting the shelves, and watering the plants, I checked my email. Dear Dr. Grayson Fraser, congratulations on finishing. I'm excited to see the results. Let's schedule a time to preview the proposal before the board meeting. Tina. I gave her a date range and let my hands rest on the desk. I thanked God for the opportunity to make a difference. Success or failure, the attempt was a blessing. My phone rang. I flipped it open. Hello?
Grayson.
It was Caden, and his voice was shiny, hard stone. So soon. Every time, the days between his needs became manifest shortened. I was surprised.
Tonight.
He continued.
Now.
The control thing. The flatness became derisive.
The control thing.
Pain or control? Some combination of both. We'd gone over the possibilities in fine detail, set ground rules, and waited for the presence of the thing he now called Damon to become unbearable. He had no Damon in his past. When he was at work, I'd gone through the list of casualties in Fallujah. No Damon. The name was a mystery to me, but personality bifurcation was a mystery to everyone. It had no real rules. The stack of papers bent in my fingers. I loosened my grip on them and laid the stack flat. You know what I want? A celebratory fuck.
I can't deliver that right now. Not in a way you'd find honest.
And I can't let you control me right now. Not in a way I'd find honest. Not waiting for his reaction, I left the office and went upstairs. It wasn't him. This was a single dimension of the multidimensional human I loved. Neither one of us had control over this situation. I couldn't be mad at Caden any more than I could be mad at a bird for shitting on my shoulder. Colin met me for a movie. It was loud and fast. The sensory overload pushed my sadness and anxiety into a corner, but didn't eradicate it.
Wasn't that better than the depressing French thing?
Colin asked outside the theater as he wrapped his scarf around his neck. Sure.
So,
he said, hands in his pockets, looking up the street for a free cab.
What's going on with the man of the house?
How do you mean?
You called me for a spur-of-the-moment movie. You don't do that. If I want to see you, I have to make plans a month in advance.
I bounced on the balls of my feet, trying to find the happiness I'd earned. The proposal I told you about? For Mount Sinai. I finished it.
All right. Congratulations. Are we getting a drink?
A drink was so much more appealing than dealing with Dr. Robot. The lighting was minimal, and the patrons were all in the hippest years of their 20s. Colin had unbuttoned his coat, exposing his neck. The bartender, a young woman with the flattest, smoothest stomach I'd seen on anyone since treating Iraqi refugees, couldn't keep her eyes off it. I held my credit card out for her, but my brother pushed my hand away and held out his card. The bartender pursed her lips and eyed his hand, then his face, holding back a smile. Oh, for Christ's sakes. My grumble was drowned out by the music. When she took his card, she touched his hand. Remember when I had to be your prom date? You asked 3 girls and they all said yes?
You were a fun date.
And you made out with all 3 of them anyway.
You were dancing with... what's his name?
Everyone.
Mom hasn't seen you since you came back.
I sipped my drink. Not bad. They didn't have wine, so I ended up with a whiskey and mint concoction, and Colin had gotten something with a vanilla bean sticking out of it. The bartender dropped the check in front of us with his card on top. I'm waiting for Dad to get back. She knows that. Dad was in Japan, and Mom was doing what she did. Wait for him to come back. It was the gender-reversed version of the life I'd avoided by retiring with Caden.
Well, she's not telling you, but she's talking about coming here.
He signed the receipt before showing me that his copy had her number on it. Jake was in North Carolina for how long before he saw them? Was she chewing off your ear then?
You're the baby girl. You weren't supposed to be in the military at all.
I wasn't supposed to have my own life at all.
And she's wound up about you guys being in medical corps. From what Dad says, the surge is still going and they're deploying doctors and nurses whether they like it or not. He said you guys dodged a bullet leaving when you did. Anyone with a medical license and a pair of boots is getting stop-lost.
I'm not going back. Neither is Caden. We're both done. I slapped my hands together to illustrate the doneness of our service obligations.
Are you all right?
Yeah, why?
You loved the Army. I thought you wouldn't be able to adjust to having your own life.
I couldn't tell him that my life wasn't my own or who it belonged to. I knew what the warning signs of abuse were, which was why I'd lied to the hospital staff about my wrist. Isolating the victim, mercurial personality changes, sexual demands, a rising tide of injuries. No one would understand what was going on in my house, especially not my little brother. It's hard. I'm used to knowing what I'm doing every day and having this huge support system.
That fails constantly?
At least when the pipes broke on base, Mom knew who to call. I don't know where the boundaries are out here.
Is there something going on I should know about?
No, everything's fine. But like with the bartender here, I promise you she was eye-fucking you before you handed her your card. And that's not even the thing. Sure, it happens in the service, but it doesn't feel so strange because I understand the context. Multiply that by a billion little things. Colin finished his drink and pushed the glass to the back edge of the bar.
Sister, dear, you are the most competent person I know. That's the only reason you're doubting your competence. We doubt what we're gifted with.
And what do you doubt? He smirked.
I doubt you could walk a straight line. You're swaying like a boat. Should I get you a cab?
I finished my drink and plopped it on the bar, flicking 2 fingers against the bottom to slide it over to Colin's. They clinked together. Let's blow this shithole.
We have to talk about Mom,
he said when we were outside.
If she comes, She's staying with you.
With me? Where Caden did violent, painful, intense things to my body? I agreed to talk about it, but no more. The house was empty and quiet. Caden's coat was gone. A note sat on the counter.
Major, I got a call. I'll be at the hospital. Come by the theater sometime if you feel like watching. Captain.
Short, businesslike, to the point. Roger, I said, with a little slur on the edges, tossing the note on the counter. Fine. It was fine. I needed to get sleep anyway. I could worry about my husband tomorrow. I trudged up the stairs, hanging onto the banister. Colin had been right. I couldn't walk a straight line to save my life. The empty bed was made, an accusatory rectangle with military corners and sheets so tight a quarter would bounce twice on it. You failed him. Having let in the first thought I'd been avoiding, the next ones came without being invited. He needed you, and you failed him. You're the healthy one. You need to step up. I stripped down, leaving my clothes on the floor, and put on a big army t-shirt. You enjoy it, anyway. You need to just let go. I do enjoy it, I grumbled, getting off the toilet. But not today. Not today. I saw myself in the bathroom mirror. You? I said, with all the authority the whiskey and mint drink let me muster. You are awesome. You did a great job. I opened the medicine cabinet, retrieved the toothbrush and toothpaste, and snapped it closed to see my face again. No, really. No arguments. I squeezed toothpaste on my brush and got to work. Despite my mouth being occupied with daily hygiene, the woman in the mirror wasn't finished talking.
You can echo out yourself. You did the right thing. Or no ooh in messed up.
The woman in the mirror was right. I was useless to Caden if my resources were depleted. We'd worked out sexual boundaries and needs, but we hadn't talked about the toll his condition, or whatever it was taking on me. I spit the toothpaste. I could call the shots, too. The man I'd married was going to have to live with that. The man he became in the weeks, no, days between demanding, painful, orgasmic, boundary-pushing sex was going to have to live with it, too.
Chapter 17. The lubricated slope that slid into the pit of cool detachment got wider and easier to find. I felt relief sliding down it and worried about how easy it was. Was I making a choice anymore? Or was I like an addict, telling myself the story of a decision I never made? I didn't leave her alone out of consideration, but practicality. Considering her earlier refusal, I wasn't sad or guilty. I couldn't register her needs as important outside my own because Damon was shouting in the desperate corners of my perception. But I knew they existed, and I knew what they were. I knew feelings inside me would return, and that I'd be glad they were there. Maintaining complete detachment wasn't hard, yet the consequences were exhausting. It got worse every time. I didn't wonder if I loved her, I wondered what love was at all. It was getting harder to pull back. I had control over what I did to her, but without love to set boundaries or guilt to govern my impulses, when would I start to ask myself what I could get away with? Without the wherewithal to feel fear, I had to ask myself if I should be afraid. By the time I left the OR in the morning, one thing had become very clear. The absolutes were unsustainable. Not my pattern of madness or her constant patience, not my unquestionable demands or her total acquiescence. The calculation was made to my own detriment, but even in the hardest part of my heart, where the long-term decision happened, the truth of it was the single constant. This had to end. Early morning on September 13th, 2001, I stopped working and started looking for my parents. At one point, I realized they were never coming back from their morning appointment with their financial advisor. Dad hadn't been with the first responders doing triage or patching the immediately patchable. He hadn't made it to a hospital to offer or receive services. My mother wasn't in a recovery room or wandering around with amnesia. The flyer I stapled to poles and subway walls had a recent photo of them at a hospital fundraiser. Mom was smiling. When I'd offered to take her away from Dad, she laughed at me. She loved him. She'd never leave him. I loved him too. I didn't want to love him. He deserved to be despised, but I couldn't. I was a surgeon and an adult, but all I wanted was to earn his approval. It was a week before I could stomach the September 11th videos, and that was when the narrative formed. The jumpers were falling like dried buds off an old Valentine's bouquet, dropping petals of shredded fabric, too fast to identify, too blurred. There was a couple holding hands on the way down. They could have been strangers, friends, lovers, married. We'd never know. The acceleration of gravity is 9.81 meters per second squared. They fell for 6 to 8 seconds, depending on wind shear, hitting a velocity of 132 miles per hour. They must have been conscious in free fall, capable of thought and fear, capable of peace, capable of making a decision. The couple holding hands wasn't Mom and Dad, because I decided that in the end, my mother would have come to peace and realized she was better than the way he treated her. And Dad? Was he sorry? Between the place where I trusted Mom had rejected him and the place where I loved my father enough to wish atonement for him, I hoped he'd died proud of me. Which was pathetic. I didn't find peace. I found impotence and rage. On October 1st, after hanging on to hope for 3 weeks, I signed up for the war to keep as many soldiers as possible from dying for my father and to avenge my mother, who never got to avenge her years of abuse. We weren't anything like Grayson's family. We didn't have a history of military service. My great-grandfather served as an army doctor in World War II in Korea. That was the extent of it. The country was doing something. We were taking out the bases where the men who'd killed my parents trained. Even if it was too late, it was something. I wouldn't watch Vengeance on television. If I'd had a sense of duty before, it had been hidden. My girlfriend at the time was shocked. She'd thought I was crazy. Rich surgeons didn't sign up for the military. That was for white trash and brown people. Needless to say, that relationship went down in a sputtering flame from 110 stories above. I never looked back. In the dark living room with the streetlights casting edges in blue, I waited for Grayson to come home. We had much to discuss. The tricky part was explaining things to her as the man she'd married, not the monster I was. I knew my face was somehow different to her when I was like this, so I unscrewed the bulb from the front hall. I knew my voice sounded different because I could hear the hardness as well as she could, so I wouldn't speak. Damon swirled desperately in the shadows, so real I was sure I could touch him, but I didn't move. Not when she came up the stoop, carrying a binder, or when she opened the door. Not when she flicked the light for nothing, or when she pulled off her coat and dropped her stuff on the chair to try the light again. I stood. When she turned and saw my silhouette, she jumped like a colt, then smiled when she realized it was me.
The light's busted.
I took her hand and put it over my lips. She let it linger there, and I slid my mouth to the inside of her wrist and kissed the soft flesh, letting my lips linger over the throb of her pulse.
You're not mad?
I shook my head to say no and ran my tongue over the inside of her arm, pushing away the sleeve of her blue dress.
Good. We should talk.
You talk. The words left my mouth like frozen stones. I wanted control, but I'd spent too much time talking. Too many words gave her space to hear the voice of a man disentangled from his love.
I'm not sorry about last night. I wish I could be there for you every time, but sometimes I just can't.
I nodded into her skin. My lips ran up her arm to her shoulder, her neck, kissing the curve of her jaw. A wet sigh drifted from her, and her body lost its rigidity.
Caden,
she whispered. She reached behind her and unzipped her dress. I pushed the neckline apart over her shoulders. It fell into a puddle of fabric at her feet. The swell of her breasts in the lace bra, the curve of her belly over the panties, the shadow where her thighs met.
Take it. Show me what you need.
She'd understood me, and in doing so, made the first crack in the crust I'd put around my emotions. I was hard, raging. All the plans I'd drawn up while I waited for her were wiped away to be replaced with harder, more precisely cruel ones. I tapped her lower lip with my index finger and she opened her mouth. I put 2 fingers along her tongue to the back, pushing against her barrier until she opened her throat. She bent under the pressure and Damon hissed. That was it. I had it. I had her. I spun her and grabbed her from behind, pressing my erection against her. I hooked my finger in her underwear and snapped it. She got them down to her knees with me still holding her against me, and I wedged my hand between her legs. The temptation to get her off quickly and feel that first bite of satisfaction was in the muscles of my hand, but the other hand wanted more. The other hand wanted to bring her to the edge of death and back again. Collar her with my body, restrain her most basic bodily function. My hand on her throat, I tightened just a little.
Caden.
She put her hand over mine. I didn't whisper or speak. I didn't move either hand. I just held her against me, waiting.
Breath play. You want breath play.
I'd heard of it when a kid in my class hanged himself jerking off, but we called it something different. She was a psychiatrist with hundreds of patients telling her their deepest, darkest secrets. I couldn't do anything she hadn't heard in session. I nodded into her neck. I waited. I could stand a no. There were plenty of ways to control her, myself, and the act, but owning her life for even a second was the ultimate, and my cruelest self craved it almost as much as I craved her pain. There had been something to Ronan's observation, but maybe it wasn't either or. Maybe I needed both. She put her weight backward, arching her neck. I felt her swallow against my palm, felt her body take in breath and release it. She didn't answer, and still, I waited. Finally, she spoke.
I trust you.
I rubbed her clit mercilessly and gently tightened my grip on her larynx. She jerked. I tightened and rubbed, keeping her still by those 2 points and the pivot of our hips. As I held her tight, she fought, grabbing my wrist, twisting away. Strong as a soldier, she flung herself away. She pulled my arm. She was scared. That wasn't what I wanted. She needed to trust me. Shh, I whispered because it didn't engage the ice in my voice. Shh. With a short nod, she stopped resisting. That wouldn't last. Not as I kept her windpipe closed until her face was bulging red. Her body writhed. She kicked and twisted, knocking over the end table. Then some of the fight went out of her. I didn't let up the pressure on her nub, but I let go of her throat. She went stiff, coming with a cry and a jolt. Her sucking breath turned into an orgasmic cry. Limbs limp against me, she came and came, toes pointing, hips jerking, spine rigid, eyes rolled to the back of her head. We bent over the back of the couch, my body curved to hers. We breathed together. Fuck. I did that. I'd held her life in my hands. Cathartic, to say the least.
Is he gone?
Mostly. Are you all right?
Yes. That was
She closed her eyes and rested her cheek on my arm.
the most intense orgasm I've ever had.
I knew I could speak when guilt wound its way into my heart. I pulled back a little, steadying her on the sofa. My stomach was wet. Shit. I came. She smiled.
Was it good for you?
I laughed, or more accurately, the part of me that wasn't capable of laughing allowed the capable part to laugh because it would soothe her. The time between changes was the most uncomfortable, and it drove my unquenchable thirst for her. She was in my arms, sleeping. Tomorrow we'd take stock of her bruising. We'd carve new boundaries and make new rules. The mostly sane man she married would be awake and verbal in the morning, and he'd agree she could say no for whatever reason. Tomorrow, remorse would fill me like a bucket, and Damon would reappear louder and stronger, sooner than ever before.
Chapter 18. I was woken at 4 a.m. when a bus with squeaky brakes stopped somewhere on Columbus. I lay still for a few minutes, letting the warmth of the sheets and the sound of Caden's breathing soak into my senses. All of the familiar aches were present, along with complete sexual satisfaction. I turned onto my side and tucked my hands under my cheek. He looked like himself again. Even with his face slack in sleep, I could tell he was back. My Caden. My captain. We'd get through this. Something had happened. I didn't know if it was a breakthrough or the first step in 1,000, but something. 5 days since he'd needed to hurt me. If it was more, or even 5 again, we'd know. In 4 days, we'd know if we could change the course of this thing, maybe stop it in its tracks. Hope fluttered my heart, and I knew I wasn't getting any sleep. I slipped out of bed, went to the bathroom, and put on a big t-shirt to go downstairs for a glass of water. Most PTSD treatments involved sensory or mental exposure to the seed trauma. Caden hadn't landed on exactly what he needed to be exposed to, and I'd thought whatever Ronan was working on would let us circumvent the trauma that either didn't exist or that Caden wouldn't admit to. That was down the shitter, obviously, as was any help from Ronan. But we had this. I was sure of it. I rinsed out the glass and went through the living room to the staircase. Caden's jacket was piled on the floor. I picked it up by the collar and shook it out. An envelope came out partway. The army seal was in the corner. Probably a pension notice or something. I hung up his coat and took the letter to the second floor where he kept his office. I didn't turn on the light. I knew what was there. Bookshelves with thick medical texts, a glass-topped desk with a computer, a phone, a leather chair in the corner. I was about to leave the envelope on his desk where he'd see it when something I'd noticed before jabbed at me. There was no sending address or stamp. Why would that be? If the army had sent him something, it would be via mail, with a canceled stamp and a sealed flap. This flap wasn't sealed. The only way he'd get an open, unmarked envelope from the U.S. Army was if he met with... who? Where? Why? I couldn't even imagine. Prying into my husband's life wasn't a habit, but I wasn't snooping to see if he was cheating on me or spending money he shouldn't. I expected garbage, a fundraising flyer or a mentor request. My expectations were lies I told myself to cover for the fact that I had no business opening that envelope or sliding out the paper. Leaning into the window to catch the light from the street lamps, I opened the single page. It stretched like arms folded in anger, slowly unbending for an embrace. I read it once. Then again, clutching the thin cotton of my shirt. I twisted it as if my heart was in my fist, and by God, I was going to wring it dry before it killed me.
Honey?
He was at the office door in his pajama bottoms, framed in the molding around the opening. Dark behind him, lit with the barest window light. He was a god and a saint. He lined my soul, and as I stood there with my shirt twisted in my fist, I held out the letter. The heart I wanted to wring dry.
Grayson?
No, I said, not denying my name, but his. His name did not belong on that paper. This is a mistake. Caden came into the room with his hand out for the letter, brows knotted with curiosity and concern. He didn't know what it was. Hope kept the tears at bay. Hope was the only cure for disappointment. If it didn't kill you first, hope stuck harder and took a piece of you when it was ripped away. He opened the letter for the briefest moment, then folded it again. It's a mistake.
Let me explain.
No. Hope ripped away, leaving pieces of itself behind. I was made of spit and tears, but I held on to them. It's a mistake, Caden.
It's not. I mean, it may be, but...
It's not? Hope was a fishhook, barbed to leave a jagged hole when removed.
It's just the reserves.
Just? You fuck! I punched his shoulders with both fists. He didn't fall. He needed to fall so hard he'd break time. Then we could go back 10 minutes before I knew. Back a day before the letter existed. A decade before the war. You fucking fuck! How could you do this? He held up both hands.
Just take it easy.
I snatched the letter from him and tore it up. I do not accept this. I threw the pieces at him. I love you. You are my life, you fucking shit. I punched his chest, and he did not defend himself. I break for you, do you understand? I break every damned day, and you do this? Why? You think getting away from me is going to cure you?
It's not that.
He grabbed my arms before I could punch him again. What then? I tried to yank away, but he wouldn't let me.
The treatment. The experimental protocol. I need to be in the system or I don't qualify.
I buckled. I couldn't hold myself up. The floor was despair, and I needed to melt into it, flatten myself against it like spilled water, spread and evaporate. Only his hands kept me upright, saving me and killing me with equal force.
It's IRR. I don't have to do anything. They'll keep me off active duty. Please, listen.
You're going to get called. Do you understand, you stupid, stupid man? They're going to call you back. I tried to get away, but he held me harder.
They're not. Grayson, listen to me. They're not calling me.
You're going to get stop-lost. They're going to deploy you, send you away, and I swear, Caden, you're not a soldier. You're not meant for it. They're going to send you back broken. My anger melted in its own heat, dripping away in thick tears. That time he'd gone off base with a medevac. He'd been so brave and strong inside the hospital walls, and it all fell apart on the front lines. He returned covered in blood, unable to function or process what he'd seen. He wasn't the same after that. His arrogance lost its edge after one time on the front lines. What if he was sent out again? How could he so blithely assume he'd survive it? Why? Why did you do this?
I have to. I can't let you keep taking the brunt of my sickness. It's hurting you. I'm hurting you. Gray,
His face tightened as if he held back his own tears.
I'm afraid I'm going to kill you.
He barely got the last word out before breaking. He let my arms go, and I held him. We bent together, falling as if we'd been detonated, limbs wrapped together like a smoking pile of twisted metal beams, weeping for the end of the life we'd tried to live. Chapter 19. I sat on the stone wall on Central Park South and picked the pickles off my sandwich, eating them one by one. They got less and less shockingly sour with every bite. The sidewalk was packed with the lunch crowd, and more than once I had to chase someone away from the spot next to me. A jackhammer pounded the street somewhere. No matter what street I was on, there was always a jackhammer going in New York, as if the city had to remind you not to get too comfortable. Ronan appeared with a cup of coffee, and I moved my bag so he could sit next to me.
Afternoon, Major One More.
Afternoon, Lieutenant Shithead.
I had the feeling this was the kind of conversation I was in for.
What you did was fucked up. I watched a gaggle of tourists wrestle with a map. A businesswoman dug in her bag to pay for a Kanish. Two guys in suits walked as if they were racing somewhere and talking as if they were on the verge of ending poverty.
I assume you're talking about Caden going into the reserves,
he said. I can't even look at you.
He's a grown man.
He thinks you can keep him from getting called.
How do you know I can't?
I let out a derisive laugh. He'd always had a high opinion of his position. This war's messy. It's never going to end. Every week it's clearer we're in a quagmire. You know it because your company is invested in keeping it going. War ends, money dries up.
It doesn't work like that.
Maybe not for you. For the suits on the top floor, for the lobbyists, that's how it works. And now my husband's on the Army's radar. If there's pressure to send him back, you'll buckle. Your company will buckle, and if he goes back... I took a deep breath and finally looked at Ronan. If he goes back and he doesn't die, he'll be dead anyway. In his mind, he'll be someone else. I'm not ready to lose him. I'm not ready for my mind to die.
Okay, let's do this.
He put his coffee on the seat and pivoted to face me.
I'm going to tell you things you should have seen already.
Don't try to tell me how much pull you have.
I don't have the pull to keep your husband safe because he wants it. I have pull because he's valuable. He has the complete table of criteria for this treatment. He's educated, verbal, aware. If we nail this, it's going to treat PTSD on the field in real time.
So you can send them back out.
So we can send them back out. Imagine that, though. Healthy men, stable men, fighting like they're trained to do. It would crack the recruitment problem wide open.
How do I know he's not going to be the first guy you cure and send out?
Because he's not the only one. We have test subjects from all over who are better suited to going back to the front lines.
I sighed and turned back to the street. A plume of smoke wafted up from 6th Avenue. Jackhammer debris. Was it possible to enjoy living in a city when it pounded your soul into compliance? I don't trust you.
He does.
He barely knows you.
Do you know him?
I snapped back toward him. The years had rubbed away so much of Ronan's handsomeness, leaving behind a face that was a little more than good-looking, a little less than readable. When Caden stuffed his emotions away, he hid behind a mask of stone. Ronan's mask was made of intensity and enthusiasm. Maybe not.
You don't have to trust me, but you should. I've told you more than I'm supposed to.
I love him, Ronan. He's my life, and seeing him like this, it hurts me more than you can imagine. If I could put myself in his place, I would.
My guess is seeing you suffer would hurt him just as much.
I can handle it better.
Don't sell him short.
He stood and leaned down to pick up his cup.
He can handle more than you think.
When he was straight again, he saluted with his cup hand, 2 fingers to his forehead.
Later, Major.
Fuck you, Lieutenant.
Chapter 20. The Blackthorn tech was a young Hispanic woman in a white coat, the picture of seriousness and detachment. She flicked the end of the syringe. "Right arm," she said. "What are you giving me?" I rolled up my sleeve. "B vitamins." She gave me the shot with painful precision. I felt as if I was in the army again. "Ventrogluteal safer?" "I'll mention it to management." She collected her tray and left. They put me in the same black room I tested in, which was comforting, in a way, but the slide choices and the clickers were absent. In its place were a comfortable chair, a table with a soft lamp, and a bottle of water. "Caden?" a voice came over the speaker. "Good morning, Ronan. I just came by to say it's great to have you." "Thank you. Lee reviewed how you do it, right? In, out, in, out. Been doing it my whole life. The pacing is important, and the depth of the breath. This isn't meditation, is it? Not quite. Because I don't have time for woo-woo bullshit, okay? This is not woo-woo bullshit. All right, then." I grasped the arms of the chair and the lamp dimmed. Ronan was replaced by a woman's recorded voice. She repeated the same 2 syllables over and over.
Su-hu.
"This is ridiculous," I grumbled.
Su-hu.
"She's like a mating bird." The speaker clicked on, and another voice came over the cooing woman. "Just try to relax." Fine. I would relax. For Grayson. I could do this for Grayson twice a week. I'd given up too much to be in that room, and half a self-conscious effort wouldn't reward my sacrifice or hers.
Su-hu.
I breathed in at Sue and out at who, starting over without holding either inhale or exhale.
Su-hu.
The voice faded into the hiss of my breath, folding like a map into my consciousness.
Su-hu.
Something inside me trembled and shook and tried to break, but couldn't. On the fourth session, I came to a terrifying well of despair, but the tape stopped and the light went bright before I touched it. It always did.
Chapter 21. Late February, 2007. "Thank you for meeting me," Tina said as she sat down behind the shiny conference table. Outside, the western sky dimmed into a burning rust color. Dots of headlights crawled along Fifth Avenue, and the green of the park turned gray. When we shook hands, my sleeve hiked up. Caden had tied me up 3 days before, and the bruises had just faded down to yellow. Like a teacher who called on you for the one answer you didn't know, Tina's eyes fell on the discoloration inside my arm, safely an inch below the wrist. She couldn't know the pains he'd taken to make sure he didn't pinch the nerve. Nor could she know the most pleasurable pain didn't come from the ties. "I had a cancellation, so it worked out," I said, ignoring the question in her eyes. "The board's pretty interested in this." "It's hot in here." She took off her jacket. "Do you want some water?" "I'm good." I opened the folder and handed her a copy of the proposal with my inner wrist facing the table. "I put in your revisions. I think it's ready for the board." She nodded and scanned the pages. "I think so, too." "Hey." I had my phone pressed to my ear as I walked down an empty stairway. The walls were bright white with black scuffs. I'd waited at the elevator, but I had too much energy. I didn't wait for Caden to greet me. "I just met Tina. She loved it. And I mean loved with a capital L and a heart for an O. She wants me to present it to the board and tell her what kind of position I want." Full-time? Advisory? Did I want to stay in private practice? Any kind of hybrid? The options were overwhelming and thrilling. So many doors had opened, I couldn't count them.
"That's wonderful,"
he replied. I slowed my run. He had been his one true self when he'd kissed me goodbye in the morning. But he wasn't now. It was creeping back. No one would notice but me. He sounded so close to normal, maybe a little tired, but he was in the beginning of Damon's cycle. I stopped on a landing. There was going to be a course correction. "Where are you?"
"In my office. I just got out of the OR.
"What floor is that on?"
Where are you, Major?"
"Between 7 and 8, on the stairs."
"Meet me on 6.
I hung up. My heels clattered and echoed off the metal steps and stark walls. The door to the 6th floor slapped open, and he was there, clean-shaven for cutting day. Collar open to the edges of the hair on his chest. Thick watch setting the boundary for the precision of his hands. Eyes of cold, dark sapphire that would get darker and colder very soon. He reached out as I came to the last step and kissed me. Possessed me. Devoured me. I had so much to say, but I was consumed in that kiss. "It's working," I said when I could breathe. "You're holding."
I know. We were down to 18 hours. Now it's 3 days.
3 whole days. He squeezed me so hard I left the floor and only let go enough to kiss me again.
I just want a minute to kiss you like this. Taste you before I get taken over.
I forgot about the sleeves and the bruises, about the meeting with Tina and what she'd offered at the end. He was in there with me, kissing my mouth and my neck like a starving man. Nothing else mattered. Nothing. He put hands on both sides of my face and yanked himself away.
"I love you,"
he said through his teeth, as if carving it in his mind. 3 days.
Then 5. Then a week.
I hooked my hands at his elbows and touched his forehead with mine.
I never thought I'd be grateful to Ronan for anything in my life.
It's changing fast, though.
Tonight, then.
I couldn't help but smile.
When this is all over,
He kissed my lips, flicking his tongue inside them.
when I'm normal again, I'm not going to stop.
Stop what? He kissed my face between every act.
Tying you down, spanking you, hurting you, pushing you, owning you. Marking you?
Deal. I pushed him away, and his face darkened as if the change was coming in with a tide.
Be naked when I get home. I'll be there in 5 minutes,
He said over the phone as I paced the living room.
Are you naked?
Yes, I'm ready.
I'm going to destroy you whether you're ready or not.
He hung up. My plan was to get destroyed. Then, before he went cold again, we would talk about my options with the hospital and my practice. I couldn't figure out how to manage the time. Many doctors melded the two. I didn't know how. The normal Caden would know what to do. The man who was coming home was a trusted keeper of my body and my orgasms, but my career was off limits. Passing the mirror by the front door, I stopped. My hair draped over my shoulders like a veil. I pulled it into a twist and over one shoulder. 3 days. The time between episodes was getting longer. The crescent of light that glowed when the dark eclipsed the light had gotten slimmer and slimmer. Totality never came. The moon was already moving away from the sun. There was a knock at the front door, and I froze. Why didn't he come in? Did he want me to open the door naked onto 87th Street? The satin lining of my coat was cool on my back. I checked myself in the mirror and let the collar loose so it fell over my shoulders as I clutched the placket together at my breast. I opened the door. Colin stood under the front light. Jesus, Colin!
You invited me for dinner. Where are you go—
He stopped himself when he saw my bare feet, then he raised an eyebrow at me, a smile curling one side of his mouth. Not tonight. I tried to close the door in his face, but he held it open.
Are you all right?
I got the coat up around me. I double-booked. Sorry, we have to get dinner another time.
Sis, what's going on?
My husband's getting home for the first time after days of back-to-back surgery. I'd like to spend my evening doing what married people do, not letting my brother continually ask what's wrong, okay? The gears in his head turned. Behind him, people walked the street below. I was a woman in a coat talking to a man on my stoop. What I wouldn't have done for a porch and a driveway.
Fine, I get it. You two. Jesus.
He shook his head. Tomorrow, I called when he was halfway down the steps.
Sure.
He opened the front gate just as Caden approached with a stride and a face stiffened with jealousy. It turned into a charming smile when Colin turned and Caden could see him. They shook hands. I went inside and closed the door but didn't lock it. When Caden came in, I was on the couch in my coat. He locked the door. Looking at me, he tossed his keys onto the table, his beeper, his wallet. The bulge in his pants was distracting me, but not him. He was slow and deliberate, as if nothing could rush a man without feelings. He put his jacket on a hook and came to me, rolling up his sleeves. I shook off the coat. He undid his buckle, metal clicking on metal. I'd never seen him like this. He was as stone-cold and far away as he'd ever been. I didn't know he could be this far inside himself. And yet, he was still the guy in the stairway, the man who was afraid he would hurt me. He looped the belt, holding the ends in his fist.
Don't flinch.
He tapped the loop of the belt in his palm, looking between my legs. My breath picked up, getting shallower and faster. He slapped the inside of my thigh with the leather, and I flinched before it struck, then gritted my teeth from the raw sting, twisting with my knees together.
You're afraid. And you're turned on.
Yes.
You think those two things might be related? We do this thing every time. I hurt you or I control you. Then I lose it for a second and boom, I'm back to normal until I'm not anymore. Right?
Yes. He kneeled between my legs.
What I thought today on the way here was, why do I rush to that middle part?
Then he pressed 4 fingers flat against his mouth and licked them.
Why? When you like getting hurt so much. What's a limit if you can't push it?
He hit me with the belt. The pain was extraordinary, exquisite, nearly unbearable, and so was the explosion of pleasure. My body expanded, taking up the entire room in electricity and heat, but I didn't explode. The detonator got warm but didn't blow.
Has it occurred to you I have no significant war trauma because my desire to hurt you is trauma enough?
Correlation, I said breathlessly. Not cause. He stood over me like a tower pushing up against the limits of the ceiling.
You're saying I'm not traumatized by my own needs, but that they just happen to correlate to this disaster of a marriage?
Disaster of a marriage? That was an ice-cold knife in my gut. Through everything, neither of us had labeled our union as anything but a buoy in a rough sea. The one stable, invariable thing through his ever-changing mental state. I put my legs down. What did you just say?
Don't worry about it. Really, Grayson. Tomorrow I'll wake up in love again, ready to conquer the world with my woman, etc., etc.
He put his hands on my knees and pressed them open slowly. I resisted.
But when you look at it objectively, and really, I'm the objective one here, this is a nightmare.
He jerked my knees apart with more strength than I had to keep them closed. I fell back.
And you're feeding it.
He wedged himself between my open legs and pulled down his zipper. Are you angry? In this state, he usually didn't feel anything. If he was angry, it was a step in the right direction.
No.
Seeking leverage in soft cushions, I tried to get up to a sitting position. There's a name for this. For you.
I've been called an asshole already.
Not asshole. Something clinical.
Really, baby?
Sadist.
No, that's...
Your father. And you.
I wasn't like this until you.
He pushed so deep it hurt. You were too weak to see it. I looked deeply into the firmament behind his eyes. Sadist. He twisted me, pinning my right arm under my own weight and my left behind my back, fucking me as though he wanted to push through me.
You made this monster. How do you like it?
Did I create this? Did he become what I wanted? Did it matter? Sadist! I squeaked it one last time before his hands found my throat. He bent me harder, pushing on my windpipe to growl in my ear.
Is this what you wanted?
Yes. I was choking.
You like the monster I've become?
I love it. Barely a breath.
I knew it.
His fingers tightened. I was handing him my life and my sex and my orgasm with both hands. I'd fantasized about this since I was a girl, and finally, I had only a single breath to use to stop him. I love you, I croaked before he cut my air off completely. In my last gasps, the orgasm detonated. Hot shrapnel pinged off the shell of my skin, stinging my armor from the inside, fighting for life, stiffening with pleasure as I looked into two holes punched through a rigid red face, open to the blue Iraqi sky. And black. Chapter 22. His face, briefly. His lips on mine, briefly. Then a breath like breathing charcoal. Burn. Breath again. Cough. Burn. Darkness. Cold. Heave. I got on my hands and knees, gulping air, rolled to sitting, shook out my bad wrist. No pain. The lamp was still on, but the light in the sky was completely out. His clothes were all over the room, shirt on the coffee table, jacket over the fireplace grate, as if he'd stripped on fire. If anything between Caden and I had ever been bad or dangerous, it didn't come close to what had just happened on the couch. Was it the Blackthorn treatments? Were they stretching the time between episodes but making them more severe? I got my coat on and clutched it closed against a coldness it couldn't protect me from, a chill from inside me. My feet were frigid against the wood. The front door was still locked. Between my legs, soreness and overuse hung like a weight. That had been the most intense sex I'd ever had. I didn't know if I'd live through it again. Caden? I flicked on the kitchen light. Empty. Up the stairs, lights still out, no sound. Caden! Office empty. Spare bedroom empty. Our room. Nothing. I went back downstairs, continuing to the hall between my office and the back door. Locked from the inside. My eye caught the basement door. It wasn't closed all the way. I opened it and a waft of cold air hit me. I thought of running for shoes, but decided to bear the cold, creaky steps. Halfway down, shrouded in blackness, feeling the stone walls for the conduit to the light switch, I knew he was there. I couldn't see or hear him, but I knew. Caden? No answer, but I found the switch and clacked on the light. It flickered and steadied to a flat blue with a constant buzz. Down to the dirt floor I crept, moving the false wall to the speakeasy and turning on the lights to illuminate the crumbling boxes and mosaic floor. I didn't waste time calling his name or looking in the corners. I knew where he was. The wall with the false vase was already half open. I made my way to the safe and opened it, turning on lights as I went. The light right outside the safe was off. I flipped it on and opened the false wall in the back, crouching to get into the concrete room. Caden was in the bottle room, huddled in the corner, naked and shivering. His beautiful body was rendered sexless in distress. I rushed to him, dropping to my knees. He didn't look at me. Putting my hand on his cold skin, I squeezed his arm. Hey. His eyes were open and he was breathing evenly, but he didn't reply. Captain, it's cold. He turned to face me. His eyes were the clear blue sky. His lips were full and soft, and his jaw was strong and square. I knew that face, but I didn't. But I did.
I'm sorry.
I knew that face in the moments before his release, in the sorrow of the man who'd wept in my arms after holding death and pain in his hands for 8 straight days. This was the face I'd loved on my wedding day and in the broken hours of night. I put my hands on that face and said his name. Damon. Part 3. Backstory. Chapter 23. November 2004. The air over Fallujah, Iraq. 18 hours to Operation Phantom Fury. Not jumping. I chanted 2 words to myself over and over. Not jumping. The frog's dual rotors buzzed like a swarm of bees. My knuckles were striated in white and pink, and my palm already ached in the center. I kept my eyes on my boots and focused on the pain, feeling it in 3 dimensions as the shooting ache ran from my right wrist to my shoulder. That helped. Focusing on pain always did.
How you doing, Major?
I barely heard Ronan over the angry swarm and the shouts of the paratroopers, but I couldn't ignore him. That was as good as an admission of the terror I felt. He'd use my fear as a weapon for good-natured but annoying mockery. Any woman with 13 years in the military could take a ribbing, but none of us had to like it. He was on the other side of the cargo bay, right next to the rear dock. I looked at him and released my hand long enough to give him a thumbs up. But I couldn't do that without seeing the open bay door the paratroopers were jumping from. My stomach twisted when I saw the rectangle of clear blue desert sky and watched the Marine sergeant smack a soldier on the helmet before she jumped and disappeared. Ronan laughed. He was a loner from intelligence, temporarily attached to my unit in the 1st Medical Brigade. He was an ass, a friend, and an occasional bunk buddy since we'd met in basic.
One day you're gonna have to jump,
he shouted. I kept my hand up long enough to give him the finger. Then I clutched the edge of my seat again. Cork it! Lieutenant Jackson shouted to him, her eyes intent under her thick black glasses. Jen was a nurse practitioner and my best friend in the unit. Ronan smiled at her. She had a silver bar to his butter bar. He couldn't do shit. The sergeant smacked himself on the helmet and jumped out. Next stop, Combat Support Hospital, Balad Base. The door was closed, and the helicopter whipped around, pressing my back against the fuselage. We arrived at the CASH, Combat Support Hospital, in the brightest part of the day. Sweat had a way of burning right off you between noon and 2 in July in Iraq, and what didn't burn off, the wind took away. But in November, the dusty landscape of the airbase sat in contrast to the temperate air, I was on my 3rd deployment, and I'd seen every season in the Middle East. Fall was my favorite.
They have 18 surgeons.
Our CO, Colonel Brogue, briefed us in the truck to base.
6 are Army, 2 are Aussie, 10 are Air Force.
We were a team of 16 medical officers, 2 general surgeons, 2 doctors, 11 nurses, and me, a psychiatrist. Brogue had gone ahead of us and come back. He'd been a medic in Bosnia and Kosovo and now ran our medical unit. We'd all been reassigned to Balad ahead of a push into Fallujah, because nothing creates an unmanageable number of casualties like a push into battle. Do they have their own psych team? I asked.
Not at present.
Brogue was in his 60s, with tight, white hair and a chest built from a cinder block wall. Old school. He thought real men didn't need mental health specialists, but could probably have used one himself.
It's all you, and we're headed into a major offensive. We need you focused on keeping the surgeons sharp.
Not healthy. Sharp. Welcome to the Army in wartime. Yes, sir, I said. I saw Ronan in my peripheral vision, nodding. I wondered what he was doing here, but he'd never say until he had to. We blew by corrugated metal trailers used for housing and more permanent plywood structures that had been there when the base was run by the Iraqi Air Force. As everyone got off the truck, I said to Brogue privately, I'd like to meet the surgeons first. I'd like to have an idea of how they handle stress before the choppers start landing. Can we set up intakes?
Army guys? Sure. Air Force has got to go through their command.
Got it. I got out of the back of the truck. We were in front of a tin hangar with tents being erected on each side. The gravity of the situation became clear with the sight of those tented areas. The hospital wasn't big enough for what was coming. The sky was crystalline blue, heavy and thick, the only pure thing in a messy world. It connected all of us equally under its sapphire bowl. Its presence disconcerted me, and yet there was hope under it. My desk was 2 sawhorses with a slab of plywood laid across. I had a small, barely private office separated from triage by white canvas walls. Ronan didn't have a desk. He stood at mine and handed me a metal box.
You should hang on to this.
What is it? I opened the box to find vials of clear liquid.
Synthetic amphetamine.
We have plenty of the generic. I went over the contraindications. To be used after rest, no food required, 8-hour spread. Ronan shrugged.
Works faster and stays effective longer. 1 shot holds 24 hours.
I folded up the sheet and stuck it back in the box. What are you doing here anyway?
I can neither confirm nor deny I'm even in Fallujah.
I won't tell then. He smiled and left to do whatever it was he did. 59 minutes after I left post-op, Caden St. John poked his head around the canvas flap of my office. He was fully covered in camo, thank God, and he'd shaved.
Major,
he said with a smirk, as if he found my title arousing. Grayson's fine. I indicated the chair in front of my makeshift desk. He sat in it, slipping off his cap, which told me volumes. A gentleman by training. Strict, traditional upbringing. In an emergency, I said, taking out the 5-page mental evaluation questionnaire. We may have to administer psychotropic medications before we can evaluate their safety for you. So, we do this assessment before we need to. I pushed the questionnaire toward him. He put his elbows on my desk and flipped through it.
What exactly do you mean here?
He tapped the pen on a question.
47, Part B. Does jerking off count?
Why was my neck going prickly? I talked about deviant sex acts with attractive patients all the time. Many transferred sexual feelings onto me, and I was trained to deal with it. This guy had disarmed me completely. Sexual activity is with a partner. Masturbation is covered in question 49. He put the paper down and, on question 47B, ticked the box for infrequently. 1. He hadn't fucked the entire camp, male and or female. 2. He'd made sure I saw which box he ticked. I watched him move over the last page, his answers marked with X's that went from corner to corner without overshooting the boundaries. His hand was wide across the knuckles with long fingers and had a way of moving that was like a lucid, articulate speech pattern. Every stroke counted. Cool air came into contact with the sweat breaking out on my neck. I pretended to reread medication labeling while he finished, but I kept his hand in view over the edge of the page. He put down the pen and pushed the papers toward me. "Thank you, Caden."
"My pleasure."
I stood, then he stood. "I'll let you know if I have any follow-up questions." He transferred his cap from his right to his left and held out his right hand.
"Nice to meet you."
Day 1, 14:39 hours. Enforcing rest and nutrition was hard, especially with the surgeons. One in particular.
"I'm not changing out, eating a bag of chips, and scrubbing back in."
Caden plucked a bit of shrapnel out of a pink gut and dropped it in a plastic tray. A nurse held up the X-ray against the light. He peered at it.
"Let's get the one in the ilium."
The nurse repeated the order and hands moved over the table. "All you have to do is stand still for a second," I said. I'd scrubbed in to work with him and Dr. Indira, the other surgeon. She was generally easier to talk to.
"Really?"
He squinted around the body, looking for a piece of something that shouldn't have been there. "Really?"
"Give me a little room here," he said to the nurse. "I think I got it."
"You're not afraid of a shot, are you?" He glanced up from the wounded soldier, just a set of blue eyes over the gray rectangle of his surgical mask.
"Where?"
"Dorsogluteal." His eyebrows, which seemed darker and more curved without the distraction of his mouth, went up a fraction of an inch.
"Go for it."
I got behind him and put my tray on a stand.
"Take your time,"
he said.
"Can you clean that up for me?"
he said in a completely different tone. "I have 6 other surgeons with depleted blood sugar," I said, pulling his pants away from the smallest patch of skin possible. "I don't need to waste time on your ass." I wished I could, because as I estimated the midpoint between his side and the crack of his ass, quickly feeling for the curve of his bone, I decided it was the only worthy ass I'd ever touched. After swiping an alcohol wipe over the site, I stretched the skin and gave him his shot. "All done." I covered him.
"What did you give me?"
"Glucose and B vitamins."
"Boring."
Another piece of shrapnel clicked in the tray. "We're saving the good stuff."
"I'll be here."
Day 3, 13:43 hours. Caden St. John was a machine. The morning of the second day, we'd moved from vitamins and glucose to a cocktail of shots that included caffeine and an over-the-counter stimulant. He didn't stop. His joints were swollen. He denied any pain in his shoulders. He was lying. They kept coming and coming. As long as he wasn't shaking or losing motor skills, he was to stay in the OR. And they kept coming. By truck and chopper, with flesh wounds and worse, they came. The smell of blood was now so hooked in my nostrils I didn't even notice it. The cloy of alcohol smelled clean instead of sharp. And when I went outside, the cold air seemed so hollow it jabbed my sinuses. I shot him up every 8 hours with vitamins and stimulants, and on day 3 I went to the next level.
"Amphetamine?"
he asked as he turned on the faucet to scrub in. I held up the syringe in my latex-coated hand. "It's that, or go to bed." He looked me up and down with red-rimmed eyes.
"Since both involve you taking my pants down, I'll pick eeny, meeny, miny."
"The speed," I said, getting behind him. "You'll take the speed or a nap with your pants on."
"Crank it up."
We were alone. Not that it mattered for him. It mattered for me. I didn't want to enjoy touching his bottom, but if I did and it showed, I didn't want anyone to see. After exposing a patch of skin, I ripped open an alcohol wipe. "What's driving you?"
"The guys on the table."
"Don't lie to me." I jabbed him with the needle.
"Wow, tired, doctor?" You're a little punchy.
I wiped blood off. I've spent 2 days looking at your ass. I think I deserve an honest answer. You jumped into the military after 9/11. Okay, fine, you're not the first, but you've got more defense mechanisms than the Pentagon, and you do this job like you're digging out of a hole someone's shoveling dirt into. When he looked over his shoulder, I realized I was still wiping his bottom with the swab. I cleared my throat and pulled up his pants. He turned with his hands pointed up at the elbows.
Gown.
I got a gown off the shelf and ripped open the package, careful not to touch the outside of the sterile garment. You're not winning, I said, holding up the sterile garment. No one wins this. He slid his hands through the armholes, and I draped it over his shoulders. When my arms met behind his neck, I identified his scent. Fresh coffee grounds and the cut grass of a suburban Saturday morning.
My parents were in the North Tower,
he said softly, as if his words needed to be padded with seduction.
101st floor. They fell for about 7 seconds, fully conscious the whole way down. And when they hit, the force transferred all the energy they'd accumulated over those 10 seconds outward. They never identified which grease spots were theirs, but they did find one of my mother's shoes.
I opened my mouth to give condolences, but his lips stopped me. He didn't kiss me, but put them against mine, transferring his words into my mouth.
My father wasn't a good person.
I felt the scrape of his chapped lower lip as it moved.
He was a sadistic monster, and none of these kids are going to die for his sake.
And your mother? We kept our eyes open as he brushed his lips against mine, running their circumference, and with every turn, my body hungered for more. A true kiss, the taste of his tongue, the flutter of his eyelids when they closed, a murmur of desire in his throat. But he didn't offer that, nor did he attribute any of his motivations to his mother.
"Close it, please,"
he whispered. My face went hot with shame. I shut my mouth and tied the loops at the back of his neck. He turned, hands still above his waist so I could close him up in the back. My heart was still pounding, and the space between my legs had gone swollen and heavy.
"You owe me a story," he said.
Once upon a time, there was a handsome prince. He wanted to woo the fair lady, but he was a jerk and she had no time for it. So he moved on to someone else. The end. I patted him, done with the last tie. He turned.
"Your story."
"That is my story."
"It's not finished."
He pulled on a glove as a new shift burst in to scrub. The room exploded into activity, but he and I were in our own little world. How do you know? I got a mask ready for him.
It ended with what he did, not what she did.
As he snapped on the second glove, the paw-paw of chopper blades rose in the distance.
"No pressure."
He bowed his head. I looped the mask around his neck, and he stood straight.
"None of us know how our story ends. Shit, we don't even know how this mess all ends or when."
You always get philosophical when you're tired?
I like you. I'm tired enough to say that and mean it. And I want to know your story.
That's the amphetamine talking. I put the mask over his face.
If you say so.
He backed away, hands still up. I called out before he went through the doors to the OR. Maybe I'll tell it to you, if you're good. Under his mask, he smiled. Chapter 24, Day 4, 1623 hours. I spoke to every soldier in recovery. Most of them told their stories with a healthy serving of bravado and swagger. I listened for hours on end, doling out sleeping pills, antidepressants, and, when allowed, comfort. I heard 100 war stories told like the final minutes of a football game that was won or lost. But sadness was not allowed. Weakness was a disease. More than half wanted to go back to the front to join or avenge their buddies. My father had been 19 in 1968. He was a retired staff sergeant who never mentioned Vietnam. Not when my brothers signed up, nor when I did. He only talked about the years he spent training soldiers stateside, as if we didn't know why we had to knock before we entered a room he was in, or why he woke up shouting, "They're all dying," in the middle of the night. And still, we joined because it was what our family did. I'd never seen a battle, nor had I seen the back end of it until Balad. Casualties kept coming. I got a few hours sleep when I could, but they kept coming, and they needed me as much as they needed the surgeons. One screaming soldier was rolled under them as a stitched-up one was rolled away. Surgeons grabbed an hour of sleep until the next chopper. But not Caden. He was shredding his brain, and I was helpless to do anything for him except fill him full of vitamins and speed. He stopped joking around 3 hours ago. I peered through the window in the OR door. Hasn't spoken except to ask for instruments.
"You're obsessed,"
Ronan said from next to me. Understatement of the year. What's he doing? It's not even heroic at this point. It's suicide. So yes, I'm obsessed with stopping it.
He has a commanding officer.
Who wants results?
They can get MPs in here to haul him away.
I shook my head, watching Caden sew up an internal organ cut open by bullets. No one was hauling him away. They'd work him until he was dead.
We should break into the stuff I brought from the Pentagon. It's labeled for performance under exhaustion.
It's also labeled to be taken after resting.
Maybe that'll get him to rest.
Ronan presented the logic like a gold-wrapped box tied with a bow. Justifiably, because it was a double-pronged solution. Maybe it was safe enough. Maybe it would help him. Whatever we were doing wasn't going to work much longer. Go get it. I'm going to talk to him. I scrubbed and grabbed a juice bag. The OR stank of shit, flesh, blood, and rubbing alcohol. Caden glanced up from his work long enough to see me. His eyes were so bloodshot, the irises were lighter than the sclery. He didn't say anything, didn't crack a joke or ask me if I had a shot. I pushed the straw into the bag and held it up. He nodded, keeping his fingers in his instruments. Getting the straw under his mask, I looked down. The man's ribs were spread open, and his lungs inflated and deflated. Blood bubbled in a line across one lung. The nurse cleaned the area, and I looked at her. Without a word, she told me she was concerned. When the juice was empty, I took it away. "How are you holding up?" I asked him. He nodded. "You're not talking?"
"Clamp this here,"
he said to the nurse. His voice came through as a sandpaper husk. "You should have started hallucinating."
"Just oral,"
he said.
"Shit."
Blood spurted everywhere. People appeared around the table. Orders were shouted, and I was in the way. I backed out the door. Day 5. 06:45 hours. If Caden knew how often I checked on him, he'd think I was in love with him. Which I wasn't. Not yet. But as the days had worn on, my efforts to keep the simple, sweet fantasies from my mind were failing. They involved the days after the offensive. Meeting in the chow hall, sitting together, him across from me, then next to me, his boot pressed against mine under the table.
"Major Fraser."
Dr. Inez snapped me out of one such fantasy. "Yeah?"
"I have a guy who needs you."
He handed me a chart. Private First Class Sanchez had suffered a clean gunshot to the calf while running back from an IED explosion that had enemy sniper cover. Nothing 24 hours, a good hospital dressing, and a full course of antibiotics wouldn't fix. He was shaved bald, a proud Hispanic man with both his leg and his chin elevated. I stood by him. "Private Sanchez? I'm Major Grayson Fraser. I'm a doctor."
"The nurse said you have to assess me before I can go back out."
"I do. May I sit?"
"Yeah. This gonna take long?"
I sat on the stool next to his bed. His left hand had a gold ring on the fourth finger and a dirty, bloodied piece of paper in the fist. "It shouldn't, if you're mentally fit." I indicated the paper. "What do you have there?"
"Nothing."
I held out my hand. "Then you won't mind if I see it." I opened his hand and was surprised he let me. The paper wasn't really paper, but more of a plastic sheet of film. It was a sonogram. Oh, that's wonderful. Congratulations.
Don't take it.
His voice was a dead serious command, and he glanced at me quickly before turning away again.
Major. Ma'am. This baby's not mine.
How do you know it's not yours?
It's not my wife's either. Am I fit to serve or not?
I slid the pen into its holder at the top of the clipboard. I can't keep you from going back, but I can delay you.
Why would you do that?
Because you're holding a sonogram of someone else's baby.
This isn't your business, lady.
I raised an eyebrow.
Major. Sorry, ma'am. This is personal.
Keep in mind, Santa Claus didn't leave this rank in my stocking. It was earned. I got it because I know better. Now you can tell me what's going on, or I can delay your return to your unit until I'm sure you're not on a mission to right some wrong. He pressed his head into his pillow and exhaled deeply.
It's Grady's kid. He's still there, and his legs pinned under a Jeep.
And he's still there? I found it hard to believe that Corporal Thompson, a medic with a sense of duty a mile wide, had left a living man behind.
Yes. When I tried to pull him away, his top came right off his bottom. I pulled him and only a torso came. He was held together with
He couldn't find the words, but my mind filled in his spinal cord, intestines. Everything must have been spilling out. Private First Class Sanchez didn't need an anatomy lesson.
He was screaming, "Go in my pocket, go in my pocket, find my girl, over and over, but the medevac was taking off and Thompson pulled me away."
Either Grady was dead or so beyond help Thompson had had to make a hard calculation.
"He's alive,"
Sanchez continued.
"I told him I'd come back. I swore it. But he gave me this and told me to find his wife. Tell her he loved her and the baby. I'm supposed to be the godfather. I had to run because the chopper was taking off. I had to leave him there. I can't hang around here while he's under the Jeep, you understand? I have to get him out."
What happens if you go back and he didn't make it?
"Just shut up,"
he caught himself. It's all right.
"Please. I know you're an officer, but you really need to get me out of here."
I didn't know which was worse. Keeping him for a week to recuperate, during which time he'd be convinced that every ticking minute brought his friend closer to death, or sending him back to where he'd be forced to confront the truth under the most stressful circumstances. The fact was, the choice wasn't mine. Like every other guy who wanted to go back out, he'd answered every question on the evaluation to ensure that outcome. So out he goes. Day 5, 13-15 hours. The OR was empty except for Caden and a nurse with a single patient. I went in. "Captain," I said. He nodded without looking up. "We have a break," I said. "No more casualties for a few hours." "Thank God," the nurse said.
"You look tired,"
Caden said to her, tying a knot with one hand and holding the thread taut. She snipped it. "We all are."
"Go lie down," he said. "I'll close."
"No, I have it."
"Major Frazier's scrubbed."
She looked at me as if checking to see if I knew what I was doing. I didn't.
"Shoo, Lieutenant,"
Caden said. I wanted to talk to him alone anyway, so I nodded to her. She exhaled deeply. "Thank you." The door swung as she backed out.
"Clamp," he said.
I handed it to him. I'd check it before using it. I'm not a nurse.
"I did."
"So after this, how about taking a load off?"
"Probably should. How are you holding up? I saw you getting an earful from a PFC in the recovery room."
"Yeah. It was a hard story to hear. I can only imagine how hard it was to tell."
"Really?"
He sounded surprised. "Really? Why's that hard to believe?"
"I'd think you'd heard it all."
You never hear it all.
"Little detachment goes a long way. Can you pull this back here?"
I didn't think I could, but he was waiting, so I built a quick wall between what I had to do and giving a shit about it and pulled the organ anyway.
"Thank you,"
he said, looking at me. I turned away before my skin went pink. He seemed rough with the bone and gristle, as if he was working on a slab of meat, but he found a sliver of metal that had barely shown up in the scan. I bit my tongue against telling him to take it easy. "So," I started, "the aural hallucinations."
I've been tired before. I can tell the difference between reality and deliria.
"They saying anything fun?"
Jumbles of words. Had it in residency, too, and in the ER on 9/11. And 9/12.
"I hesitate to mention this," I said.
She who hesitates is... something.
He smiled, joking.
Go ahead, mention it. I know you want to tell me how handsome I am under pressure.
"You've looked better."
Swab this here so I can see what I'm doing, would you?
It was hard to look at the inside of a man's thigh, watch the blood flow through the veins. We weren't built to see the inner workings of our bodies so clearly. We were built to die under these circumstances.
Don't think about it too hard,
he said, reading my mind. He reached under a raw piece of human meat to remove a shard of metal.
That way lies madness. But you probably know all about that.
Plink. The shrapnel dropped into a tray. He examined the scan. The human mind is nothing if not surprising.
Get in here with a sponge so I can sew up the artery.
I did it.
Thanks. Tell me what surprised you today,
he said. You surprise me?
Your strategy is textbook. Stroking my ego's the best way to keep me awake.
He reached across the body and took his own threader.
Just keep it clean over here.
It took a second to realize he was talking about part of the leg, not my language when speaking about him. I'm not trying to do either. Nothing I say is going to get you to rest, and from what I can see, the last thing your ego needs is a good stroke. His mask stretched when he smirked.
You're doing great, Grayson.
He stitched the artery.
Tell me why my ego surprises you then.
It doesn't. But earlier today, I couldn't find you in here, and I thought maybe you'd finally taken a nap. But you weren't in your bunk.
You checked my bunk?
Yes. Does that bother you?
If I knew you were coming, I would have covered the bed in rose petals.
I willed him not to look up and see how my cheeks reddened, but he defied my silent wish.
Let's clean this up and close. Then, since I have a few hours, I'll lie down.
I'll alert the media. He laughed. Day 5. 15:45 hours. He stopped just outside the medical tent and squinted in the sunlight as if the blue of his eyes couldn't compete with the depth of the sky. He rocked back and forth slightly, then with more curve to the pendulum. I grabbed him under the arm before he fell.
I'm fine.
When I tried to take away my support, he put his hand over mine.
Stay.
I'll walk you to your bunk. We started in that direction.
I haven't had a chance to arrange the rose petals.
None required.
You're too easy.
He shook the fog out of his head.
Didn't mean it like that.
I know, and you're too fucked up to do anything about it now anyway.
Most days, I'd take that as a challenge.
But not today.
Definitely not today.
Good to know your limits. His trailer was neat. Standard issue with few memories of home. The air was stale after less than a week. I laid him on the bed and took his boots off as if he was a drunk.
Can you come get me when casualties come?
Someone will come, I'm sure.
I want it to be you.
I sat on the edge of his bed and took his pulse. 95. High, but not a heart attack.
What was it you hesitated to mention?
His eyes were closed, and his voice was barely a whisper. I had to scan my memory of the past hour to recall that I had been about to tell him about the vile defense scent. How much I like you?
Like you too.
And that you're a fool for pushing yourself so hard. But I can't help but admire it. I got up to leave, but I didn't quite make it to the door.
Major.
Yes?
Please don't go.
I have to. But I went back to him.
I keep seeing their faces, then their wounds, and the screaming.
I keep hearing the screams. He turned away from the wall and held his hand out to me.
I'm too tired to try anything. All this, in my head, it's just sensory overload, but it's bad. Stay. Please.
I sat on the edge of the bed, not intending to do more than that, but he pulled me down with him. My body was strong enough to resist, but my heart was weak. After days of talking to men who never admitted a need or a weakness, Caden's raw humanity touched me. He was fearless in so many things that I hadn't expected vulnerability. I curled into him, my shoulder blades to his chest, and let him put his arms around me. Against my back, he wept from exhaustion and pain, from tension and sorrow. I had to wipe my own eyes and swallow a hard lump of sobs. Eventually, his body stopped shaking, and he slept. I waited until his breathing changed and his arms were dead weights before I slipped out of them. Kneeling by the bed, I touched his cheek. His tears had dried, but his black lashes were still stuck together. "You're not cut out for this, Captain," I said, softly. Maybe no one was. I put a blanket over him and left. Day 5, 20:43 hours. The first chopper had come in an hour before, but we had enough doctors to take care of them. I'd kept a close eye on the time and peeked in on Caden's bunk twice. 5 hours of solid sleep. He'd need another few days' worth to catch up, but he wouldn't get it. The last push into Fallujah was brutal, and they were coming faster than they could be admitted.
"Where's St. John?"
Colonel Brogue shouted in triage. "Resting," a nurse replied, getting her gloves on.
"Someone get him."
"I'll do it," I jumped up.
"Quick, we have more coming."
I ran to Caden's trailer, and when there was no answer to my knock, I went in. He was still on his back, with his hands crossed over his chest. He didn't react to the light being turned on. I sat on the edge of his bed and leaned into his chest. Breathing steady. He didn't move when I took his pulse or when I let my hand linger over his before pulling away. "Caden," I said. No answer. He was out. "Caden," I tapped his cheek. "Come on. Casualties." I tapped his cheek harder. Nothing. I pinched his forearm gently, then harder. He groaned. "I'm sorry. They need you." Deep suck of breath. "Casualties," I repeated. He swallowed.
"Okay,"
he said thickly, eyes clamping tight before opening. "Let me help you." I took his wrists and pulled him up. He was dead weight, but I managed to swing his legs over the side of the bed and get him sitting. His shoulders hunched and his head hung. "Wake up."
"Can't."
"I'll help you. Come on." I pulled his arms, got him up a little, but he sat back down.
"Melatonin."
He named the hormone responsible for sleep. If his blood was flooded with it, he wouldn't be able to get up no matter how hard he tried. "Do you want something to help you wake up?" He dropped back until his head was against the wall.
"Slap me."
"What?" He didn't answer. His eyes closed again. I patted his cheek, but his breathing got the slow cadence of sleep again. I slapped harder.
"Adrenaline,"
he whispered. He wanted me to slap him hard enough that the need to fight or run would release adrenaline, which would override the melatonin. He was using his own body like a pharmacy. Fine. I planted my knees on either side of him. "I apologize in advance." I slapped him hard. He grunted. I slapped him again. Deep, waking breath. The next slap was hard enough to make my hand hurt, so the next one was a backhand. That got him up. My hand was back for another.
"Stop. We're good."
"You sure?" He rested his hands on my hips, making me realize I was straddling him.
"Any more and you're going to turn me on." "Oops. Too late."
"A cold shower's going to cure you of 2 problems, then." Standing, I held my hand out to help him up. He stumbled to standing, looking around as if the idea of 3-dimensional space confused him.
"Oh, man."
He ran his fingers through his hair.
"Okay." Let's do this.
I was worried about him. On the way to the showers, he'd seemed disoriented, struggling to put together one coherent thought after another. He'd make a sharp comeback to something I said, then go silent or forget what he'd said. Waiting for him outside the showers, I called out to Ronan as he passed.
Why are you stalking the men's showers?
I'm waiting on a tired surgeon.
St. John?
Yeah, he's had 5 hours but needs a week.
And they need him.
I'm going to use the defense stuff. He nodded.
I'll go get it.
Chapter 25. Day 8. 1456 hours. The battle took 5 weeks, but the initial offensive was over after 8 days. Caden had gone 3 more non-stop. No catnaps, no lie-downs. The synthetic speed did its job twice over. When the last soldier was sewn up and the party had started in the mess hall, he was in no condition to celebrate. I found him standing shirtless over the linen hamper, scrubs balled in a fist, a marble statue of a man. "Hey," I said. "It's over for now." He opened his fist and let the scrubs fall into the bin.
I'm tired.
You think? I reached for his hand so I could check his pulse. That was what I told myself. But when I took it and slid my hands to his wrist and down to his elbow in a long stroke and he lifted his arm to cut my jaw, there was no more lying. He kissed me as if he'd been on hunger strike, and our first kiss was the nourishment he'd been denying himself, as if he couldn't bear not to kiss me for another second. Or maybe that was what I was feeling, because I clutched to the back of his neck like a woman terrified of losing something. My mouth devoured him with the force of a catapult held in tension for too long, yet sprung too fast. My hands released his neck and ran over the crests and valleys of his body. I tried to get up, but that only drove me into his arms. God, I wanted him.
Sleep with me,
he said. Like last time.
No. This time, I'm going to try to fuck you. And you're going to let me.
Late in the night, pleasantly sore and sticky where it counted, I drifted off to sleep while he stroked my shoulder in a way that was both casual and intentional. "Why aren't you sleeping?" I asked with the last of my waking energy.
I fell asleep first last time.
Didn't count.
I like looking at you.
He kissed my shoulder. I hoped he didn't want to fuck again. I was tired, and I was sure that if he'd wanted to, he'd need 30 seconds to make me want him again.
All the time, he continued. You're hard to not look at. When you're working with some jarhead who would rather be dead than talking to a psychiatrist. The way you listen, even if he's got his back turned to you or he's telling you to fuck off, like there's no one else in the world but that one guy. You're stunning. If you ever looked at me like that, I'd tell you everything.
I wanted to say, "Tell me everything right now." But my lips wouldn't form the words, and my lungs could only breathe in the rhythms of slumber. Chapter 26. The week after the first surge, the doctors went on doctoring while the surgeons were put on rest. Casualties came in at a manageable rate for the normal rotation, which I no longer oversaw. After our first night together, Caden had slept for 24 hours. Most of the surgeons had. He owned me the 2 nights after that. Rotation last night, and tonight, if it was up to me, I'd be his again tonight. The Army was a huge net of people with tight knots of community. The way Ronan and I had found each other from basic to Walter Reed, back around again to a common assignment in Iraq wasn't unheard of. But Caden? He wasn't part of the net. He'd sought out a commission during a time of war. As soon as his obligation was done, he could and would leave to pick up his life where he'd left it. Like a soldier who'd witnessed the unthinkable, I tried not to think about it.
Captain Fobbit!
Sergeant Little Red Rider cried from across the dusty field, a football crooked behind his shoulder. Caden, the Fobbit in question, held his arm out to indicate he was open. Ryder released the ball across the sky like a drill, cutting the blue only to have it enfold around its wake. Caden picked the ball out of the air, but was tackled by Ronan and PFC salt mine Trona. They slapped his back when they got off him. I held my hand out to help him up.
What's with that Ronan guy?
He grabbed my wrist so I could pull him up.
He was all over you. You think you're Jerry Rice or something?
Ryder usually throws to me. He snapped the ball back to Ryder without an answer, and we headed for the line of scrimmage. You shouldn't let them call you Fobbit, I said. It's not nice.
How's that?
Means you never go outside the wires. Means you don't know shit.
Maybe I don't.
He smirked as if he really believed he lacked a necessary piece of knowledge about anything important. Sergeant Ryder called out the play numbers, and we fell back. This time, I got the jump on my coverage, and the ball landed right in my hands. Ronan got to me, knocking me 3 feet out of a run in an attempted tackle, but I wouldn't go down. He reached around me, trying to strip the ball away. I cried, "Foul! Foul!" But we were both laughing and fighting to the death as I pushed toward the Humvee tire marking the end zone. Ronan's weight was suddenly off me, and I ran for the line where I spiked the ball into the sand. My victory was short-lived. Caden was on top of Ronan, with his knee in his back, pushing his face into the ground while Ryder and Trona were arriving to pull Caden off.
You don't touch her like that, you hear me?
Ronan was on his feet.
What is your fucking problem? Watch your goddamn hands.
Ronan held up his palms.
I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Like, fuck you don't,
Caden said. Trona picked up the ball and tossed it to Ryder.
All right. Whatever. Fuck this.
Ronan slapped the dirt off his hands and walked away. Ryder and Trona passed the ball between them. Game over. What was that about? I asked Caden.
What's going on with him and you?
Football? Of course, I knew what he meant. And yes, my answer was evasive, but he was acting like a child, and children aren't owed explanations for adult decisions.
Why are you lying?
I got right in his beautiful fucking face. Because you're being an asshole. I stormed off. That night, in Chow Hall, he sat with the other surgeons, and I sat with Ronan. It was as if, after the bell, we'd gone back to our respective corners of the ring without even knowing we'd been boxing. How did I know he was watching me? How did I know every time he glanced my way as if he happened to be looking out the window? I was watching him as well.
I got orders to go to Abu Ghraib,
Ronan said. Are you even allowed to tell me that?
If I did, then I am.
I pushed corn around my plate, trying to pretend Caden wasn't there. My will was weak. When I lifted the fork to my mouth, our eyes met across the room and he looked away. Well, I guess your work here is done, I said.
The Army's work.
Yeah. Caden got up with his tray. Why did that tie my heart into a knot? The surprise of seeing him get up? The broken string of our mutually denied gaze.
Before I go, I want to make you an offer.
That's intriguing. Not as intriguing as Caden leaving his tray on the pile and walking out of Chow Hall with one of the guys on the Australian surgery team, chatting and laughing over who even knew what. Livers and spleens. He had no business laughing over internal organs when I felt so crappy about fighting with him.
I've known you since the beginning,
Ronan said.
Since you broke your wrist in basic.
And you pushed me over the wall.
Any other guy would have laid you down gently and called for help. I made sure you finished the course.
I nodded. You did the right thing.
I know. Because you and me, we understand each other. I need to not be tied down. You need to be pushed.
And you have an offer to push me.
The offer has 2 parts. You can take one without the other.
I'm listening.
Part 1, I'm going to Abu Ghraib in advance of a different kind of battle. A psychological one. We're going to be fighting the enemy using a new weapon. Their own culture.
How?
I can't say, obviously, but it's within the Geneva Convention protocols. It's a war of the mind. No bloodshed, no death, none of this shit.
He checked to make sure no one was in earshot, then leaned forward.
You have a way of talking to shell-shocked men. You get it, and you speak Arabic. I want to talk to my command about loaning you out from your unit. Now this is up to you, and it's totally voluntary. It's a unicorn. Cherish the moment. You have a choice in the matter.
My ambition muscled out my patience and sense. I was interested before even hearing the details. What's the second part?
It's optional.
Okay.
You come to Abu Ghraib with me.
With?
Here it is, straight out. Friends with benefits has been great, but I'd like to spend more time with you.
My ambition sat down, crossed her legs and arms, and scowled. Christ, Ronan, is this a unicorn too?
I'm not looking for a long-term commitment or anything big, but
I won't sleep with you in Balad, so you want to push me because I need to be pushed? A smile stretched across his face.
You get me?
When I rolled my eyes, he took my hand.
In the past week, I realized I like you more than I thought. I know I'm being a typical male, but I'm not lying. I want you, and if that means cornering you into a new job, I'll do it.
You put the brutal in brutally honest. Did you know that? I pulled my hand away, but it was too late. Caden had come back into the room. Our eyes met, and he was not smiling. I could hardly think sandwiched between these two men. One of them had to go away, and it wasn't Caden. Give me a day, I said to Ronan, picking up my tray. I wanted to get out of there before I suffocated. I needed to consider the half of his offer that wasn't wrapped in carnal payoffs.
You want to put me second in line after Captain Fobbit over there? That's your call. He's going to put you in a cage and throw away the key.
The way he thought he knew me was exhausting enough. He couldn't have a clue about Caden. You're wrong.
Give it time. He will.
No, I mean I'm not putting you second in line. There is no line. I put my tray on the pile and went to Caden. A string between us pulled taut enough to trip anyone that crossed between. A string of my intentions. My forward motion and his patience as I walked in his direction. My determination to tell him exactly how I felt even as I defied my feelings to myself. I didn't owe him an explanation about Ronan or any other lover. I could do whatever I wanted with my body, and if he'd expected some kind of fidelity, he should have brought it up. I didn't owe him my time or my attention. I owed him none of those things. But I wanted him to have them. My fidelity, my time, my attention, my honesty and respect, all given as gifts whether he wanted them or not. My mother told me the moment a person falls in love is often quiet. It often comes in the night or when you're paying attention to something else, but it's always in the rear view. You don't meet love in the moment. It's not an ambush. Someone chips away at the stone facade around it, breaching your fortifications, crippling your defenses, and the moment you fall in love is the moment you realize what you've built the wall around was love. You fall in love with your conqueror. I didn't love him. Not yet. But bit by bit, he was chipping away at my battlements. Walking toward him, his face softening as mine hardened, I knew I could love him. One day, I'd look in my rear view and see what had been there all along. I was 2 steps away. I could see the hair on his face and the set of his jaw. Another step, and I could whisper to him. I still didn't know what I would say or which part of love's barricades I'd start with. I didn't know if I'd open with reassurance or a challenge, but I was sure when I got there, I'd say the right thing. Caden took the last 2 steps in my direction, closing the gap completely.
I need to know,
Caden said softly.
What's going on with him?
Why do you need to know? His eyes lit up like the end of a short fuse, getting brighter when ignited with a little anger.
I don't want to share you.
You're not sharing me.
I hope you mean that the same way I do, Grayson, because I don't just mean your body. I don't want to share your time or your heart.
or your happy fucking thoughts. Nobody owns me, Caden. Those things are given freely or not at all. Give them to me, then. He was getting them, but he wasn't entitled. His tone made my hair stand on end and my palms sweat. I didn't know whether to fuck him or run away. You can't demand any of that. Give me everything or nothing. If it's no, just say so now. Is it no? I felt cornered, caught in the middle of a tunnel as the walls shook from an oncoming train. Yes or no? Maybe. This game you're playing isn't a game to me. You can hurt me. Again, I was caught, this time between reassuring him and telling him I wouldn't be emotionally blackmailed, between admiring his willingness to be vulnerable and disdaining his manipulations. All and or but nothing. That was when the earth shook. "Mortar fire!" someone shouted. A dozen doctors, nurses, and medics dropped everything and ran for the door, including Caden. He turned for a half second to address me. "We'll talk later." He didn't wait for me to agree, but ran behind the last nurse. I was left with a newly buzzing chow hall and a list of questions. I went outside, hearing the click of debris falling on rooftops. The mortar had fallen halfway between the chow hall and the airstrip. One of the supply sheds was on fire. The medical teams mobilized, and what looked like chaos of running and shouting was actually a well-rehearsed effort to get the wounded into the hospital. My job was to stay out of the way until everyone was moved. Hoses came out. Fires were doused. The smoke in the air cleared. I went to the hospital to see if there was anything I could do. Jen was setting up an IV line. Her hands shook. "That was scary," she said when she was out of the patient's earshot. "I was practically on top of it, but I had to pee, so—" Her eyes filled up as she put on a latex glove. "I walked over to the latrine." I squeezed her biceps. "You're in psychological shock." "I'm fine." She took off the glove. "You're shaking." "They need me." She pinched her fingers together to put the glove back on. "What's with the glove?" She froze, looking at it as if she didn't know why it hung from her fingertips like a jellyfish. "Jen, you can't hook up any more lines until you pull it together." "Oh, my God." "Oh my God, what?" "I don't remember putting any lines in." The hit had traumatized her, even if temporarily. "Let's double-check what you did." We checked the IVs and stents. She'd done it all perfectly, as if autopilot had worked even if the plane was about to crash. "I'm not doing this anymore," she said. "Last deployment." I wanted to see Caden. I told myself I wanted to make sure he was okay, but the fact was I wanted him to tell me I was okay. His trailer was dark, and he didn't come to the door when I knocked. He wasn't in the chow hall, or the hospital. "Hey," I said to a doctor in recovery. "Hi," she smiled. "Ferguson. I'm stationed at the airfield." Airfield surgeons went into combat with the medevac teams. Dr. Ferguson had vibrant skin and clear eyes. She didn't look like a woman who went to the front lines in a Black Hawk, but that assumption said more about me than her. "I have an eye specialty, and they traded me," she said. "Traded?" "For a general surgeon. Oddly, not a field doc. I was going to rush back, but they'd already left on a 9 line with him. That won't go over well." General surgeons were too valuable to go past the wire. "Did his name happen to be Captain St. John?" "Yeah. Hard name to forget. He jumped right in. Volunteered like that." She snapped her fingers. The medevacs did not fuck around with time. Caden must have jumped on the truck to the airfield, told them he was a doctor, and taken off. Caden outside the wire. Everything could go wrong. What was he thinking? He wanted to own me, but he didn't even know me. He didn't know I'd lost a brother in Afghanistan, or that my father had been eaten alive every day by regret and guilt, even as he gave more and more years in service. He hadn't grown up with stories of blood and gore, rage and impotence. I had. The fact that I'd chosen to serve in a war zone didn't mean I fetishized battle. It meant I went in with my eyes open. I wished I'd had time to open his eyes. And when he got back, I was making it my job to put away all our power games and make sure he didn't deploy again. He was going to hear about my father's night terrors, my brother's suicide attempt, my grandfather's guilt. 8 days of treating soldiers who had been blown to bits was going to seem like a cakewalk. Caden was going home after this deployment if I had to scare the shit out of him. I couldn't mill around the airfield like a lost lamb. I kept my eyes on the dark sky and my ears open for approaching birds. I wasn't privy to what was happening, whether they'd landed under fire or at all. Nothing. I should have told him the truth right away without backpedaling or soft-shoeing. I was his, completely, unabashedly, unreservedly. Instead of enforcing my will, I should have opened myself with the same nakedness he had. My desk was piled with paperwork. Since I wasn't going to sleep until I knew Caden was all right and my office was close enough to the hospital to hear when they brought in casualties, I figured I'd do it. When I pulled out my chair, I found a small manila envelope with my name on the front. I undid the string, and a dirty, blood-streaked sonogram fell into my hand. I shook it, and a folded piece of paper came out. A note. PFC Sanchez came in again. Head trauma. Said to give this to the psychiatrist. He didn't make it. I put the sonogram and the note back into the envelope before I started on the paperwork. It was Colonel Brogue out there. In the dead quiet of the midnight hour, the staff nurse's voice carried through the wall. Brogue had wanted to get off base, and it sounded as if he'd done just that. I stopped what I was doing as a less clear voice mumbled something.
Little Bird got them after the area was secured. All the casualties went to Baghdad. We're clear.
I caught a ride to the airfield, trying to stay out of the way, asking what I could and overhearing the rest. From what I could glean, Caden's Blackhawk had landed under fire, which pilots aren't supposed to do until they do it. Then they're responsible. With a full bird colonel on the ground, it wasn't surprising they'd taken the risk, but there wasn't supposed to be human gold in the form of a trauma surgeon on the chopper either. They'd taken fire. Other casualties. Local civilians had gotten involved. They'd lifted out with the wounded when they knew a little bird was coming for Caden and the minor injuries. The lighter thups of the smaller helicopter came out of the pale morning sky, and I went outside. With the sun kissing the horizon, the ground was still dark, and the airfield floodlights were necessary. The passengers were shadows in the glass as it landed. I held my jacket tightly around me, approaching into the wind of the rotors to see him, ready to tell him everything, reassure him, give myself to him, scare him out of this life. He got out of the helicopter after the last of the passengers as the pilot slowed the whir of the rotor. The front of his shirt and pants were solid black, as if he'd lain in a puddle of ink. I ran to him. That particular shade of black was the result of the floodlights hitting the deep red of blood. He didn't stop. He looked straight ahead, passing me by as if he didn't see me. Caden! He got in the back seat of the Jeep, where the driver waited for him. I looked in the window. He was staring straight ahead in a fugue state, seeing nothing. What the hell had happened out there? I ran to Caden's trailer. His door wasn't closed all the way. I knocked. No answer. Knocked again. Caden, I said. I respected his privacy up to a point, and I'd reached it. Pushing the door, I stepped into the dark room. A band of morning sunlight fell into the corner, catching his bowed, blood-soaked figure. I shut the door, making sure it clicked closed. No one needed to see him sitting in the corner with his arms around his knees. Crouching in front of him, I laid my hands on his arms and looked into his face. He kept staring into the middle distance. Caden, I'm going to get someone in here to bring you to the hospital.
No.
His voice was low and flat, and hearing it cut open my worry enough to let out my sorrow. I didn't know what had happened, but it had broken him. This man who had worked 8 days with no more than a short rest, who had let his sense of duty guide him to do the impossible, who had touched me with his vulnerability and strength. They'd broken him. I stormed out into the morning sun. I got 30 feet away. The Humvee tire we'd used as an end zone was at the other side of the field, another 30 feet away. My mind was strategizing who to tap for help and where they were when the mortar hit. The earth shook, and with a sharp pain in my ears, everything went silent. When I landed on my back, I couldn't even hear the breath exit my lungs, but I felt it with the agony in my chest. The silence was more disorienting than the rain of rocks and shrapnel. I got my feet under me, dizzy, planting my feet, breathing soundlessly with a sharp pain in my chest. I looked down at myself. I was covered in blood. When I looked back up, I realized I'd been turned around. Caden stood at his door, awakened by the blast, his blood-soaked shirt mirroring mine, crying out without a sound. The ground rotated under me. I was falling. I would hit the dirt at the acceleration of gravity. I couldn't break my fall, but I didn't need to. A man was under me, catching me, holding me in his arms as he ran. Deaf, but not blind, I could only see the blue sky. The black smoke from the mortar bounded my peripheral vision on one side. When he looked down at me for a second, he wasn't broken anymore. The eternal sky was captured in his eyes, deadly and comforting, alive with purpose. Chapter 27. A single shard of metal had missed my heart by 2 millimeters.
There's more ways to miss a heart than hit it,
Caden said from beside my bed. He'd used his R&R days to fly into Baghdad after me. The incision was small. I could have recuperated in Balad, but Caden had stepped in, making sure I was in the best-equipped hospital whether I needed it or not. I prefer to think of myself as lucky.
Preference noted. They're sending you back to the cache.
He was making an assumption that I was going back to Balad based on the fact that I was going back into the field. I was indeed going back into the field, but not to the cache. What happened out there? I asked. Outside the wire. He shrugged and looked away.
The usual intense shit.
I saw Brogue. My CO was down the hall with another injury so close to deadly it confirmed the existence of luck for me and the existence of statistical probability for Caden's patients. Brogue being down the hall had its benefits. I'd wheeled down there and checked on him. He was going home, but he was still the commanding officer of the 1st Medical Brigade. He could task me out of my unit up to Abu Ghraib to work with Army intelligence for a while. He'd agreed it was an opportunity to go from a specialty no one respected to something where I could move up, make a difference, release myself from the constraints of a unit for a while, and decide how I wanted to work. He'd do the paperwork as soon as he could sit up in his goddamned bed. If I went through with it, I wasn't going back to the support hospital with Caden. He said you saved his life and a few others, I continued. He's recommended you for a commendation.
I get a nice pat on the back whenever I do my job.
He squeezed my hand and ran his finger along my forearm with a touch that was uniquely his. Why did you go out? I asked. There are field surgeons who could have gone.
You asked me this, Grayson.
And you deflected, which I let you do because I was post-op. 4 fingertips went back down my forearm with a tenderness that could only be described as worshipful.
You don't let stuff go, do you?
Nope.
I want to be with you. Do you want to be with me?
Yes, more than anything.
And if we are a couple, this is what I can expect? You to lock onto things?
I didn't want to turn him off, but I wouldn't lie to him either. Yep. But I'm also patient. I won't forget, but I'll let you tell me things in your own time. He stared at the way his thumb stroked the scars on my wrist.
I went out to prove that I could.
That wasn't news. I could have told him that. But having him say it so plainly was unexpected and earth-shattering and a chest-spreader, exposing my heart to his attention. Caden.
Grayson?
So impossibly blue, his eyes were holes to the sky. I can't do better, I said.
Well, I know that.
We smiled, and I looked away. But you're not staying in the military, and this is my life.
I do catch movies sometimes. Guy's off on deployment and calls his woman from base. She's always in the kitchen of some suburban house holding the phone with both hands because she loves him. We can just switch it. You call me. I'll hold the phone with both hands.
In a suburban house?
Probably not. That a deal breaker?
No, not that. He didn't ask me what the deal breaker was. Either he didn't want to know, or he was aware of what I didn't yet know. There were no deal breakers. I'm not going home, I said into the hospital phone. Jen was on the other side of the line. I had an envelope stamped with the U.S. Army seal crunched in my hand. Why not? The incision was nothing. It was clean. You lost a ton of blood. I have it back. I'm replenished, like a vampire. Well, it'll be nice to have you around. I didn't think it would be hard to tell her, but I had to take a second to rework what I intended to say. I'm not staying. Not for long. I got tasked out to defense. Where? I'm heading up to ABG. My paperwork had gone through. Brogue was laid up and on his way home, but had signed the recommendation. The approval had come in the envelope my palm was sweating on. Abu Ghraib? Why? For what? I can't. It's Ronan. It's Ronan, I confirmed. Okay, I'm saying this once, then you do what you want, okay? This should be good. It will be. Write it down. I laughed silently so she couldn't hear me, but I had the feeling I wouldn't need to write it down. Go ahead. You do not have the moral vacancy required to work with the DoD. The project conforms to the Geneva Convention. Okay, if he has to say that, then that's a problem. And have you asked yourself what he needs you for? I didn't and wouldn't mention the second part of Ronan's offer, but my pause while I decided that was enough of an opening for Jen to jump in. The medical degree, she said. You can script and dispense. It's my job. I don't like it. It bothers me. You're just going to miss me. Yeah, that too. Chapter 28. Caden wasn't able to come to Baghdad to escort me back to the cache. Despite his commission, he was and always would be a civilian, with a civilian's confidence in his own agency. He'd always think he could make decisions, work around the rules while staying in the lines, negotiate with his superiors, charm his way through a narrow opening in his options. On the Chinook, with my knuckles pale caps over where my fingers and my hand joined, I wondered how he would tolerate my career. Military wives had to submit to a host of indignities, starting with a loss of control over where they lived and ending with a loss of control over parenting. Their husbands were married to the military first. How would Caden manage always playing second to the Army, especially when, after 2 deployments, he still didn't understand how little power he had? He wanted a life with me. I was torn between talking him out of it and agreeing to everything. Was there a middle way? Someplace between him pursuing a stateside medical career in the Army and me taking off my uniform forever. I alternated between frustration and an uncomfortable feeling of validation. Why do I have to think about this now? Soon became, being wanted by Caden feels too good to refuse. I was as sleepy as I'd ever been, trying to make sense while wrapped in his arms. We'll get R&R when we can, I said. ABG isn't far. Not from here. We'll be fine. For the deployment. After that, you're resigning your commission, right? Yes. He peppered my face with gentle kisses. My obligations are done. I don't want us to get our hopes up. The odds of us staying together... Hush. They're not good. You're being a pessimist. I'm scared, I said, making fear my final negotiating point. Of what? That you won't be able to stand the long distances or moving around or any of it. I didn't mention that I could retire my commission. Of the few commitments I'd ever made, the only one I could see myself sticking with was my commission. You don't think much of me. No, it's not that. I'm not a child, Major. I'm a grown man who can make his own decisions. And you're going to decide to have a life because you're normal.
No one's ever called me that before.
It's a compliment.
So, a complimentary thing about me is something you're going to use to argue that we can't be together.
I sighed and closed my eyes. My brain can't get around what you just said.
What I said was,
he kissed my nose.
Your thinking is incomplete. Your way of seeing me is limited. You need to give me a chance.
Why? I made a sound in my throat to stop his reply, waking up a little. That came out wrong. I want to. But outside dual deployment for married people, the Army doesn't care about anyone's love life. There's no way we're going to be together much. Not for a while. I won't be surprised when you tell me you can't wait around for me.
I'll be surprised.
Okay. You be surprised. But I don't want to be hurt either. And to quote a very sexy man, you can hurt me.
I won't.
He unraveled his limbs from mine and stood over me. Where are you going?
I have a shift.
He got dressed, hiding his beauty from me, one piece of clothing at a time.
You should stay here and get some rest. Think about it. Then tell me you want me as much as I want you. Tell me you'd feel broken without me.
Asking that of me said more about how he'd feel than how I'd feel. Lying in his bed, sticky and sore, I was thrown by his need. I don't want to disappoint you, I said. This life is hard, Caden. It's hard on women who grow up knowing what it's like. I can't imagine how it will be for you. Above me, in the half-light, his eyes were dark and unreadable, but his body language, the deep breath, the articulated fingers asking me to hold on, the squared shoulders spoke of preparation to say something uncomfortable and serious.
I'm a practical man, he said. A surgeon has to be. If you cut somebody open and you're careless, you're going to kill them. It's not bad luck. It's not bad karma. If you're casual or cavalier about germs or how you're holding the knife, you can kill somebody. That's just the long and the short of it. So, when I met you, I figured pheromones, early imprinting, reproductive instinct. You meet all the standards for beauty and then some. I'm a straight guy. My brain and my spinal cord and my dick are wired to find a female of childbearing age. My body reacts to you because my brain releases certain hormones at the sound of your voice or the smell of apples on your skin. It's all science until it's not.
He sat on the edge of the bed and put his shoes on, continuing as if he were describing a surgical procedure.
You know I had you down for a few fucks and a friendly goodbye. Probably about the same as you had me down for. We're adults. It's not like either one of us hasn't ever had a pheromone-induced hormone rush. But it got weird. Somewhere in those 8 days when you were checking on me, it became about more than the chemicals in my brain. I panicked. I went outside the wire because I was afraid I'd lose you if I didn't. And I'm on that fucking Blackhawk asking myself what the hell I'm doing because the way I needed you wasn't normal. Not for a man who knows how the body and the brain affect each other.
He'd never told me what happened that night, and it looked as if that wouldn't change. He stomped his foot on the floor when he was done lacing the second boot. Then he leaned over me, placing an elbow on the mattress.
I don't believe in the universe with a capital U, and I don't believe in God. I believe in brain signals and blood. But now, I'm willing to think maybe I'm wrong about everything. This is what it comes down to. You expanded my view of the universe. I don't know what to do with that. I'm not saying I believe in fate or karma or meant to be now, but my thinking got bigger because of you. I feel woken up.
As if he was uncomfortable with his own feelings, he got off his elbow and hunched on the edge of the bed, looking at his laced boots.
I feel ignorant and ordinary, but awake. If that means we have a long-distance relationship until you retire, then that's what it'll be.
Okay. My voice cracked in 2 syllables.
Good.
He slapped his knees and stood.
Do you know when you're heading out?
Tomorrow afternoon. If he was shocked by the compression of our time together, he didn't show it.
Fine. I'm off work in the morning. We'll eat, then I'll take you to the airbase.
He kissed me quickly, then opened the door, letting in a blast of cold air, and shut it behind him. I heard him clop down the 3 wooden steps, heard his boots crunch on the rocky sand, and fade into nothing. Chapter 29. Ronan had traveled light, so by noon he was spending most of his remaining hours in Balad helping me clear out. I picked up the sandwich he'd brought. Ronan sat next to me and opened his.
We have a nice office in ABG.
We're sharing an office? You don't get far in the army without sharing, but I was a full major in a different unit, and I might need to see patients. Or not. He hadn't told me much about what I'd be doing.
You're on loan to Army intelligence. We're pretty much in each other's business.
I bit my sandwich. We're clear on the other part of this offer, right?
The other part?
The you and I fucking part.
I figured you would have mentioned it if it was on. What's keeping you? My breath? Different cologne?
My availability's compromised.
Let me guess. Captain Fobbit.
He went outside the wire, so you can stop that.
He sure did.
Ronan chewed his sandwich pensively. I wiped my mouth, choosing my words carefully. Did you hear what happened out there?
Yup.
What did you hear? As soon as he looked at me, I knew he could tell I had no idea. He picked a limp tomato out of his sandwich and answered.
I heard he overstepped for a Haji.
Haji was a pejorative term for Iraqi civilians. Maybe Caden didn't want to tell me because he thought I'd be upset with him. Maybe the whole thing had been traumatic.
He didn't tell you.
Ronan read me like a book. Caden appeared at the door in his uniform, cap pushed back on his head. He stood there, holding a rolled-up paper plate with 2 sandwiches in the curl. Hey, I said. Is one of those for me? He stepped in.
Yeah, but you have one. I didn't know you guys had a date.
Ronan folded the paper over his sandwich and slipped off the desk. I took one of Caden's sandwiches. I'm pretty hungry, thank you.
I'm going to pack up my trailer,
Ronan said.
See you on the airfield.
See you there. Caden held out his hand and Ronan shook it. When he was gone, Caden sat next to me and unwrapped his lunch. I'm not going to sleep with him, I said.
I know.
Then why do you have that look on your face? He shrugged.
I asked to be moved up there and got a no. Flat out. No.
You seem absolutely stunned by that.
I've never wanted to be anywhere but where I was before, so it's different. That's all.
We ate in silence. I feel guilty, I said.
You shouldn't.
He cracked open a bottle of water and set it beside me.
I'm going to figure it out.
One man against the U.S. Army and the woman who won't leave it. He opened a second bottle and tipped it toward me.
I'd rather take on the Army than you.
He would. He was reckless and brave, like David running after Goliath with a slingshot. When you went outside the wire that time, I said, what happened? He shrugged and counted on his fingers.
Brogue, a guy from Georgia and an Iraqi lady, all patched up and sent to Baghdad. Done.
I narrowed my eyes at him as if the smaller aperture would bring the truth into focus. It did not. Chapter 30. Caden carried my duffel to the tarmac even after I insisted I was perfectly capable. There's no chivalry in the Army, I hissed as he took it from me. That would ruin everything.
I'm a civilian in a uniform.
He hitched the duffel strap up.
Deal with it.
The Chinook's rotors were getting started. God, I hate these things, I said as we walked toward it.
Yeah.
He was agreeing, but he was also staring straight at the open door where Ronan waited, which explained the single-word answer. I'm sore, I said as reassurance, but my words were lost in the din of helicopter blades. Caden stopped short and dropped the duffel. I reached down to pick it up, but he put his hand on my shoulder. What? I shouted. It's not too heavy.
Marry me.
What? I must have misheard in the thumping noise.
Marry me, Grayson. Be my wife.
Are you serious? I asked, knowing full well he was dead serious.
You said it was a unicorn assignment. You said you never heard of anyone you could get out of. Well, maybe if that's the case, there's a reason for that. Maybe you shouldn't go.
I was thrown. We were supposed to kiss before I got on the helicopter and write letters and then break up. I can't marry you to get out of going.
Marry me because you want to. I'll be the best husband you ever heard of. I'll take care of you. I'll stay in the army and we can dual deploy.
No. His face fell. I'd spoken too soon, but it was loud and the frog was waiting. Maybe. Trying to make it better was making it worse. I wanted him, but he'd caught me off guard. But you can't stay. My cap almost blew off. I had to hold it on.
I will.
The clipped demand of his voice cut through the wall of noise.
They're begging me to stay. If you don't marry me, I'm redeploying.
Are you threatening me?
It's the only way to stay close to you.
This is weird, Caden. I glanced at the helicopter. It was ready. Ronan was waiting. The pilots were waiting.
Marry me.
My life was waiting. But this beautiful man was waiting for me, too. He was resilient and fragile, made of rock and flesh, with a strength that lunged forward only to tear him apart. You can't redeploy, I insisted. That's off the table.
Marry me and I'll do whatever you want.
Marry him. What would I have to give up? What would I gain? This man with strands of hair trilling in the wind and his powerful voice demanding more from me than I'd thought to give. He held me there, in his gaze, nailing my feet to the ground until I answered. I barely knew him except by his loyalty, his passion, his vulnerability, his honesty. I knew nothing of his life, his habits, his choices.
Marry me. Don't go with him.
Is this about Ronan?
No, I have a feeling, a bad feeling about you going up there.
You're lying. My accusation rang more false than his denial. He wasn't lying. If his demand was about Ronan, he would have said it, and if he didn't have a feeling, that would be the last thing he'd claim. I hadn't known him that long, but I knew him that well.
I love you, Grayson.
He raised his voice as much as he had to, and no more. Just enough to sound serious and straightforward.
Stay here with your unit. Marry me. I love you.
I barely knew myself or what I wanted from a man. What was I supposed to say?
Major!
The pilot's voice lifted over the wind. He'd be here in a moment to hurry me away from Caden, who pinned me in place with his eyes. I'd be torn apart between the two. His lips made the shape of the words, "Marry me," without engaging a voice that wouldn't be heard over the sound of the universe he didn't believe in. Did I believe? With a glance at the pilot and back to Caden's eyes, the color shaded by the brim of his cap, I answered. Part 4, Chapter 31, New York, 2006. A woman in Sweden was walking with her son in her arms. He was 3, and they were having a serious discussion about the shape of the clouds as they crossed the street. In the story, her upturned face was the reason given for why she wasn't looking where she was going. They got halfway across and stepped up onto the median in the middle of the crosswalk's length, but the mother did not accurately predict the end of the curb. When her foot dropped 6 inches she didn't expect, she tried to keep her balance by taking an extra big step her arms weren't prepared for, and in the forward thrust, she lost her grip on her son. The driver making a left turn had calculated his radius to avoid the woman, but the flying boy was a surprise. The toddler couldn't be avoided and wound up under the front wheel. The mother, in an act of what's called hysterical strength, picked up the car enough for the driver, who had exited his vehicle in a panic, to free the boy. He was crying in his mother's arms within a few seconds. Once her brain registered pain, she found she'd shattered 5 teeth and fractured her jaw from clenching it as she lifted the car. The important detail in this story that no one ever misses is that the car was a Volkswagen. But the detail they always miss is that it was an old Beetle with the engine in the back. There's only so much a person could do with what they're given. Could she have lifted the back of the VW? Or a Ford? I'd like to think she'd have tried. I'd like to think it may have cost her a vertebra or two, but nothing would have kept her from using her body to leverage inhuman weight for her kid. I reminded myself that my naked husband wasn't as heavy as a car. I needed to get him out of that cold basement. His eyes were open, but his body was completely slack, as if his cells and blood had lost the will to obey his mind. He recognized me, and I recognized him. He was another person. Not the man I'd married, not the man who'd fucked me with a distant, commanding voice. He was the man I saw in my husband's deepest kindnesses, in the rare moments of confusion, in the broken descriptions of his life with his parents. This was Damon. I didn't know what the name meant or where it came from, but I knew who I was talking to. "Can you walk?" I asked. He blinked, shutting out the sky for a moment, then looked right through me. Not in the way Caden had in all the time I'd known him. Not to pierce, but to caress and comfort. I was more sure than ever that this was not Caden. "Damon? Is that your name?" His lips parted. He caught a breath, then closed his lips again to swallow whatever he was going to say. "It's cold. Can you get up?" I pulled him toward me. His body was a dead weight. "Can you move your limbs? Where's the perilous?" No reply. I lifted his arms and let them drop. His legs were bent, but fell to one side when his arms landed. "Caden, if you're in there, you're suffering some kind of semi-conscious catatonic state from mental trauma. I think the quadriparesis is temporary. I'm going to call someone. Can you wait here?" I leaned down and whispered in his ear. "Damon, Caden, whoever's in there, I love you and I'm going to take care of you." I ran out through the speakeasy section of the basement, feeling as though I'd left a part of myself in the bottle room. I'd call for an ambulance, get him a blanket, put on some clothes. The mental checklist was interrupted by an unintentional glance at myself in the mirror behind the bar. My eyes were bloodshot, and a bruise was blossoming on the side of my neck. I knew my voice was shredded. It was too soon to see if my eyes would get black underneath, but if the paramedics saw any such signs, things would get very complicated very quickly. The decision to go back into the bottle room without making a call was burdened with doubts over my lack of doubt. He choked me unconscious. And unlike last time, when my husband had been trying to extend my orgasm, this time he'd been committing violence. When I got back to the cold, concrete room, he was in the exact position I'd left him in, staring blankly into the middle distance. His beautiful body was rendered still and pale in the room's flat light. The black hairs on his skin looked like pen marks on a white paper. I pulled him flat on his back. He didn't resist or help. His cock leaned to one side like a useless piece of meat, the power removed like the magic from a talisman. "I don't know if you can hear me, but in case you can, I'm doing a ranger roll. Pray I have enough room in here." Getting on the floor, I laid my upper back on his chest, placing my body perpendicular to his. I put his thigh over my shoulder and torqued my whole body toward his head. It took a few tries, but I finally got him over my shoulders and my legs under me. I got him out of the room by using my legs for strength, across the basement and to the bottom of the steps. I sucked air through my teeth. Go. 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 I took the first step. He'd warned me he wanted to kill me. He told me he was scared. I put that into the equation. Someone I loved was sick in a way that couldn't be managed by medication or talk therapy. Halfway up, I had to turn to make the narrow passage. Or was he gaslighting me? Grunting, I got up to the hallway. If I looked like an abused wife, wasn't I? Wasn't my decision part of the cycle of violence? Wasn't my conviction that I was better than this part of the problem? 6'1", 180. I couldn't get him up another flight of steps. My office door was open. I promised myself I'd alert someone as soon as I understood what was going on. I'd carefully and objectively note the signs of domestic abuse. Then I'd decide. Bending at the waist, I dropped him on the couch and collapsed on the carpet beside him. At least it was warm in here. The pain came less than an hour later, as expected. Caden, Damon, lay under a pile of blankets with a hot water bottle between his feet. I took a hot shower upstairs and took inventory of my body. I hadn't shattered my teeth, but my jaw ached, and my lower back and knees shot through with pain when I put pressure on them. I took 4 Advil. Bright red bled through the whites of my eyes, and dark pink triangles formed on each side of the bridge of my nose. My neck looked okay. He hadn't put that much pressure because he knew how to cut off my air. No energy had been wasted. The surgeon side of my husband. He'd recognized his name as Damon. That had been clear. What had also become clear was that he had been running headlong into this dissociation for months, and I'd let it happen. A little professional voice told me there was nothing I could have done, and at the same time that I'd done everything I could. Neither recollection was true. I'd done everything that pleased me because my body enjoyed it. Guilt twined around the realization like yarn around a stick. All night, I sat by him. His head was turned toward the back of the sofa with his eyes open, staring at the upholstery. His vitals were good, so I let him do what I should have been doing. Resting. My DSM-5 was in arm's reach. I knew what was in it, but I looked anyway. Dissociative identity disorder. Trauma-based. Correlated with PTSD. Patients suffering with mental trauma compartmentalized it into discrete personalities as a coping mechanism. The therapist had to tell each personality about the other, validate them, work toward integration, and acceptance of the condition, then fusion, merging of the personalities until normalcy was achieved. I'd had a patient with a traumatic split in Iraq and not since. He'd watched a buddy shoot a 3-year-old on purpose. This was a man he'd trusted and respected. When one CO wouldn't believe him and another didn't care, it tore the fabric of his belief system. He became Molly Jones, Grosse Pointe housewife, when the memory was too much to bear. His breakdown made it harder for him to convince command that the event had happened, and he was sent home. This couldn't be happening to Caden. But it is. My husband was the king of detachment. He could lock up his emotions to get the job done. That's the problem here. I'd married a strong man, a rock, a man who didn't know how to fail. Say it. He was the calm eye of a deadly storm, maintaining his composure in the worst of circumstances. Say it. You're getting warmer. I'd married a man who would never come undone. I'd married strong, not weak. Warmer. I didn't marry a crazy person. Jackpot. At nearly dawn, his finger flicked, and a minute later, his hand twitched at the wrist. A swallow. A jerk of his legs under the blankets. Then his hand found mine and covered it. I held on to him, and he turned his head. I recognized Caden's face. He looked like the twin brother my husband had never had. All the features were the same, but he was different. Hey.
Gray.
He squeezed my hand and shifted his body toward me. Paresis done. He had his body back. I hadn't realized how tight I was until the muscles holding worry about his body relaxed. Are you all right?
Are you?
His voice was thick and slow, as if he had to remember how to speak. I'm fine. I cupped his jaw tenderly. What do you remember?
He hurt you.
Third person. Complete dissociation. A break. I'm fine, I said, leaning my lips into his. He smelled like my husband. freshly ground coffee, and cut grass. 100% fine.
Thank God.
He fell asleep. As a fan of Susie and the Banshees and the Dead Kennedys who wore thick eyeliner and shapeless black clothes, my social group hadn't required I play a sport. Nor had my family. Basketball, however, had its advantages. I had been athletic enough to play varsity in a few sports, but the constant motion of basketball ran me ragged and I liked that. Besides, when Dad was around, we played in the driveway. Colin shot up when he was 13, surpassing my height by the time I turned 15. Dad beamed at his son's new manhood and refused to acknowledge my entrance into womanhood. I understood why, but that didn't diminish my hunger for his approval.
You know why she got the jump? Because she pushes.
Dad bounced the ball with his left hand and pointed at Colin with his right. The pointing meant he was serious, and Colin, bent over his knees and panting after I'd stripped the ball from him to score, turned off the adolescent backtalk long enough to listen.
This little girl here will beat you every time because she has tenacity. When she decides she's taking what you have, she's going to work you until you're standing there wondering what happened.
He passed me the ball. I beamed with the compliment, eager to prove I could be the person he thought I was. Even though I was being used as a tool to inspire his precious son, it was the encouragement I got. So it was the encouragement I cherished.
Push, Colin, push,
Dad shouted as my brother covered me.
She's getting away.
My brother avoided organized sports. I was the one on varsity. I was the one with skin in the game, but Colin was pushed to do more, be better, while I was an obstacle to overcome. I swung low and jumped, making one off the rim. Colin caught the ball on the way down and flipped it back to Dad.
Nice work, Gray. You,
he pointed at Colin again.
You're getting beat by a girl.
Colin's hair flopped in front of his face. He was skipping the awkward part of adolescence and going right to heartthrob. Yeah, Colin, I said. I'm going to tell all the freshman girls.
I don't date freshmen. You're going to be dating a senior named Steve if you don't win the next point,
Dad joked. The fact that Colin was into girls didn't make the joke funny. Nothing would have made it funny. But we were young, and I played hard to beat him just to prove I was as good as he was. With Damon, Caden resting on my office couch, I made a few decisions, then remade them. Then I accepted my inability to change anything outside my own actions and decided between what I could choose and what I couldn't control. I could decide to stay with my husband no matter what. So, I would do that. I could decide to respect him as a man, not a part of my caseload. So, I would do that. I could decide to accept this problem, whatever it was, while simultaneously helping him get better. Acceptance was an amorphous goal, but I could commit to the process. I was human, fallible and imperfect, but I was dedicated. All I had to do was commit to him as fully now as I had in my parents' backyard on the day I married him. With my dog tags, something old, dangling over the lace of my wedding gown, and shiny army boots, something new under the train, I'd sworn my life to him. In my mother's headpiece, something borrowed, and sky-colored socks under the boots, something blue, I'd submitted myself to a life tied to a man I loved for the qualities I'd been raised to admire. In my frailty and humanity, I'd vowed to make a superhuman effort. I hadn't been ready for this man. There's freedom in being fully human. Once I admitted my own prejudices, I knew who I was dealing with. I feared my weakness. I was concerned about my sanity. I worried that I wouldn't be able to handle Caden and myself if he was in this kind of trouble. I had come face to face with the fact that my husband had limits, but though I knew they existed, I couldn't see their outline without knowing what had driven him to them. Maybe it was the house. This priceless, coveted property had been the scene of his mother's abuse. He'd insisted he was fine, that he'd stripped it of every memory, moved the kitchen, the bedrooms, redone every detail until he couldn't recollect a single scene. But he couldn't change the outside, and walking through the door twice a day must have brought something back for him. We could move. We should move. We could sell it and move to a smaller place, stay in Manhattan, maybe Brooklyn. I could take him back to San Diego. I put my head on the desk, making constant decisions, tossing them aside, making others, justifying them in my mind to Caden, then Damon, who I didn't know. I realized there was no chance of a change as long as my husband was in this state. What one personality said, the other could undo. There was freedom in being fully human. And there was also confinement.
Chapter 32. Caden. I woke up naked on the couch in her office, my legs bent and leaning on the back so I'd fit. Something damp and yielding rippled between my feet. I reached under the blankets and pulled it out. A pale water bottle. I didn't know how I'd gotten into the office, under the covers, or naked, much less why I'd needed a water bottle. Grayson sat behind her desk with her head on her folded arms, sleeping in yoga pants and a ribbed tank. Her pink lips were parted, gravity pulling them slightly toward the center of the earth. She had patches of burst capillaries under her eyes. That was from losing air. I'd carefully cut her off to extend her orgasm, but I didn't think it had gone far enough to cause the darkness at the tops of her cheeks. My primary feeling at seeing her was desire. Not normal sexual desire, but utter filth. I wanted her to wake up as I was coming on her face, then wipe it all off her with my dick so I could make her lick me clean. It was morning. No time for that. I got out from under the covers. My wife leaned a little in her sleep, ass getting closer to the edge of the chair. It pivoted. She was going to fall. I picked her up under the shoulders and knees. She nuzzled me as I laid her on the couch. After covering her, I grabbed the cold water bottle and went upstairs. Damon was gone. I'd felt exorcised of him after I'd broken Grayson before, but this time was different. He wasn't hiding where I couldn't hear or see him. He wasn't a pressure in the back of my consciousness. He wasn't a missing voice in the hiss of the shower or a potential presence from the darkness in the drain. Like a dead thing, he only existed in memory. I was free of him, and that satisfied me. After putting my wife under the bed covers, I jerked off in the shower, imagining the tiles I came on were my wife's face and tits. In the fantasy, I pulled her shirt on over my cum so she could wear my mark all day. I got dressed before I checked on Grayson. She opened her eyes enough for me to see the bleeding capillaries in the whites. She smiled and patted my hand as if she was too weak for words. I'd taken everything from her the night before. Satisfied again, I went to work. During the first 8 days of the Second Battle of Fallujah, when I'd stopped seeing the men under me as people and started seeing them as puzzles with broken or misplaced pieces, I'd had a sense of personal authority similar to the feeling athletes describe as the zone. At work in New York, even though it wasn't a cutting day, the pieces of the world clicked into place according to my actions, my will, my desires. I didn't crave praise or recognition. I wanted nothing more or less than control over what I could see and touch. Grayson, kneeling in the dark, her skin cast in blue from the streetlights on 87th Street filtering through the curtains, the dark fracture between her legs, and the eggshells of her ass, inviting me to use her. Waiting for me with her forehead on the rug and her hands boxed behind her back, wrist to wrist. She was no less a lioness. That was what I wanted. I left a message for her. I'll be home at 1900. Be naked, on your knees, forehead to the floor, hands behind your back. Be ready for me to enter you anywhere I want. I hung up. Who would be there when she heard it? A patient? One of the military men she spoke with all day? A colleague? Would they see her blush? Would she smile? No. She wouldn't see anyone today, not with the bruises under her eyes. The bloodshot whites would be almost healed by now, but the rest would linger, reminding me I'd done something I couldn't remember. Something terrible. Something that had chased Damon away for good. She'd want to talk about it. All I wanted to do was fuck her in celebration. I could do both. Doing the last of my paperwork for the day, I decided she was welcome to talk about it either after we were both satiated or with my dick in her mouth. That should be more than satisfactory. Outside, the last of the sun disappeared behind the western horizon.
Chapter 33.
I'll be home at 1900. Be naked, on your knees, forehead to the floor, hands behind your back. Be ready for me to enter you anywhere I want.
The contents of Caden's message had been spoken clearly and without an ounce of doubt that he'd be obeyed. His demeanor was so commanding that I at once felt a flood of arousal so strong it hurt, and looked at the clock to see if I had time to shower before 1900 hours. That didn't last long. I wasn't getting on my knees and offering my body to him until we talked about the previous night. I'd had Friday off sessions, as usual, but I'd had to cancel gym and meetings to hide the way his hands had used me. I spent the day reading journals and studies on dissociative disorders. Dry, hopeless reading. Until I knew who I was fucking, or what I was fucking, there would be no fucking. Bottom line, I wasn't in the mood for Caden's controlling voice or his precise pain. I was tired from the night before. My back ached. Swallowing hurt. If there was going to be any sex, it had to be the kind that made me fall asleep with confidence in my heart and a smile on my face. He arrived at 7 on the dot. In the crack between curtains, he popped up the stoop with his jacket flowing behind him. I sat on the couch, under a tall lamp, fully dressed in a sexless sweater and jeans. I was a wife waiting to speak to her husband, not a woman getting on her knees for kinky time. The door clicked shut. I heard fussing with keys, coat, a cleared throat, and he appeared in the entrance to the living room. I could tell who I was sharing the room with right away. Not Caden. At least not the man calling himself Caden. Damon?
Grayson?
What the hell is going on? It wasn't for him to answer. I should have known that, but it was impossible to be a trained therapist about my own husband. I wanted an answer, and the way he smiled was just that. It wasn't an answer I liked, but it was unlike anything I'd seen from my husband except when he was at his most vulnerable. It had no underlying meanings, no sexual overtones or cynicism. It was a happy smile.
May I sit?
I realized so much about my husband when he became someone else. Caden never asked to sit. He just sat. He identified the straightest course of action to a result and took it. Please do. The person in my husband's body sat on the other side of the couch, leaving a full cushion between us, and twisted around so one arm was draped over the back of the sofa. He pressed his thumb to his upper lip and regarded me as if seeing me for the first time. Admittedly, I felt as if I was seeing him for the first time as well. A jaw that had been as angular and unyielding as his personality was now a counterpoint to a softer line of his mouth. The color of his eyes was less a challenge and more of an invitation.
I can't believe how beautiful you are.
Bullshit me later. The fact was, I couldn't believe how beautiful he was.
To your question, what's going on? I'm not really sure.
I have an idea.
Good.
He nodded and waited. Can you tell me who you are first? He smiled ruefully and ran his nails along the damask upholstery. The pairing of gestures was surprisingly sensual and nothing like Caden, who delivered answers like an automatic weapon.
I am your soulmate.
He laid his hand down and looked at me.
I'm the only person who truly fits with you. I admit I wasn't born in a normal way, but we were created for each other. Maybe there was some mix-up and the body I was meant for went to someone else.
There was a movie like that.
Then it's not unheard of.
It's a made-up story.
You're saying I'm made up? That what I've been going through is fake?
Invalidating a personality was dangerous territory. I was tired, aching, in a state of emotional shock, and in no condition to maintain my therapeutic detachment. But I wasn't going to swap ghost stories either. Here's what I know. You're my husband, and you're a dissociated personality.
No, I'm sure I'm not.
How are you so sure?
I was my own person before. I had a name. And I've loved you from the beginning.
Before last night, where were you?
You really want to talk about this?
What are the options? The way he looked at me told me what he thought the options were.
I've waited a long time to kiss you. I guess I can wait another few minutes.
Another few minutes? I wasn't sure I should even let him touch me, much less kiss me. Can you describe your life before last night?
I wouldn't call it a life. I saw out through his eyes. I heard with his ears, then forgot a lot of it. I wanted things. You, mostly. But getting out was all I could think about.
Getting out of what?
I don't know. It was a kind of box, or a bag around me. Tight. I think it was him. He kept me in it.
Him?
Caden.
I was looking right at Caden, but he referred to himself as a nemesis. Not uncommon in these cases, but still strange. What's the first thing you remember?
My name.
Do you know where you were? Where Caden was?
No idea. I was blind. I could stretch the limits around me and I could hear better, see better. Your voice.
He shook his head as if amazed.
Went right through me. I couldn't always understand what you were saying, but it always called me. And when he started hurting you and you liked it, that was when the bag got tight.
Except last night.
He almost killed you.
And you opened the bag.
I didn't. He did.
Rain patted the windows, leaving diagonal lines across the glass. Caden had released this monster to protect me from the other monster. I rubbed my eyes, shutting out the sight of the rain as it increased, distorting the view.
Grayson.
His whisper reached through my self-imposed darkness.
It's for the best. I won't hurt you. You're safe with me.
A touch fell on my ankle, so gentle and tender I was comforted without wanting to be. I was faltering. I couldn't. Not yet. But when he touched me, I knew I would. Where were you all day? He paused before answering.
At work.
I moved my fingers away, blinking the light back in. He slid his hand over my ankle, the closest piece of bare skin to him. Did you leave me a message this afternoon?
Yes.
I couldn't imagine the man on my couch issuing the short list of commands that I'd had to remind myself to disobey. He was lying. I could press him about the content of the message, but it could trigger a reaction I wasn't ready to defend against. I didn't do what you told me to. You didn't seem to mind when you got home.
I was just glad to see you.
He stroked my ankle with his thumb with the perfect amount of pressure to awaken the nerve endings. Caden always knew how to touch me, but this simple change in pressure was lateral in its difference in that it had the same effect. He shifted closer to me.
I want to kiss you.
No. My first thought was a negative. I didn't know him or what would be too much for him. My arousal was bad enough. Letting him touch me was worse. My heart thudded like a caged madman bouncing off the bars. This man looked like Caden, smelled like Caden, sounded like a man using Caden's voice. It was his body, his mind, just a different piece of it. Reaching for my cheek with his ever-perfect touch, he repeated,
"I want to kiss you."
Leaning forward, cut grass and fresh coffee beans, rich and sharp. Same pheromones, same man. I countered him, meeting him in the middle until I could feel his breath.
"I've wanted to kiss you as long as I can remember."
What was the first moment? He looked down at my lips. The curve of his eyelashes against the sign of his lids was so much my husband. But the hesitation was not.
"Now is the only moment that counts."
Pseudopsychology frayed the rope connecting me to my desire. You don't remember, I said, pulling back enough to yank the rope taut without breaking it.
"I've always wanted you. That's all there is to it. Past, present, future. It just is. There's no starting point, and there's no end."
His voice wasn't shot through with rainbows and unicorns, but with a pure statement of fact. This was what it was, and something about that tone resonated with every other voice I'd ever trusted. What would happen if I made love to this man, this creature, this being? Could I get him to pack up and move out of this house? Probably. But what about the man still calling himself Caden? He'd return and we'd unpack. Then you won't mind sleeping in the guest bedroom?
"Of course not."
Good. I slapped my hands on my knees and got up.
"What are you going to tell him?"
I knew who he meant.
"When he comes back?"
Damon continued.
"Which he will. And he's on the guest bed. What are you going to say?"
He and I will have a conversation, same one you and I just had.
"What if he doesn't come back?"
What do you mean? He took his arm from the back of the couch and put his elbows on his knees, locking his gorgeous fingers together between them.
"The contusions on your neck are light, but I can see them. You have broken blood vessels under both eyes. Your voice is hoarse from windpipe damage."
Just breath play, gone too far.
"The only reason he didn't finish the job was that I came for him. I resuscitated you. He was standing over you, paralyzed with fear over what he'd done."
His voice went serious again.
"When he's in the zone, he loses control."
Terror plucked the nerves of my spine, woke my glands, sending messages to my body I couldn't obey. No, that won't happen.
"Damn right.
He stood.
I'm not going to let it."
Damon hadn't seemed threatening until that moment. How will you stop it?
"I can keep him from coming back."
What if you fail?
"He already warned you. He's going to kill you."
He wouldn't. If he'd released Damon to protect me, then something inside him didn't want to hurt me. But the man in our living room wouldn't be convinced. His whole existence depended on believing I was in danger from Caden.
"I'll take the room across the hall from ours,"
he said, putting his hand on my cheek. I pulled away.
"Tomorrow, we can both sleep in. You can use it."
In the space under the bedroom door, the light from the bedroom across the hall went out. He'd waited for me to turn my lights out first, but he had no way of knowing if I was sleeping, and he had to realize how impossible that was. I crouched at the head of the bed and listened to the night sounds of the city. People passing by, talking, cars inching toward Amsterdam Avenue in the constant traffic that was Manhattan. I had to talk to someone. I couldn't do this myself. I loved him, and turning him into a patient rankled that love. He was mine. We'd made promises, vows. We were a unit. His secrets were sacrosanct. Me. Caden. And now a third uninvited person who held the same love in the same heart. I loved him. I loved what we had together. I had to be the one to get it back. Standing in the window in an army t-shirt and underwear, lost in thought, I watched New Yorkers do what they did best. cross in the middle of the street, barely looking both ways as if they were protected by an invisible force field. What if he tried again to kill me? He couldn't. Not if I didn't give him the opportunity. I was the one who had spent a decade in military training. He was a surgeon. A well-built surgeon with a military fitness regimen, but still just a doctor. I could take him in a fight as long as I was mentally prepared. Jen would know what to do, but she'd tell me to get out of the house. I wasn't giving up that easily. Not on my marriage, not on Caden. I fooled myself into thinking there was some quick solution that would bring us back to the way it had been. Some trick I could implement and boom, life would go back to normal. We'd be back on track in no time. But if I went through channels, brought in other people, spent weeks on an official diagnosis, there would be no going back. Even as I convinced myself that was possible, I knew it wasn't. I was con man and mark, thief and victim. A willing dupe in my own web of lies. A yellow taxi narrowly missed a canoodling couple, honking and getting flipped the bird in response. The shock of the noise opened my defenses enough to let in a thought I'd been holding back. I wanted Damon. I wanted his touch. I wanted him to stay long enough to convince me he was my husband by another name. Which he was. At least as much as the detached monster who fucked like an animal. One more day, then he was on call Sunday. If they called him in, I'd block the door, and by Monday, I'd know if he could do his job safely. I'd let it go one more day. Then decide.
Chapter 34. Damon. Caden put up a fight at dawn, trying to wrestle past the room he'd given me, but I got away. All I had to do, and this should have been obvious from the start, was bring to mind Grayson motionless on the couch while he spurted cum down his leg. When I showered, I couldn't help but feel the firmness of this body I'd taken. It wasn't just the realness that fascinated me, but the way the desires I'd felt through Caden didn't float free but were connected to the body. Hunger was in the stomach, thirst was in the mouth, wakefulness in the mind, anxiety in the chest. Lust was deep in the balls. Last night I'd smelled how much she wanted me. The apples he'd always tasted on her skin went fermented with arousal, soured by hormones and the wetness I sensed between her legs. When I'd touched her ankle, her nipples had hardened under the tank top, and my tongue had gotten fat in my mouth with the need to suck them. Stroking the erection that appeared, I let out a relieved breath. I could finally make love to her, taste her for myself, enter her slowly, savor her groans, guide her to orgasm after orgasm. Keep her safe while I came inside her. The release weakened my knees. I knew the mind emptied with his orgasms, but the physical sensation was more than I expected. It had direction, forwardness. It was a barrier shattered with a battering ram. "Wow," I said, jerking out the last drops. Doing this inside her would be more than pleasurable, more than a release. It would be a culmination. As I dried off by the bed, I heard her leave her room. I waited for her to knock. Instead, the stairs creaked when she walked down them. I knew how to do it. I'd watched him love her, felt a facet of what he'd felt, noted her reactions. I could give her so much more than he could, and without pain or control. The man in the mirror was hers. He'd always done his hair with quick, efficient precision. I ran my fingers through it and went downstairs to convince my wife she was mine. Grayson was standing at the counter, a hand on each side of the gurgling coffee maker. "Good morning."
How did you sleep?
She didn't turn to look at me but reached into the cabinet for 2 cups. "Not great."
Oh, yeah?
I was thinking about how shocking this must be for you.
I can handle it.
She poured the coffee.
I'm just worried about you.
A cup in each hand, she faced me for the first time that morning. She froze for a second, as if seeing me for the first time, then dropped her gaze to the island counter, where she put the cups. I've never been better, honestly.
You've never actually been.
She put sugar and a pitcher of cream near my cup and took her own, sipping it black. The dark patches under her eyes were mostly gone. Do you have plans today?
A little follow-up work.
Waiting for something, she watched my hand resting on the cup.
Transcribing notes. Prepping for the meeting with the Mount Sinai board. Should be done by lunch. Your coffee's getting cold.
Right. I hovered over the cream and sugar. Both? Either? Why couldn't I remember how I drank my coffee? Had she set me up? Is this how it's going to be? I said, taking neither sweetener nor cream.
How what's going to be?
Testing me? Would Caden wear this belt with these pants, brush his hair like this? Does he like it light and sweet or black and bitter?
Milk. No sugar.
She put her mug to her lips with both hands.
Straight black on deployment.
Her face disappeared behind the tilt of her cup. I flipped the top off the sugar, dropped a teaspoonful into the black coffee, and replaced the lid with a clack. I have an idea. Let's do something fun this afternoon. I took a big gulp. It tasted as sweet as spite. My strategy was to act sane. I knew that didn't sound like much of a plan, but she needed to imagine herself with a man who was exactly the same as her husband, but different. Better. For one, I didn't want to kill her. I wasn't a simpering child encased in a rock-hard ego. His phone rang. No. I had to stop pretending he still mattered. My phone rang. It was Danny. I flipped it open slowly, trying to recall my history with him. Nothing came to me. "Hello," I said. "I'm going to be 10 minutes late," he said. "You can warm up." Late. He was going to be late. It was Saturday. What did he do on Saturday morning? Shit. "I don't think I can make it. I'm taking Grayson out to lunch." "Yeah, with me and Sherry at the club. We switched it to today. Did you get the email?" Suddenly, I knew the password. I hadn't even wondered about it a second earlier. Where were we meeting again? "We're playing the blue ball at 11, and the girls are coming for lunch at the club at noon 30. Blue ball. Racquetball. The club. Got it. Yes, right, I'm sorry. It's been a little busy around here. Are you okay? Yepers. Yepers? You sure you're all right? Every word was a damn minefield. I have to go. See you there. I hung up before I had the chance to screw up goodbye. Danny's lateness had given me a chance to both brush up on racquetball rules and remind Grayson she was meeting us for lunch. She knew already. She was a worthy adversary, and she'd be a worthier partner once I convinced her I was permanent. As far as racquetball went, what my mind didn't know, my body remembered enough to pass. "God, you suck today," Danny said when I missed the final shot of the final match. Tired, I wiped my face with the white towel I'd found in the gym bag. "Maybe it's finally getting to you." He clapped my back as if this was an old joke he shared with my body. Lunch was at a round table in the center of the room. Sherry had dark hair and brown eyes. She laughed a lot and smiled like a kid on Christmas when Grayson asked to see her ring. "He picked the perfect cut," she said.
It's gorgeous,
my wife replied. The room was hot and she'd stripped down to her camisole. Her skin was going to drive me wild. "When are you getting your wife a rock?" Danny pointed his water glass at me.
It's not a priority,
Grayson said before my surprise could register. I didn't know if she was covering for me or the husband who hadn't gotten her a ring. Danny turned to his fiancée. "Apparently they don't have diamond rings on the front lines, and when they came home on leave for the wedding, They didn't have time to get to Tiffany. Grayson stabbed her lettuce. I couldn't tell how she felt about it, but I knew how I felt about it. It was unacceptable. That's interesting. Sherry tucked her hand in her lap. Hey, she brightened. I heard you're a candidate for the new mental health division the hospital's putting in?
The Gibson Post-Trauma Mental Health Center.
Grayson recited the long name as if it was a joke, but she was beaming just enough. I put my arm across the back of her chair. I ran my thumb along the skin between her shoulder blades. Her eyelids fluttered at my touch. Danny kicked me. You didn't tell me.
I'm one of two. The board has my proposal. We'll see.
I have something planned, I said to her profile. She faced me.
Really?
To celebrate. I didn't want to blow it, but it was this afternoon anyway. Well, well, Danny said with a smile. You do have a romantic side. I do. Though my words answered my friend, I said them to my wife.
If a diamond ring was important, I'd have one.
She sat so far against the other side of the cab she was almost out the door. A sheet of plexiglass separated the back seat from the front, where the driver patiently navigated the miseries of Manhattan traffic. Maybe it doesn't matter to you, but it matters to me. She held up her hand so I could see the gold band.
This is all that matters.
I'd spent hours trying to understand what consciousness was and when mine began. I'd had to do it without a single human reference. If this had happened to anyone before, I had no access to them to ask how I should feel or what I should think. I had no way of knowing if I was my own person or another man's setback. In moments like this, when I had to define the indefinable, I was the loneliest man on the planet. The traffic on Fifth Avenue was almost sadistic in the accuracy of its obstruction. I wish I could marry you in that church right there. I pointed at St. Patrick's Cathedral. She looked, folded hands pressed between her knees.
Why?
It's the richest, most beautiful cathedral in the country.
I bet plenty of people who got married in there are divorced by now.
Before Caden opened the bag, I could sense some of the things he wanted or knew. He wanted to marry you in that church, but there was a 2-year wait list, and he thought he'd lose you if he waited. Her head snapped back to me, eyes on fire. Formidable.
Why would he think that?
She said he, but she meant you. He took you away from your family, away from the military. He didn't know if he'd do something to push you too far. He was afraid of losing you every minute of every day.
That's ridiculous. If I didn't want to be here, I wouldn't have come.
I know, but he worried. In any case, one of the other things I knew, or sensed, was an emptiness around the idea of your finger. Then the notion kind of coalesced into a ring of a certain color, which I'm debating about.
I'm confused. I don't have a preference. I'm not a jewelry person.
He knows, but he thought a ring was important. He had a very clear idea in mind, which is probably why I could see it. Color, cut, size. What I'm debating about is doing anything he wants after what he almost did to you. On the other hand, it's perfect and you should have it. Not on your anniversary. Now.
You were going to give it to me on our anniversary.
She said you this time, instead of implying it, and I had to look away. I didn't want her to see my reaction or notice her therapist's curiosity parsing my expression. In doing so, I saw a dim reflection of my face in the plexiglass. Not my face, his face, which was my face. I didn't have another. How could she not think I was him? I looked exactly the same. I was the face of the love of her life. Maybe I should accept that. Maybe I could use it to give her everything, including her peace of mind. I was going to give it to you on our anniversary, I said, taking apart her reaction to the pronoun. She wore full therapist detachment. Like I said, formidable. I'm not a creative man, I continued. I was a little stuck on the setting, But yes, the situation with the ring was getting fixed. I just think now is better than later. It's been a rough few months. I pulled her hands out from between her legs. She accepted, folding her palms over my hand.
It has been rough, but we're going to get through it.
I know.
No, you don't. You don't have to buy me things to keep me. You don't have to worry that I'm ever going to leave you.
She squeezed my hand.
The man I married is honorable, strong, brilliant, loving. He has a sense of duty that was never drilled into him. It's just a part of who he is, and I admire it so much that sometimes it hurts to think about. He's out of my league. If anyone should worry, it should be me.
I could only shake my head. How could such a perceptive woman not see her own perfection? How was she not the person she measured everyone else against? It couldn't be false modesty, because nothing about her was false. 5th and 57th, the cabbie called, stopping. The meter ticked out a curled paper tongue of a receipt. I shoved a 50 into the slot in the plexiglass. He could keep the tip. The cab ride had been worth more than even a rich man could pay.
Chapter 35. Caden had talked about a ring sometimes, asking me how I felt about huge stones or special settings. Apparently, it had bothered him enough to seep into Damon's consciousness. I'd never been inside Tiffany. The store was as quiet as a church, with lighting that made everything sparkle. The sales staff knew their jobs. They pinpointed us as big spenders inside 5 minutes and brought us to a lounge in the back. The velvet couches were robin's egg blue, and the walls were papered in a textured off-white. They offered mimosas and water from Antarctic glaciers in crystal glasses. Amy, our saleswoman, was a white woman in her middle years with straight black hair and sensible makeup. The man occupying my husband's body consulted with her out of earshot. When Caden had first promised a ring, I shrugged it off. They looked silly with camo, and they distracted patients. The simple gold band was more than enough for me. My husband was the prize, not the ring. Damon didn't stand like Caden. His posture was more relaxed, still confident, less rigid. The way he moved his hands was more expressive, and when Amy spoke to him, he looked at her as if he was listening fully, not formulating an answer before she was done. Same perfect body, same sky-colored eyes, same full lips, but different. When he touched me at lunch, it was the same casually possessive stroke as Caden's, but with a consideration, as if he was giving me the touch, not taking it. I liked the Damon in Caden. I had to remind myself that when the illness was peeled back, they were the same person, and he needed help. Amy went to the back. I sipped my water as Damon came to the couch.
I told her I want you to have it now,
He said, with Caden's mouth.
unless you want something custom.
No, I'm sure they have nice things ready. He took a mimosa off the silver tray. Caden wouldn't have drunk in the day. If Damon was doing it, did that mean Caden wanted to? What had held him back? What time are you on call?
Tonight.
Damon.
Yes?
He put down the glass. Do you know how to perform surgery? He raised an eyebrow. This kind of thing, this dissociation, knowledge and expertise don't always transfer between...
Yes, Grayson. All that stayed with me. I can still crack a cage.
Before the MFI? I barely knew what I was talking about, but that wasn't important. He had to know.
Before the myocardial infraction, and after you give me an MIDI.
Myocardial infraction during intercourse. You're not old enough for that.
I will be, and it'll be you.
The tension release felt like cool Arctic water on a hot day. We had time. He wouldn't kill anyone, and we had time. I didn't know which fact reassured me more. As if he felt my relief, he smiled and ran the back of his hand along my arm, clasping his fingers around mine at the end.
Did you think I'd cut someone open without knowing how?
No, I guess not. He tugged my arm, and I laughed. Maybe. He smiled and put his arm around my shoulders, pulling me into him. Brushing his lips on my cheek, he kissed my earlobe before whispering,
Silly Gray.
He ran his mouth back along my cheek and stopped at the corner of my lips. Our faces were so close, his eyes had merged into one window to the sky. You can't, I said, and he jerked an inch away. Promise me. No surgery.
You don't believe me?
I believe you, but it's not safe. If you're retaining only 90% of what you need to know, or even if you know 100% and your reaction time is different, or your decision-making is different, you could kill someone. Sitting back fully, he seemed to consider it.
I don't want to do that.
My husband loves the operating room, but...
I'm your husband.
He insisted. I know. But listen to me. Look at me. Do you love it? Right now, when you think about it, are you excited? Or can you live without it? He thought for a long time, longer than Caden ever thought about anything before making a decision.
I'm supposed to love it. I know I am. But when you say I can kill someone, it bothers me. It hurts me to think about it. I don't know how I'd live with myself.
It never bothered Caden.
Do you think that's normal?
He was never normal. Isn't. He's not dead. If the man sitting across from me noticed my use of the past tense, he didn't show it, nor did he react to the unacknowledged flip side of my statement. My husband's not normal. He's exceptional. No. The gorgeous man who'd brought me to Tiffany for a ring wasn't hurt or excited. He wasn't insulted or resistant. He was relieved to be normal. Not worse, not inferior. Normal. So it's a promise? I put my hand on his knee. No surgery. He gathered me in his arms, and I slid close to him.
It's a promise.
Kiss me. My demand came in soft breaths against the fullness of his mouth. The single eye got narrow when he looked down, and I thought he might refuse me, but he tilted his head and put his lips to mine slowly and carefully, as if savoring every moment. Or maybe that was me. He cupped my jaw in his hands. His mimosa was sharp and sweet on my tongue, warming the effects of the cold water. Rumblings of desire shook my spine, the space between my shoulders, my thighs, and the core between them. He kissed as if he meant it. Every graze of his tongue was intentional. The door clicked open, and Amy came in with a tray. A square-cut emerald with a deep blue cast. Army green mixed with sky-colored eyes. Diamonds inset in the platinum band. A flawless stone. No price mentioned.
You like it?
He asked as I watched the light in the gem dance on my finger. I can't even believe how much.
Good. That makes me happy.
Amy brought a leather folder to the table. The part he was to sign stuck out, but the price was hidden under a flap. He lifted it to check the number, then picked up the pen. In the moment when the pen tip hovered over the receipt, a drop of tension resurfaced. Damon might not have the same signature. I didn't care about taking the ring home. It was nice, but not necessary. But I didn't want him to be embarrassed if they didn't let him out the door with it. He signed. Caden St. John. Every stroke was perfect. Same signature. I had to take a sip of water to hide a smile I didn't want to explain.
Let's walk,
He said when we stepped onto Fifth Avenue. Arm in arm, we navigated the late afternoon traffic of tourists and business people. We looked in windows, imagining each other in suits and dresses. He decided I'd look great in everything, and I admitted the same for him. The ring re-weighted my hand, making me pay attention to it. At the steps of St. Patrick's, I couldn't help but stare at the way the emerald shone in the sunlight. I really love it.
Good.
He took both my hands.
I want to tell you something.
Yes?
I think you should call me Caden.
Really?
It's just that I'm your husband. I know you think of me as some kind of sickness, but I'm still the guy you married. I love you just the same. I have the same, I don't know, skills, language, history. Same voice, same face. It's me. Just a different part of the same person.
His hair dropped onto his forehead when he kissed my hands. I don't know if I can. You're different enough. I notice all the ways.
Please try.
Why is that important?
I want you to look at me the way you look at him.
Putting my hands on his cheeks, I laid my nose astride his. He's my husband.
So am I.
He was, and he wasn't. But what if the other Caden didn't come back? The sharp surgeon who weaponized lovemaking and detached his mind from his emotions at will was the man I'd married. He was the duty-bound child of a dead abuser and found salvation in saving lives. I didn't know this man on the church steps. Not really. I liked him. I enjoyed him. I lusted for him, but I didn't know him. But did I know Caden? We hadn't been together long, and the circumstances were intense enough to skew both of us. And Damon was a part of him, not a different person.
I have an idea,
he said. He took the first step up and pointed at the gilded double doors.
Come.
Tourists were pouring in and out of the cathedral. We went up the stone steps, hand in hand, and entered the dark narthex. Wow, I said, with my face turned to the ceiling. So high. I'd been raised with a simple Methodist structure of stucco and industrial carpet. This nave echoed with marble and carved stone, with pews of dark wood worn at the edges. The stained glass wasn't smooth, printed color, but solid colors cut into leaded borders. Damon led me down the center aisle. Trusting him to guide me, I kept my eyes on the ceiling. It was caught in a ribbed web of curves. It's so gorgeous, I said when he stopped.
Look at me.
We faced each other at the foot of the platform that raised the gilded altar. His hands were under mine, holding them up. The ring glistened when he put the tops of my fingers to his mouth and kissed them.
Be my wife.
I am already.
Say I do, Grayson. Say it to me.
A tinge of confident demand edged the last word. I'd become so used to it with my husband I didn't hear it anymore. When it was gone, I hadn't known enough to seek it out in Damon's voice, but there it was, banging like a gong. He was Caden. The man standing before me, holding my hands, was the love of my life, and the man speaking to me was as much Caden as the man who couldn't leave me in Iraq without a promise. It was him, and he needed to know I wouldn't leave him.
Be my wife,
he repeated.
Please.
Always. Always him. 2 words for him. I do. He looked down as if praying, gratitude shaping the contour of his shoulders. I picked up his face in my hands. Be my husband. He didn't hesitate.
I do.
He swooped me up in his arms, and my squeal echoed over the chamber.
You bet I do.
He carried me down the aisle and out the door. He carried me up the steps, refusing to kiss me until I laughed. By the time he put me on my feet inside our door, I was one giant hormonal throb. He peeled off his coat, and I kicked off my shoes. He slid my coat off my shoulders, and I put my arms around him. He picked me up under the arms until my legs were wrapped around his waist and brought me up to our bedroom. I want you to kiss me, I said in the waning light of our bedroom. Caden? Before I had his name all the way out, his lips touched mine, brushing against them slowly, savoring every movement. He kissed my lower, then my upper, running his tongue against the sensitive pink skin. The kiss wasn't a kiss yet, and he owned me. Every touch was devotion and care. He took nothing for granted, and as a result, I was swept up in a whirl of his attention. He groaned, and I was lost. Therapeutic detachment had been left in tatters at the church and was shredded with that groan. Having sex with this version of my husband was a bad idea in every way. I had no idea how the other personality would react. It might show preference. He was sick and needed my help. Hands around my waist, testing the skin under my sweater, he put his tongue in my mouth, using it as a tease to draw me closer. We were teenagers, sprawled on the bed, making out in our parents' basement. It felt that new and unexpected. When he unhooked my bra, he paused as if making sure he hadn't done anything wrong. Still connected with him at the mouth, I nodded, and he ran his hands around me. I gasped when his fingers ran over my hard nipples, gently bending them. He pulled away so I could see him. And I did. He wasn't any man I'd met before. He was the only man I'd ever loved. I lifted my arms, and he pulled off my sweater and bra in one move.
Say my name.
Dang.
No.
I was breathless, thoughtless, broken in ways I hadn't unpacked. Caden.
Chapter 36. Damon. I felt him with the first appearance of the sun. The sky was orange, and I was buried inside Grayson for the 5th time since we'd walked in the door. She rode me, leveraging her arms against my chest. He was stronger than I expected, more powerful. A horn blast at the ear of the soul. He was heavy, patient, everywhere at once, watching me fuck his wife. Our wife. He didn't speak, but he was there, and I was afraid. I spit out a hitching breath that sounded like a hard ch. Grayson picked up the pace, lifting her body and impaling herself. She was looking at me, staring past me. What did she see? Who did she see? Was I imagining she saw anything past her senses? Yes, I was afraid, but I wouldn't be intimidated. Only one person mattered, and she was straddling me.
Make it hurt,
she whispered. Make? I couldn't finish. How could I hurt her?
Please, hurt me.
I felt his desire to answer her call, but I didn't know what to do. I'd sensed what Caden did when he caused her pain, but I didn't know how he did it. Mostly I was sickened by the pleasure he got from it. I pressed her clit harder. Like this? She didn't answer. I took that as a yes. Come for me, darling. She leaned on the headboard, sweet little breasts hanging in my face. I took one in my mouth. I felt him there, in the infinitely small space between her nipple and my tongue, as if he wanted to push us apart. I dropped my head back, watching my wife come in a series of sighs and groans. Say my name, I said as the pressure built.
Caden.
The sound of his screams wasn't in my ears but my mind, splitting it apart with rage. I didn't like hurting him, but I didn't have a choice. He'd shred me from the inside if he detected a weakness. Again.
Caden.
I pressed her down so I could plant myself in the deepest part of her. But when she kissed me, he lost his mind in a whirlwind, and for the first time, I felt guilty. In the morning, I told her I was going for a jog. She believed me because why wouldn't she? Between my time in the corners of Caden's mind and the night I'd emerged, most of my memory was lost. I couldn't remember any specific situations or words from when I lived in the darkness. I didn't remember places or names. I remembered loving Grayson and the feeling of being in eternal torment. When Caden had first heard me in the corners of his mind, he didn't know that I existed or what I was. He didn't know the torture of the bag, the psychic silence that had its own physical form, the way I could almost touch certain frequencies and shades. He didn't know what it felt like to get out long enough to be heard. But I didn't know what I'd sounded like. I didn't understand the feeling of living on one plane while being invaded by another. My reality was the exact opposite. But for all its lack of experience and sensory input, I'd known what the hell was going on. I put in earbuds and moved the pocket radio dial between stations, picking up the bell curve of signal, with a classical station on one end, a Spanish station on the other, and static for most of it. Going south along the park, I entered at the 79th Street Transverse. I cut right after West Drive and entered the Ramble, a net of tight paths slicing through a dense urban forest. I was alone. In the earbuds, a few notes of piano turned into a few words in Spanish and back to nothing but white noise and the deep huffs of my own breathing. "I know you're there," I said. The static changed in pitch, then dropped back. "Listen, you can hear me. I know you can. I was you." Whoosh. A steady buzz blew through the space between stations. "Right. Okay, listen." I stepped onto a narrow asphalt strip. "This doesn't have to be bad. We can work through it." The extra hiss was steady. "You're stronger in the morning. Tomorrow when the sun comes up, I want to talk. I want to broker a peace. A truce." No change. A skinny kid in last night's club kit walked by, smoking a cigarette. I jogged, slowing when I was alone again. "This is about Grayson, I get it." The sun was up fully, but it was still too low to warm me. "I know it's going to sound weird telling you this, but it's your body too. You shouldn't be mad. She loves you. But she loves me too." A deafening screech stabbed my ears. I yanked out the earbuds. I stood in the dappled sunlight, holding the white buds by the cord. When I had been locked in the darkness, I couldn't have done that. Caden got quieter as the day went on, and when the sun set, he was gone completely. Grayson came up from the office as I was making dinner.
What's that smell?
"Garlic and ginger." She lifted the lid of the sauté pan and let the steam rise.
Wow, that's amazing.
I took the lid away and replaced it, kissing the condensation off her lips. "Can you get wine?"
Sure.
She went to the wine fridge and pulled out a bottle.
I've never seen you cook something so exotic.
One of us has to start experimenting around here.
I haven't killed you yet, Captain.
She clicked around the drawer for the bottle opener. I reached in and pulled it out from under a whisk.
Thank you.
She held her face up for another kiss, and I obliged. When she placed her hand on the bottleneck, the stove lights glinted off her ring. She saw me looking at it as she cut the foil.
I'm still not used to it.
"It really suits you." She drove the screw in, put the ledge against the rim, and pulled, but the cork didn't cooperate. "Here," I said, trying to take the bottle away.
Back up, soldier. I have it.
"Really, She twisted her body around so I couldn't reach, even with my arms all the way around her, while she giggled, sticking the bottle between her legs and pulling. "Let me help you." I tickled her, but she wouldn't give up.
Stand down,
She cried through hysterics.
Stand down.
Pop. The cork came out. She held her arms up, impaled cork in one hand, vanquished bottle in the other.
Victory is mine.
Fine. I put 2 glasses on the counter, feeling somehow like the cork, as if I'd put up a fight and lost. She poured while I tended to the simmering chicken.
You going to work tomorrow?
She asked, picking up her glass and handing me mine. We clinked. I have to keep a roof over our heads? What happened to her face could have been described as falling or darkening, but I didn't know what I'd done wrong.
When was the last time you went to Blackthorn for treatments?
She asked into her glass. I don't remember.
So, you were Caden. The other Caden.
I assume. She put her glass down with a deliberate silence.
You need to make your next appointment.
Why?
I'm going to wash up. I think the rice needs attention.
She pointed at the saucepot on the back burner. It was boiling over, frothing and hissing against the stove. It was deep into mid-morning when the beeper went off. Caden hadn't pushed against me, so there had been no talk of a truce. With Grayson and I twisted together on the bed after falling in and out of slumber and each other's bodies for hours, I no longer wanted to negotiate. She sat up.
Is that your beeper?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm wiped out.
She threw herself back on her pillow and I looked at the number on the little black box. I have to go in. My muscles were heavy with sleep and my eyelids wanted to close. I rubbed fog out of my eyes. Jesus, that... you... last night.
Mm-hmm.
Her smile transformed her face. I think I'm supposed to get a full 4 hours sleep before I go on call. She pulled my pillow to her chest and hugged it.
Just tell them you can't. They'll find someone.
I'll go in and see what it is first. Unstable angina discovered during heart failure. 4 solidly clogged arteries. Relatively young and fit otherwise. I could do this. 5.5 hours, then I could crash. Really, it wasn't a big deal. The patient had been prepped and anesthetized with a curtain between my line of sight and his face because we liked to pretend we didn't cut open real people. The nurses called out vitals, and the anesthesiologist called out his own stats. My assisting was an older doctor who smiled at me under his mask. I'd met him in the scrub room. He'd offered to assist because he'd heard about me and had to see my artistry for himself. It's a go, I said, holding out my right hand. Scalpel? The tool was pressed into my hand. Careful. The voice was my own, but not. It was his, and it came in the time between the beeps of the heart monitor. I glanced at the screen. It looked fine. I pressed the blade to the skin. It hurts. I stopped. This time the voice came from the hiss of the anesthesia tank. Not me. I handed the scalpel back. Can I have a new one, please? Yes, doctor? On the tail end of the last syllable of the nurse's last word, his voice came again. When you open them, it hurts. A scalpel was placed in my hand, and without question, the voice was Caden. Except I was Caden. I smiled at my assisting and put the blade to skin again. I knew what to do, and I knew how to do it, but the gravity of cutting someone open froze me. It hurts. You. I knew what he meant because he was inside me. Cutting people open hurt the soul. It broke a man into his component parts and spread them apart so they couldn't hear each other scream. I cleared my throat, stood straight, placed the scalpel back on the tray. I need a minute. What the fuck was that? Abramson blew into the lounge like a 4-star general after a lost battle. I was just coming out of the toilet. It was 7 a.m. and he stank of aftershave. That was me not puking on the patient. Abramson sat on the bench, shaking his head. I stood at the end of the row of lockers. One was mine. How long would it be before I knew what was mine and what wasn't? Just when I thought I had this under control, the simplest things caught me off guard. What's been with you lately? He asked. I'm not myself. I don't feel well. I'm still adjusting to being home. Any one of those would have been sufficient, but Caden would never admit to a feeling, much less a weakness. Nothing, I said, knowing he would have been cleverer in his denial. You all right? How's the family? Joy of my life. His tone was flat, as if he was dismissing my question. With that, I stopped thinking about Caden's locker and let his body find it. How's Grayson adjusting to civilian life? Good. The combination was set to zeros, of course. And of course, the combination was one of the things I hadn't retained. They're talking about making you head of thoracic. I turned to him. Heads of departments didn't have to see patients, didn't have to cut living people open. I could. But first, Abramson. What would Caden say? How would he react? He'd think he was entitled to the promotion. Let me know when they stop thinking about it. My fingers knew the combination, clicking it into place and snapping the padlock open. When you stop bailing on quads, that's when. I must be coming down with a stomach virus. I opened the locker door and was knocked over by the smell of Grayson's perfume. It was heaven on earth, a reminder of why I lived and breathed. And looking behind you all the time, Abramson continued, staring into corners, that sort of thing. I took out the suit and considered what Abramson said. Caden must have been seeing and hearing me. I wanted to reassure my boss. That was my instinct, and again, it wouldn't be Caden's. Am I being considered for head of thoracic or head of not staring into corners? They're worried you have PTSD. I closed the locker. I didn't know how Caden would answer that, and I didn't care. I'd like to see one of those suits do combat surgery in Fallujah and not have PTSD. Fuck this. I didn't want the damn suit. I grabbed my duffel instead and clicked the locker shut. 8 days. I slid the padlock back in and snapped it closed. I stood over bodies shredded and burned, choosing between legs and arms for 8 days. I spun the combination, leaving a random row of numbers. So yeah, maybe I have PTSD. I'm still the best. That sounded exactly like him. Perfect. No one said you're crazy. I'll say it then, I'm crazy. But if you need someone to lead the department, you're not going to do better than me. I slung the duffel over my shoulder. And I'm taking a few days off to shit out this virus. Take the rest of the week. He pressed his hands against his knees to stand. Whatever you got in your gut, we don't need it. I'd shake your hand, but go, please. We saluted each other, and I rushed out as if I had a virus to manage. On the way out, I reviewed how I'd done. I'd been arrogant and entitled. I'd said I was the best. Even when I was talking about Fallujah, I hadn't admitted weakness. I liked being Caden.
Chapter 37. Leslie Yarrow was finally opening up, but not about the abuse she'd hinted at in our first session. She still pretended that had never happened.
It was like this part of me that I had to keep hidden had had enough.
She tapped her thumbs together, opting for the chair opposite my desk as opposed to the couch. Most of my military patients did.
You know, she was like, "Get out of the way, I'm coming through."
And how did she manifest? Yarrow was my first PTSD patient with a personality disassociation as distinct and high-functioning as my husband's.
She started creeping up on me at night, like she was a ghost or something. She'd get stronger and louder, then she'd go away.
What made her go away? Yarrow shrugged and looked at anything but me. My mind listed questions inappropriately leading to whether she hurt her wife to get rid of the ghost.
Beer?
She kept her face down. Drinking was as shameful to her as masochism was to me.
Lots of beer.
And what about the beer made it stop?
Well, she didn't like it. It made her hide. Good Lord, I feel like I'm talking complete nonsense.
You're not, I reassured her. Trust me, you're not the only one. There wasn't much in the fridge for lunch. I could go to the Korean joint around the corner, order in, or make something from scratch, which wasn't how I wanted to spend my free hour. The front door opened as I was on my way out. My husband came in from the rain. I was getting so used to his face as Damon that nothing about his posture or face seemed wrong or different. "Hey, what are you doing home?" I kissed the storm off his lips.
I took the week off.
He kissed the storm onto my neck and shrugged off his wet coat. "Why?" Arms around me, wet face buried in my neck, he said,
Let's go on vacation.
I wedged my hands between us, laying them flat on his chest. "I have sessions."
Cancel them.
He kissed my ear, down my neck, to the place where it met the edge of my sweater. "I can't.
Why not?
People depend on me to keep my appointments. Speaking of..." He pulled up my sweater and I encouraged him by running my fingers through his hair. "The Blackthorn office called. You had an appointment yesterday. You missed it."
Oh, really?
He pushed my bra up and sucked a hard nipple. This was going all the way.
I'll reschedule.
You should tell them what you've been experiencing.
After I take you to bed?
He popped my buttons and slid his hand under my panties. I have 45 minutes. His toes leveraged against the mattress, holding my knees up over the bed. He went in slowly, as if savoring every inch, then he pushed deep. That had been the pace since we got to the bedroom, and I loved it. At night. 10 minutes, I groaned, bemoaning the lack of shower time. I didn't want to go into session smelling freshly fucked. He stood over me, grinding at the same tortuous pace. I jerked my hips, thrusting faster.
Don't rush.
Don't rush? Annoyance pushed arousal to the side. Rush or get off me. He was shocked at first, stopping deep. Then he pulled out and thrust forward hard, tightening his grip on my thighs enough to hurt, face clenching with effort. Yes, I groaned, touching his jaw. Make it hurt. Before I had a chance to register what was happening, he thrust again, leaning on my legs until they were bent against my chest, his fingers digging painfully into my skin. So good. It was so good.
Grayson,
he said through his teeth. God, yes. In that position, he fucked me hard and fast. On the tail end of it, with the pain of his fingers sweeping the orgasm away, his face held me still. He wasn't Damon. He wasn't Caden. He was both and neither. Red-skinned with effort, jaw tight, eyes open but looking inward with a desperate intensity. He let go of my legs and came inside me, tensing and relaxing. Blood draining from his face, he dropped his head. I couldn't see him. I tried to make him look at me, putting my hands on his cheeks and forcing his face up. He resisted. Look at me, I demanded. He wouldn't. Rotating my hips, I flipped him over until I was straddling him. He hadn't expected it, so he didn't resist. Once he was on his back, there was no point in pretending I couldn't see his face. He was Damon. He'd asked me to call him Caden, but it was Damon. What just happened?
I hurt you.
Did you?
I'm not doing it again.
He pushed me off.
So don't ask.
I got on my feet and pulled my clothes on. The silence between us was pounded away by the rain tapping against the windows. He was on his back, feet dangling off the edge of the bed, hands over his eyes. You have the right to say no, I said, pulling on my shirt. But something else happened.
Yeah.
No elaboration followed. You need to reschedule Blackthorn for this week.
No.
Why not? He took his hands off his eyes and bent his neck to face me.
Because I'm fine.
Seriously?
I'm doing fine. No one can tell.
I know no one else can see it, but I can. You're not capable.
Don't say it.
He flopped back on the bed.
I'll go. Just don't say that.
I checked my watch and sat on the bed. I put my hand on his stomach. If that's not working, then do Jen's art therapy. But something. You have to do something.
Okay. Blackthorn. Fine.
Promise? I leaned on the bed.
Promise.
I kissed him and went downstairs to meet a patient. Working in the house was great. Couldn't beat the commute. But I had to make a concerted effort to get out. During his days off, Caden, Damon walked the neighborhood with me, ate lunch, took me out to dinner. We made love in the afternoon and evening. It was great sex. Really. He had as much right to consent as I did. He could refuse any sex act in the lexicon. But I didn't have to be happy about it. In the midst of discovering new things about my desires through my husband, he turned vanilla, flipping like a coin. And I couldn't ask him again to hurt me. No means no. But damn. Making love had become an adrenaline rush. Now it was nice. Fine. Better than adequate, but I found myself thinking of the sex right before the change the way one might think of an unappreciated ex-boyfriend who'd slipped through her fingers. He went to Blackthorn on Thursday, but didn't talk about it. I thought nothing of it. He hadn't talked about the treatments before the change, either. So I was surprised when he asked about Jen's art therapy class. Are you ditching Blackthorn?
No, I just think it would be fun. You know, art's fun.
It's in Hoboken.
It'll give me an excuse to take the car out.
All right, then. Surprisingly, Jen had a last-minute cancellation in her Saturday afternoon intro to mask making for vets. I stepped into crisp spring air under a clear blue sky. Not quite Iraq-colored, but close. Green leaves caught the breeze. We didn't have seasons in San Diego. I'd experienced full seasonal cycles all over the country. I'd experienced fall while stationed in Washington and Maryland. But New York City in the spring was magical. There were never parking spaces on our block. It was hard to say who grabbed them, but it was always someone. The only empty space was by the hydrant. Sometimes drivers parked their cars there in desperation, and they were ticketed faster than leaves fell. So, when a black-on-black Ferrari pulled into that space, I figured the driver was an entitled prick or desperate after hours of circling the block. The hazard lights flashed, and Caden got out of the driver's seat. Jesus Christ. I trotted down the steps. What did you do?
You like it?
His smile was wider than the gate he opened for me. What happened to the Mercedes?
Traded it in. It's an old fart car.
He opened the door for me. This is crazy.
Get in.
He held out his hand and helped me in. The seat was so low, I felt as if I had to crawl to get in. It did smell nice, and the leather seat had a way of hugging me. He got in, and the dashboard lit up like a woman recognizing a lover.
Comfortable?
Sure.
The seats adjust.
He showed me the buttons.
You can heat them up, too. And this baby goes fast.
There's traffic all the way to Hoboken. The engine roared when he started it, and he winked at me because he obviously didn't give a shit about traffic. What do you look like? The class was a quick introduction. Deep work came later in the process. Veterans sat at long wooden tables with unpainted white masks in front of them. I was a vet, so I got to paint my own. I wasn't much of an artist, and I didn't want to paint one, but Jen had teased me into it. Therapists are the absolute worst at getting therapy, she'd said. Fine. Just let it flow. Don't think too much about it. If y'all stay around a few sessions, you'll make a really nice one at the end. It's cathartic. Well, if you're promising catharsis. Caden's mask was pretty obvious. Initially. He painted the skin tone the same as his own. He laughed with me when he threatened to turn it into a clown mask and wear it home. He poked gentle fun at the hearts I put on the cheeks of mine. One was pink and one was blue. With a whisper in my ear, he asked which heart was his and which was the other guy's. You're the same person, remember? I whispered back. For a minute, he worked on the eyebrows. I didn't see his expression or what he was going through in that time, but something changed while I wasn't looking. He dunked his brush in the red paint and drew a fine, straight line down the center of his mask. I watched through my peripheral vision. He was coping with the disassociation. Obviously. Then, he stopped painting altogether. I nudged him with my elbow. You're either having an epiphany or you hate painting.
I was thinking about the rose petals.
The rose petals? I pretended to pay attention to my work, but his voice had gone a touch deeper, and I listened to that change with my whole heart.
In Iraq, I promised you a bed of rose petals.
I smiled so hard I could barely move my lips around words. I believe you did scatter rose petals all over your bed that one time. He held up his red-tipped brush.
I couldn't find this color.
They were beautiful. Everything I wanted. He filled in the curves of the line as if precision was important, grabbing my hand under the table and tightening his grip as if he were falling from a precipice, and our connection was the only thing saving him from certain death.
When we met, I thought I didn't have anything of value to give you. You were perfect already.
Are you all right?
I want everything to be right for you.
He wasn't whispering. There was nothing soft about his tone, but his quiet words were for me alone. I'd forgotten what Caden sounded like inside the split, but as soon as I heard that voice, I remembered.
You smell like apples. Roses were wrong.
Caden, look at me. When he turned to dip his brush, I caught his gaze and held it. He was confident, arrogant, as sure as shit that he had a place in the world. And under that was the man who needed me to be that place. He was fully himself, but I didn't know for how long.
Next time, I'm going to get it right. It's going to be apple blossoms. If I could...
He smiled and shook his head at a silly thought he wanted to dismiss but couldn't. A contradiction in keeping with the whole man I married.
If I could write my love in the sky, it wouldn't be big enough. I'd run out of room. I'd fall out of the sky trying to say it all.
We're going to beat this.
You're inhumanly strong. If I have to go through this, there's no one I'd rather do it with. But there's no one I'd wish it on less.
He swallowed, closed his eyes, taking a long blink. When he opened them, he was the man I used to call Damon. He put his brush on the towel and pushed the mask away.
Let's open up the car.
The New Jersey Turnpike was a thick gray ribbon in a lifeless landscape. Saturday traffic was nothing to speak of compared to the city, and we were at the on-ramp in 20 minutes. "Where are we going?" I asked for the third time.
Driving,
He answered with manic cheer, clicking his signal to get into the left lane. Traffic was moving at the speed limit, more or less, but as soon as he was in the fast lane, he gunned it. I gripped the sides of my seat. He tailgated the car in front of us until it moved. "Slow down."
What's the point of a Ferrari if you can't drive fast?
"That's faulty logic," I had to yell over the roar of the engine.
It's fine. Just enjoy it.
He whipped to the right to pass, coming so close I cringed. "Damon!"
Not my name anymore.
He looked at me. He was Damon. I was relieved a third personality hadn't shown up, but my husband didn't drive like this. He certainly didn't take his eyes off the road to look at me at 90 miles per hour. "Are you trying to kill yourself?" Eyes back on the road, he wove between cars to go 5 miles faster.
Nope. I'm trying to live.
I put my left hand against the dash, as if that would stop me from dying in a crash. "So you think—" He hit the gas. The car easily accelerated to 110.
There's nothing fun about this?
He whipped his head around to look over his shoulder and cut right again.
Come on, let's unstuff this shirt.
Glancing at me, then my ring, he smiled. He slammed on the gas and cut left to avoid a Toyota climbing to 130. Traffic was getting heavier. What was going on in this man's mind? Who was he trying to kill, and who did I have to convince to stop? Maybe both of them. "You're going to kill someone," I said to Damon. "And you're going to kill me," I added for Caden. The response was immediate. He tapped the brakes. 120. Swerved to avoid someone. 100. Slowed down again to pull into the right lane as the speedometer dropped to 85. Panting like a runner after a sprint, I closed my eyes and tried to calm myself, focusing on my breath. The adrenaline flowed away, leaving me to release the tension in my shoulders and legs. The car stopped. I opened my eyes. We were at a light at an off-ramp, then pulling into a gas station. He put the car in park. What the hell was that?
That was me trying to live while I could.
I didn't ask what he meant. I was tired of asking how he was and what he was feeling.
I'm sorry.
He played with my emerald, brushing my hand in that casual way only he could. "Speed limit on the way home. Okay?"
Sure.
But he didn't start the car. He just pushed the ring side to side.
You should take this off.
Why? Our eyes met over the distance of the car, and it was miles and miles connected by the glass blue ceiling of the sky.
I can't hold it anymore. I'm not strong enough. He's coming back, and he's pissed.
I drove home. The man next to me was more or less silent. His fingers brushed mine gently, carelessly, doing nothing but feeling the nerve endings of our joined skin vibrate together. Dissociative disorders had patterns, but no lines, and Caden's was as blurry as they got. His secondary personality was still a heteronormative cisgender male of the same race, age, and nationality. The amnesia extended to events before his awakening, but not general objective knowledge. And the secondary, Damon, stuck around. But just as Caden had felt himself disintegrating before Damon showed up, I could see it happening again. He walked home in silence and up the stairs listlessly, like a man with the flu, and dropped himself on the bed with his arms out. I pulled off his shoes, his socks, unbuttoned his pants.
"Gray,"
he said at the ceiling. Yes? He didn't say anything right away. I slid off his pants.
"I thought I loved you. Back in the darkness."
I came around the bed, intending to swing his legs around, but in addition to being naked, he was fully erect now, and I was only human. He looked like the man I loved. He smelled like him, spoke with the same voice. He was a part of him, and the fact was, I liked him. I may have even loved him. Really? I got behind him and pulled his shirt over his head.
"But I was wrong,"
he said to the ceiling.
"I didn't love you then.
He picked his head up so he could see me.
I love you now."
Gathering my shirt at the hem, I twisted it off and removed my bra. I know. He watched me lower my pants until I stood before him naked. And I want you to know that I love you. I took the emerald off my finger and put it into the night table drawer. I crawled over him and kissed his lips. If you're ever in the darkness again, don't ever doubt that I love you. Even if I make you stay there.
Part 5. Chapter 38. Caden. I could have made a list of things about this shithole, drawn up a few examples of what it was like. I wasn't much of a metaphor guy, but I could have made some about it. It was like being in wet concrete, but also glue. It was like having my thoughts popped apart at the joints. It was like a chest spreader for the consciousness used so it could be filled with crude oil. But the worst of the worst was being unable to sense her. When we were separated by a few thousand miles, I could place her in my mind, call up her scent or her voice. But after I let the thing take over, I was cut off in a way I couldn't bear. I pushed, but I could only move him when he was weak or with his permission. I caused him pain, but I couldn't get through. There wasn't a depressive bone in my body, but now that my bones weren't my own, it was getting to me. Darkness pressed around me. It wasn't black, not the absence of light. Darkness was the absence of anything at all. You'd have thought things and sounds and lights would press up against you, but no, not like this. This emptiness had its own mass and density. It pushed me away and pulled me into it at the same time. Like being crushed under a black hole's gravity, I didn't know if it would compress me into a white dwarf or blow me into a million stars. Grayson's voice sometimes came through the nothingness. Not a word or even a syllable. I couldn't detect a mood or tone. Vowels skipped and repeated. Letter sets ran backward and over each other, but it was her. I clung to it when I heard it, pointed my attention at it, and let it take me into its meaningless sense, twist, change, swirl around in a space that didn't exist, into the cries of my mother in the dark. That time, when I'd hidden her in the bottle room with me. The floor was sticky and warm. The smell of copper was everywhere. And it was my fault. Darkness and I had a history. The bottle room was just another part of the house. I'd followed Dad down there to get wine or wandered in while Mom or Clarita, the nanny, did the laundry. The door looked heavy, but it wasn't. A 5-year-old could swing it shut really easily. The light switch was on the outside, and when Clarita shut it off to go upstairs, the darkness had a physical thickness that pushed all the oxygen to the edges of the room. It was hard to breathe deeply enough to scream, but I did, and Clarita came right away to wipe my tears. She showed me how to open the door from the inside. As long as it wasn't locked, I had control. I wasn't alone in the dark for more than 2 minutes. The story told over dinner was charming and forgettable. After that, I'd tested myself by going in there and shutting the light and the door to see how long I could last cut off from everything. Pretty long, as it turned out. I went to med school right out of college to prove to my father that I was smart enough, careful enough, precise enough to do what he did. I joined the army to prove to him that I loved him, even though he'd fallen from the North Tower and disintegrated on impact. I deployed a second time to prove to my mother that I could last in a dark room as long as I had to, even though she jumped with him. When I climbed into that medevac, it was at the end of a series of choices meant to prove to Grayson I was worthy of her. I could go over the wire into a war zone. I was at least as much of a soldier as Ronan, her old fuck, who she kept as a friend and who looked at her with more than friendship on his mind. After 8 days in surgery with her watching my mental state like a mother hawk, I'd taken her to bed. I knew, with the same conviction that the sun rose and set, that I loved her. But the bond was new, and I couldn't measure the length of the tether that tied us. When I walked out to the airfield, the Black Hawk's rotors thumped in the night. Once I was up, they wouldn't go back just because I didn't belong there. The pilot shouted code and swung back to look at me. "You the doc?" "Yes." I put on the headphones. The bay doors were open as we took off into the star-splashed sky. Shit. A person could fall out and drop into the darkness at the acceleration of gravity. "Convoy hit an IED," the co-pilot said into my headset. "Full bird from the CSH is down. Medics won't move him without a field surgeon." Spine injury, probably. "I'm not a 62B, I said. The pilot let out a cuss of frustration, and the co-pilot spun around to face me. Taunting them kept me from imagining the minutes I'd spent falling before I disintegrated. "We can't go back." "I'm a GS." I smiled, coding that I was overqualified, not underqualified. 61J. Shit, the pilot agreed. "You better take care of yourself, buddy. You don't belong outside the wire." I gave him a thumbs up. If I survived the helicopter ride, I had this. Save the colonel. Easy. I'd saved dozens of men. One more in slightly more inconvenient circumstances wouldn't be difficult. If I could just get out of the house, Mom and Dad would be happy. I was sure of it. If I went to school far away, my parents would stop fighting. I saw them kissing and laughing all the time, at least when they didn't know I was there. They had a sweet banter full of dumb jokes, puns, and shared experience. Mom kept telling me I was a good kid, but it was hard to believe that when I couldn't do anything right. I never lined up my shoes in front. I left crumbs on the counter. I didn't close the milk when I put it away. Little things. Simple things. Anyone should have been able to do this stuff, but I forgot. My dad was overworked. In the 1980s, there weren't many heart surgeons who could do what every second-year med student knew how to do in 2003. People came from all over the country for bypasses under the great Dr. St. John, and he didn't refuse anyone. He was tall, 6'3", with slicked back hair that tucked neatly into a surgeon's cap, smooth cheeks he shaved twice a day, and thin fingers you wouldn't think could land a punch. When he'd point at something like the crumbs on the counter, we had a 50-50 chance of getting through to dinner. I'd closed the milk and put it away, tightly wrapped the bag inside the cookie box, tabbed the slot, and put it exactly where it went. But I'd forgotten about the crumbs. It was always something. There seemed to be 100 things to remember, and I always forgot one. Sometimes I was the one who discovered the unwrapped bag or the open milk, but the crumbs were hard to hide. Mom would rush over and clean them, apologizing for being such a slob when she ate cookies. Mom never ate cookies. She bought them for me even though I left crumbs on the counter. That's love. I swear she'd have eaten dinner for me if she thought she could take the blame for not putting my napkin on my lap or taking more food than I could finish. Once I heard them talking about how small I was. I was 8, and he was worried the kids at school would rough me up for my smart mouth. I think actually I wasn't big enough for him to rough up, and he was waiting. But when the milk was open, he'd slap it on the counter. If it was full enough, it splashed everywhere. "How hard is it?"
"Oh, that was me."
She snapped a towel off the roll. "To remember," he slapped it again, more splashing.
"Run along, Caden,"
Mom said quietly to me, jerking her chin. "To close the goddamn milk." I was gone before he finished the last word, padding down the steps into the dark, the speakeasy, the laundry room, the safe with the false back wall, the bottle room, thick with damp and dark, right under the kitchen, where I could hear everything, but discern nothing.
Chapter 39. I left my husband sick in bed. He really did have some kind of flu and was convinced nothing could heal him except the force of his will. Damon and Caden had a lot in common. He had a session with Blackthorn on Monday afternoon. I had a lucky cancellation and decided to keep his appointment for him. "You're not allowed back," the receptionist called from behind me. I stopped hearing her when the security guard stepped in front of me. He was a few 100 pounds of muscle under a bald head, armed to the teeth with an earpiece and no distinguishing identification.
"Ma'am, you can leave now or I can take you out."
"You can stop with the faux manners. I need to see Ronan Stevens."
"Please turn around and—"
"Now! And don't assume I can't put up a fight." He reached for his gun.
Whoa!
Ronan's voice came from behind the security guard's bulk.
"I got it. Thank you." "Yes, sir."
The guard got out of the way without any lingering anger or insult. A real professional. Totally detached.
"What are you doing here?"
Ronan asked. "Looking for you?"
"You could have called."
"I'm keeping Caden's appointment."
"It doesn't work that way, Doctor."
He smirked, but his grin disappeared when he saw how unfunny I found him.
"You have to check in your phone."
He led me back to the reception desk where I signed in.
"This way."
Ronan led me down the hallway, unlocking the door at the end with his fingerprint. On the other side of the door was another hallway lined with more doors and conference rooms. 2 men in suits passed us. Through another door and another fingerprint, we went into a windowless section of the building. It was more populated. More women, more lab coats.
"Welcome to Blackthorn," Ronan said. "It's a little fancier than the combat hospital."
"But you can neither confirm nor deny it's nicer than the Pentagon."
"I can confirm it's nicer."
For all the people and all the computer screens, I could discern nothing about what anyone was doing. Of course, another door and another finger pad led to a more warmly lit, wood-lined area.
"Your husband comes through the First Avenue side, which leads to this area."
He opened a smoked glass door for me. His office. Big. It didn't have just a desk, but half a living room set.
"Can I get you something?"
"I'm fine."
"Would you like to sit?"
"What's the Kool-Aid in this place? You're the guy who kicked my ass, literally. Put your boot on my ass to push me across the finish in basic. Now you're using full sentences like a docent?"
"Sit the fuck down or don't."
He sat on a love seat. I got in the chair across from him and decided to dispense with the niceties. He knew enough already. "My husband is a careful man, but he's been thoughtless and stupid." He pushed forward, tilting toward me to signal his ever-so-grave concern.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. He choked me during sex, which was nominally consensual, and I'd like to think he just took it too far. His eyebrow lifted, but he didn't interrupt, which was good. I didn't have the time or will to explain why I'd never gotten that risky with him. But last night, he took me down the New Jersey Turnpike at 130 miles per hour in traffic after doing the mildest vet's art therapy session I've ever seen.
Wow. I'm so sorry. I saw him last week, and he wasn't showing any reckless ideation. Did you get the idea there was a correlation with his sessions here?
I kept my face impassive. There is so much I'm not telling you. So much.
Okay, well, I have the length of his session to listen.
I didn't know there was talking.
Not much.
When nothing more was offered, my curiosity morphed into something more urgent. Partly, I was offended by the secret keeping, but I was also afraid of what was happening here. There was only one way to prove to myself I hadn't put my husband in danger. Whatever you do with him, you're going to do with me, I said. Today. Now.
I can't do that.
Because I'm not reserve duty, right?
And you don't have any of the indicators.
Have you gotten valuable data from him?
Yes.
No elaboration, of course. You haven't gotten anything, and if you knew what I know, you'd either pull him out right now, or you'd change everything you thought you knew about what you're doing here. One eye narrowed. He may have known about the disassociation. He may have even known Damon and Caden were battling. Or not. That's the thing about not knowing what you don't know. He told me you give him a shot. He breathes in a dark room, then fills out a form.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
When he smirked at his little joke, he crossed one leg over the other so tightly he twisted to the side. Joke or no, his answer was defensive. Let me breathe in a dark room, I said, without the shot or with a lower dose. He tapped his thumb on his knee and considered. I see him change every day, I continued. It's killing me. I want to save him, and I can't because one thing that doesn't change is his conviction that he has it under control. Everything else flies out the window. He's not the man I know.
You met him during a war.
And it broke him. That war broke him. He had no business there, and he has no more business in the reserves. If he goes back, I'm holding you personally responsible.
It was his choice.
Irrelevant, he sighed.
You want to see what's going on here?
Yes.
You haven't changed a bit since Iraq. Or basic, even.
You have. Leaning on his knees, he got up.
I'll set you up to breathe in a dark room. No more. And I'll have Joan draw up an NDA.
It took 3 minutes to give me instructions on how to breathe and when. The room wasn't dark, but had a single warm lamp by a cushioned chair. I spotted 4 cameras in the corners. A soft female voice came over the speakers, enunciating gentle syllables. Soo-hoo, soo-hoo. I closed my eyes and breathed as I had been instructed. When I got a little dizzy, I gripped the arms of the chair but kept breathing. Soo-hoo. It wasn't quite hyperventilating, even when the soo-hoos got faster. I was breathing deeply, definitely getting enough oxygen. Part of me couldn't believe Caden sat still for breathing exercises in a windowless room. He must really love me. Faster. Soo-hoo, 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 soo-hoo. Dizziness turned into a sort of stability. It was hard to keep up with the speed of the breaths, but I knew Caden did, so I would. And then it happened. It started with a lightness that wasn't quite dizziness and the heaviness of a gravitational pull from my chest. I was sitting in a room, in a chair inside my body. I could feel the chair under me. I could feel my hands on the arms, but I was elsewhere, everywhere. I expanded inward from a tiny planet in a dust mote of a universe into an infinitely vast space inside myself. I still knew where I was and who I was. It just didn't matter. And not in a flip or dismissive way. My identity was as irrelevant as a fly buzzing half a world away, yet even that fly was an indelible part of that eternal space inside me. To describe it as overwhelming would have implied I was confused or amazed. In fact, the feeling left me sane with dispassion. I was overcome with righteous awe, knowing I was a part of a truth that needed no explanation. Even as I was facing it, I hesitated to say I was touching God because I believed in endorphins and serotonin, not bearded white men in the clouds. But my hesitation didn't change what happened. The pace of the soos and whoos slowed, and though I was disappointed the experience was over, my lungs were keyed to breathe with the voice. My consciousness deflated like cigarette smoke curling back into the butt. I was in a chair, in a room, in a building in New York. The woman's voice stopped, and soft music played long enough to keep me from jumping out of my seat when the door behind me clicked open and Ronan came in.
Well,
he said, leaning on the far wall. Bioenergetic breathing. I can't believe you got him to meditate.
the trick is to not call it meditation. You've done it before.
I read about it as a PTSD therapy.
So, it was positive?
He asked. If I believed in God, I would have introduced myself.
Not everyone has that kind of experience.
What's Caden been experiencing?
That's privileged.
I'll just ask him. I stood.
He won't remember. It's an incidental result of part of the treatment. And before you ask which part, it's classified.
I sat back down and rubbed my temples. He has a distinct dissociative split.
Another personality.
I'd thrown him. The stillness of his expression came from a conscious decision not to broadcast a reaction. With another name, I said. Can I presume you didn't notice?
He didn't seem that different.
He is.
Alternate personalities are more distinct, with made-up histories.
I know.
Different nationalities, genders.
I know, Ronan.
Ages, even.
Are you mansplaining? He slid down the wall until he was in a crouch with his fingertips tenting between his knees.
He needs to keep coming.
Because you expected this.
In experimental medicine, you get hit with the unexpected all the time.
Fuck him and his excuses. He thought he was being watched, and between whatever is in the shot and the bioenergetic breathing that peels away identity, you gave form to the watcher.
He needs to keep coming,
Ronan repeated. Why?
To learn to control it.
So it's not dissociative disorder.
Not as commonly understood.
And the cure? He turned his hands until the palms were up in submission to his ignorance. Caden had been hearing voices before he ever went to Blackthorn, so as much as I wanted to lay the entire problem at Ronan's feet, I couldn't. He might have had this his whole life. The Caden I'd met at Balad Base could have been a single, dominant personality. He could have split at any time and held on for the 2 years I'd known him. I sat on the boulder Jen and I had climbed repeatedly and listened to the birds chirp. The breathing exercise had relaxed me, in a way. I was clear in a way I hadn't been since Caden admitted he thought he was going crazy. Assume that was a single personality of many. Assume it was a dominant personality, but not the primary one, which would be depressed and anxious. Assume this split happened in adolescence, after a trauma with his father. Now, try to fit all of it into a clinical model of dissociative disorder, and what do you get? A bunch of square pegs and round holes. He was a surgeon. and a brilliant one. Split personalities were a minefield of unknowns, but generally they didn't share that kind of professional knowledge. Captain Caden St. John of the U.S. Army had not been a cardboard cutout. He'd been a real man. Complex, contradictory, sane. Damon was not a child, a woman, or a stock white male character of any kind. He was as real as Caden. In a Venn diagram of the two men, there was a huge overlap of knowledge and desire. And if I was feeling brave, which I had to be, a Venn diagram of those desires would overlap most significantly over ownership of me. I walked home in a fog, waiting for lights when no one else did, face cast at a 45-degree angle trying to unravel this mess. I wanted to blame Ronan, or the army, or his father, or myself, but the responsibility wouldn't stick on any one thing. He was home, sitting in front of the television when I got there. Caden never watched television, especially not a dumb sitcom. And if he did, he wouldn't laugh. He'd sneer at it. He'd find it charming when I laughed, but he wouldn't stay to see what I thought was so funny. Hi. How are you feeling?
It's a mycoplasma infection. I picked up some vibramycin.
He turned away from the screen and looked me up and down.
Fucking horse pills. Where did you go?
To see Ronan?
Cool.
He turned back to the TV.
How is he?
Caden always had a slight note of jealousy when it came to Ronan. He hid it under an abiding respect for me and a trust in my motivations, but it was always there, under the surface. Damon didn't seem to care one way or the other. That was good, in a way. Also troubling, because it highlighted the fact that I was having a conversation with my husband and myself at the same time, and those two conversations were in direct opposition. He's fine. Says hi.
Great.
He muted the TV.
I have some bad news.
I sat on the couch. Tell me.
I have reserve duty this weekend.
I thought you were IRR. The reminder that he'd signed on for the reserves was sandpaper on raw flesh. I hadn't wanted this, and I would be nervous about him for the duration he was away. Individual reserve doesn't do specialty training.
There's a surge. They called. What am I supposed to do, say no?
Where?
Walter Reed.
He turned the sound back on.
I can't get out of it.
The comparison train stopped at duty station to add another car. The Caden I'd married, whether he was a full personality, a primary, or some other unlikely split of the same, would never have tried to get out of a commitment. He took his duties seriously. We'll dig your uniform out of the basement. He muted the TV again and turned to me.
Can you get it?
Sure. I'd agreed to go downstairs because my husband had asked me for an easy favor and I had no reason not to. He wasn't feeling well. I'd make him soup and pour him tea. I'd tuck him under blankets and put a hot water bottle between his feet. But going down the narrow wooden stairs, I realized he hadn't asked me to get his uniform because he was sick, but because he didn't want to go down to the basement. I left the box on the bar and went to the hidden safe with the false wall. The bottle room was still bare, still cold, still psychologically the farthest away from the rest of the house. I turned on the light and crouched through the door. It was a prison with concrete walls lined in cylindrical honeycombs, just a little too short to stand straight, a little too small to stretch your arms. A hard, cold womb. The little boy had hid here until he was too big to feel safe in it. Or was that the reason? He'd never told me why or when he'd stopped hiding here, only that he had. I ran my fingers along the dusty concrete shelf the depth of a whiskey bottle and pushed the door closed halfway so I could see the back of it. There was no knob, obviously, since it was disguised as a wall from the other side. The sheet metal had holes in the back where a lock would have been. If the people in the bar were hiding, the lock would be on the inside so it would seal the room away from the cops. My first thought was that young Caden had locked it one too many times and his father had taken off the bolt. But when I looked at the outside, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. The lock had been moved to the outside, where it would be visible from inside the safe but not accessible from the bottle room. That didn't make sense. Until it did. I put the box on the living room floor. My husband was curled up on the couch with the TV muted and his eyes closed. I touched his face. It was cold and clammy with a breaking fever. "I got your uniform,"
Thank you.
he said, tucking my hand under his head as if he wanted to trap it for use later. "We should make sure it still fits."
It will.
He closed his eyes.
I'm the same.
He wasn't. Not at all. I left my hand under his cheek and poured the rest of my body over his, feeling the rasping rise and fall of his breath under me as he slept.
Chapter 40. Damon. At Mount Sinai, I managed to get out of surgery all week, but the military wasn't as forgiving when a guy felt under the weather. I had to put on the clown suit and show up. I'd forgotten some kind of saluting protocol and done it at the wrong time. I was missing a piece of my uniform. My shirt placket didn't line up with my fly. No one yelled at me. I was an officer, but one of the nurses took me aside and told me, touching all the things that were wrong, in a voice sticky with sex. She had long blonde hair up in a twist and languid blue eyes. She didn't have a ring on her finger and didn't seem to care about mine. She laid her hands on my chest and told me where she was staying on base. I was a handsome guy. I'd forgotten that. When I fought with Caden in the mornings, I thought of him as the good-looking one, the charming and smart one. But when the nurse left without a promise or rejection from me, I realized I had all those attributes as well. Handsome Caden, who was usually quiet by afternoon, growled at the edges of my thoughts. Don't. I hadn't considered cheating on Grayson for a single second. Not until I felt his demand. "Stay down," I said softly. "And I won't." I sat through horrifying sessions with new techniques for chemical burns, shattered bones, and amputations. I was sick to my stomach most of the time, but I understood and retained it all. If I could get the thoracic position in New York, I was switching to pediatrics or something less gruesome. Maybe I'd go back to school for psychiatry and co-practice with Grayson. Maybe I'd leave medicine entirely. The nurse who'd corrected the placement of my captain's bars sat 2 rows ahead of me and to the right. She looked around, making eye contact. Her name was Trina. Don't. He wasn't staying down. In the break between training and dinner, I took a jog with my earbuds jammed in tight and the radio set to static. I carried the phone so it looked as if I was talking into the mic on the white wire. I ran the track around base, speaking his name, daring him, prodding him to come out. He didn't come until the sun touched the horizon, and I was so tired I feared I'd have to wait until morning. Don't. There you are. Don't. The effort this took him tugged at the corners of my perception. Don't what? Fuck the blonde? I'll kill you. The static, and his voice inside it, got louder and lower. How? You're getting weaker in there? Every morning I swat you down like a bug and you're quiet all day. I'll tell her. Gray? No, you won't. I made a left as if I knew the base, which I did. Until that moment I'd forgotten I'd trained here before my first deployment. Here's what I need. I need you to go away. I need you to die. I stopped in front of a long building with a row of doors. It looked like a motel, but it was reserve officer barracks. Each one had a bedroom with a desk and a bathroom. Lieutenant Trina Anderson was in 434. The windows were dark. She'd be at dinner with everyone else. I stepped off the curb anyway, just to prove a point. Stop. He said it with a burst of static, like a nodule of deeper white noise that promised lucidity but didn't deliver it. I stopped, planting my feet in the street. You stop fighting me in the morning. You stay down, forever. Because there are plenty of women in New York, and with this face, I can fuck all of them until you scream. After a beat, my radio shut off completely, as if he was taking the signal into the darkness with him. That night, after sitting across from Trina's flirtations at dinner, I lay in bed alone. Flirting with Trina had been relatively painless. I'd done it to see if he'd come back, and he hadn't. Either he was tired from the conversation through the static, or he was doing as I demanded. Could I cheat on Grayson if I had to? When he was pressing against me, I couldn't allow even a shred of doubt, but with him gone, I had to consider all the options. Assuming I'd get away with it, assuming I'd never hurt Grayson. Would I? Was crippling Caden worth fucking any woman but the love of my life? When I'd gotten back from the medevac, having successfully moved the colonel and gotten him onto the Black Hawk, I watched it fly away toward Baghdad and waited with a brigade unit. I had been fine up until that moment. Then there was blood everywhere. I knew blood. I knew the smell of shiny copper and glucose when it was fresh, and the cloying scent of old wet pennies, rotting eggs, and curdling milk when it was stagnant in a wound. This was fresh. It was everywhere. It was dark. Could I cheat on Grayson to rid us of him? In the space between putting the colonel on the Black Hawk and the little bird coming to lift us back behind the wire, there was blood. I went into blackness. Copper and wet blood and darkness so viscous it pushed against me. I must have been doing something right. I got a commendation. But whatever I did about that blood was lost. I got back to Balad, but I didn't remember how. I only remembered choking on darkness as I tried to swallow what had just happened. I couldn't wake, and I couldn't get it down. I was going to die. I couldn't breathe. I sank deeper, throat plugged. The whistle of the mortar coming over the wire woke me. Grayson was outside. I clawed out of the thick fugue for her. Only for her. Like a man in a dream waking in a panic, opening the door as the mortar exploded and she fell. She'd woken me from a nightmare. But I'd never swallowed the memory. I'd coughed it up and left it behind to catch her as she twisted and fell with a piece of metal stuck in her chest. She thought I'd saved her life, but she'd saved mine. I fell asleep before deciding what to do. Sunday morning. Caden didn't fight me. The threat had worked for the time being, but now I knew how to get to him. Last day, last hours in the monkey suit. I had to demonstrate an emergency tracheotomy to a group of field medics, then I was home. I knew how to do a tracheotomy. I explained it with words and slides, then I stepped up to the gurney, where a dull-featured mannequin lay under a white sheet. The medics gathered around. So I'll do it first, then you all will. Once you've assessed that a trach is necessary and would increase chances of survival, you hyperextend the neck. I pulled back the chin. If the neck can't be extended, you can't find the cricoid cartilage, so no trach. Locate the Adam's apple, and the cartilage should be about an inch down. You can feel it. I picked up a scalpel. At the middle point between, make a horizontal incision. I knew what I had to say and do. The training and the procedure were beneath me, to be honest. The eyeless thing on the table was made of plastic with pre-cut incisions. But when I put the blade against its neck, I froze. It wasn't human, not even a dead human. It was a doll. I couldn't cut its throat as a demonstration of an actual incision in an actual living person. They were waiting. 8 of them. 16 judging eyes. I'd told them I was doing it first, and if I didn't make the cut, I'd be a laughingstock. If I puked right there, which I wanted badly to do, I'd be Captain Buffoon, subject of unflattering stories. Poor Damon. He'd come through the door opened by my panic, slicing through the veil between us with his disdain and confidence. 1/2 inch long, I stalled. Cut. Then open with your finger. The finger. Even if I got through this step. I cut off the rest and clamped down on Caden, tightening my thoughts into a narrow lane. I knew it wouldn't work. He was there. Half an inch deep. More stalling, and they knew it. They weren't looking at the mannequin, they were looking at me. They wanted to get their hands on the procedure, but they needed to see it first. It'll take me 30 seconds. Are you all right, Doc? One of them asked. They were a haze of eyes and need. I couldn't discern which one had asked. I wanted out of the situation. I admitted to myself that he could fix it. I didn't know that was an opening. I didn't know he could get through it. I didn't know how slippery it all was. By the time I realized it, everything was dark.
Chapter 41. Caden never called me with his flight info. I had no idea what time he was coming home, Sunday or Monday. That was the thing about life in the Army. You were in control until they had you. At least as a full-timer, there were no illusions. You belonged to something bigger and more demanding. You submitted to that ideal, or you found another way to spend your life. I left Caden a note on the counter in case he came home, and I went to the board dinner. I was still one of 2 candidates, and this was another hoop I had to jump through. Bob Abramson had said he'd send me a car, but I didn't know he'd be in it. "Oh, hi," I said when I saw him in the back seat of the limo.
"Fancy meeting you here,"
he smiled. The driver closed the door behind me.
"I hope you don't mind sharing."
He adjusted in his seat, crossing one shiny shoe over the other as he stretched his legs. "It's fine. How are you?"
"Fine, fine. How's Caden? He was pretty sick when I saw him on Monday."
"Well enough to go to reserve duty."
"When is he coming back?"
"Tonight or tomorrow morning. He'll join us later if he gets in."
"Good. So, I wanted a minute to talk to you about something we're considering. I've brought this up with your husband already."
"Okay." I tried to wipe my voice of the keen curiosity I felt.
"He's on the short list for head of thoracic."
"That's great. He'd be wonderful."
"And you can see, we're considering you for a leadership position in the mental health unit. You're quite a pair."
"Thank you."
"You met in the military."
He was a surgeon at the combat hospital. I was brought in with my unit ostensibly to help with frontline trauma, but I spent more time helping the medical staff do their jobs without sleep.
"So, he was a trauma surgeon then. Why did he go back to heart surgery?"
"Did you ask him? I'm sure he'd tell you."
"He presented it as a preference."
"Ah, you're asking me if he was good at it."
"Not exactly."
Denials aside, that was exactly what he was asking. I'm a psychiatrist. I can't tell one thing from another in the OR, but I'll tell you what I witnessed. The first offensive filled the hospital for 8 days straight. I shook my head with the memory of him, hour after hour, with the wounded coming by the dozen, a blur of blood and burned flesh. I've never seen anyone work like that, one after the other, day after day. He got a commendation for it. He also got me.
"I don't blame him for not wanting to do it again,"
Bob said. That level of dedication and sacrifice, he brings it everywhere with him. I wanted to brag about Caden for another hour, and I could have, but we were close to the restaurant. He went outside the wire. Surgeons weren't supposed to go off base. It wasn't safe, and they were too valuable. But after the first offensive, while we were dancing around couplehood, he jumped on a medevac when Colonel Brogue's convoy hit an IED. He'd come back bloody and never talked about what happened.
"What does outside the wire mean?"
Off the base. Ask him about it. I wasn't there. I let the sentence melt into a smile. It was a war. Everything was haywire. Our love had been forged in military routines that offset the hazards of flying mortars and sniper fire. The trouble we were having now Inside a stable civilian life without routine or danger was the exact opposite of the world we'd met in. We'd have been crazy to not have problems.
Tina's on her way,
Bob said as we got in from the cold.
5 of the board will be here in 15 minutes.
2 missing? Milchenko and Carlson?
How did you guess?
They both live overseas? Before I had the last button undone, Bob moved behind me and took my coat. "Thank you," I said as he gave it to the maitre d'. I heard Bob's voice say something nice, but the words got pushed into a perceptual border framing a man standing in the doorway. He wore a navy suit with a wine tie and crisp white shirt. He was pressed, fit, straight-shouldered, and proud. I choked back a throatful of spit, losing control of my emotions. "Dr. Fraser!" Tina spoke my name from a few light years away. She must have shown up when I was lost in the vortex of my husband. I stepped toward my husband to make sure I was seeing what I thought I was seeing. He pulled me forward, holding me up, moving my legs with his intensity. Only one man could do that. By my last step, I knew I was right. It was him. Caden. The name was thick with tears I held back.
Grayson.
That voice. How could everyone within earshot not do his bidding? "I missed you." He cupped my jaw, and I leaned into his hand like a kitten. I didn't care who saw it or what they thought. He was home. I was home. It was over. I blinked, and a tear fell onto my cheek. Wrong place and time. But I had no control. I didn't sob or blubber, but that drop needed to fall. Caden ran his thumb over it, making it disappear as the other eye let one go.
Later. You'll cry again.
Promise? He nodded ever so slightly and then changed. I didn't understand why the change happened, but it was unmistakable. The hard line of his lips softened. The cold calculation in his eyes turned compassionate. The precision of his posture turned relaxed. A line of concern appeared between his eyebrows, as if my tears upset and confused him. At the speed of thought, he went from king to vassal. Like that, Caden was gone.
What are you doing?
He asked as I frantically yanked clothes out of my dresser and threw them on the bed. "I'm not calling you Caden. You're not him."
Hang on.
I went into the bathroom for my toothbrush without letting him tell me what to hang on about. I'd gotten through dinner and the cab ride home. I'd gotten up the damn steps and into the bedroom without saying a word. I wasn't hanging on another second, not until he blocked my way out of the bathroom.
Talk to me.
No.
Why not?
Get out of my way.
Tell me why you won't talk to me.
Because I don't know who I'm talking to. He put his fingers to his chest. Left hand. The one with the ring. Damn him.
Me. You're talking to me.
He reached for me, but I put up my hands. Back up.
Okay,
What have you done with him? He shot out a laugh and rubbed his eyes.
That's hilarious.
I failed to see the humor.
Yeah, I know you failed to see it. He is me. I am him.
Bullshit.
You should see him. He's losing his emotions. They're draining out of him and into me.
But I thought you were the same.
We're both half a person. But this half?
He tented his fingers on his chest.
This half is the human half.
I put the toothbrush down and crossed my arms. We have to get out of this house.
Why?
I don't think you've been completely forthcoming about what happened here. With your parents. He looked confused. Your father. You said you hid from him in the bottle room, but the lock's on the outside.
It was always that way.
I couldn't tell if he was lying or if he believed what he wanted. What I knew for sure was that if I wanted the painful facts, the bathroom in the middle of a fight was the wrong place and time to get them. I think coming back to this house broke you apart, and if we don't leave, it's going to break us apart too.
I don't want that.
I don't either, but it's happening. I gathered my things from the vanity. We never had a honeymoon. We had a few good weeks in a war zone. I fell in love with you in the middle of a crisis. I committed to you, and I take that seriously, but I didn't marry half a man. Pushing past him, I went back into the bedroom where I picked my clothes off the bed.
We should take a vacation. Let's see what happens outside the routine.
No.
Why not? I read this article about skydiving in the Grand Canyon.
Are you fucking kidding me? I stood with an armful of clothes.
What?
I'm terrified of heights. And so are you, by the way.
I am not.
Was this his way of getting back at Caden? Setting up a nice, relaxing vacation, doing the one thing that would freak out his other half? I'm too busy for a vacation right now. I brushed past him.
He's coming back,
he said from behind me. I turned before I walked out.
I can't hold him anymore. We've negotiated a sort of truce. An uncomfortable ceasefire, I guess. He'll be back.
Caden's body leaned against the doorframe. Captain St. John didn't lean. He stood straight. Even near collapse after 8 days in the combat hospital OR, he'd shouldered a confidence bordering on arrogance. I'd carried him through tragedy in Fallujah, but standing in his family home in Manhattan, he seemed weak and beaten. Still beautiful. Still perfect. But altered, like the same sentence spoken in a different language. I'm sleeping in the guest room.
I love you.
I saw it for what it was. Manipulation. He wanted to tie me tightly to him with his words. He wanted to use my response to relieve his sense that I was untwisting the knot. There was no reason not to soothe him, but I wasn't feeling predictable or pliable. Yeah, I hear you. Without another word, I crossed the hall into the guest room. I didn't sleep. I kept staring at the blinking red dots of the clock, wondering what the fuck I was doing. Myth number 1 about therapists was that we were any better at managing our personal lives than our patients. I had tons of words and advice. I could listen to people for hours. I could hear underlying motivations and detect falsehoods even when the patient believed them. I could see a situation from all sides, unless I was one of the sides. Detaching myself from the situation, I could deconstruct the factors driving Caden's affliction. An abusive father, who had lived in the house he now occupied, after a traumatic stint in the military, exacerbated by an experimental therapy, and a new wife. Did the last two help or hurt? And where did his father end and his mother begin? And was I making it worse? I couldn't complete a thought without a stab in my chest where I missed the egotistical jerk who'd shocked me with his vulnerability. That surprise was the location of his split. The light in the room went from blue to gray as the sun lightened the sky. There was an insistent double rap at the door. I turned around, but before I could grant permission, it opened. Caden stood in the frame, bare-chested, feet set apart, his shape crossing the corners of the rectangle.
Why are you in here?
I bolted upright at the sound of his voice. Caden? He entered with an erection growing in the morning light.
Did we fight?
He didn't remember. Whatever happened with Damon was hidden from Caden while he was in the bag. The correct therapy for a dissociative disorder was transparency between personalities, but this wasn't a normal break. I had a cough, and I didn't want to wake you. He stood at the edge of the bed, pressing his right thumb into his left palm as if massaging it.
You looked beautiful last night,
he stated, matter-of-factly, slipping the sheet off me.
I can't believe I didn't come home and destroy you.
It's early. We have a few hours. He looked my body over, as if deciding where to fuck me first. Leaning on the bed with one hand, he used the other to pull off my underpants. I closed my legs so they came off easily, and he opened them. Oh, Lord. He was here, inside this not Damon, half Caden. This wasn't safe, but I wanted it so badly I could taste the sweet sting of danger. Lifting my shirt over my breasts, he ran his fingers over my hard nipples, then along the silver scar over my heart.
Don't come until I tell you to.
He went to the bathroom. I straightened myself on the bed, covered in sticky cum. He came out with a hot washcloth and folded it twice and placed it between my legs. The rough, warm cloth felt good against me. He kissed me, and I wrapped my legs around him, We had so much to talk about. Leaving the house, this other person he'd been, the changes between them. But not yet. Not while he was pushing inside me, fucking me all over again. Not while the hot, rough cloth was wedged between us. He went slowly, grinding deep. Caden.
No coming. Not until I say.
Yes. Okay. Slowly, gently, he fucked me to maximize the friction of the cloth. I'm close.
Not yet.
Okay, but...
Hold it.
His strokes got faster. I was going to burst open. I needed to. Take the washcloth away, please. He came inside me with a satisfied grunt. I was so close, but he was pushing too shallow now, and when I shoved my hips against him, he jerked away. He got up on his knees, dick still hard and slick. Caden, what?
Hold it until tonight, Major.
This is bullshit.
You wanted to try control.
I lay there with my mouth agape and my t-shirt pulled over my breasts. He smiled, as if my frustration was entertaining. My sour mood when he got downstairs was probably exacerbated by the 10 pounds of unreleased orgasm I was holding between my legs. I got him a cup out of habit, but when I heard him behind me, I wanted to shove it up his ass. I don't know what you two share with each other, I said, not looking around.
Us too?
Still Caden. But in the quiet kitchen, with only my annoyance to interpret his tone, he wasn't Caden either. I looked at him, dissecting the pieces. Was this a third? No. But the primary person was changing somehow. Annoyance turned to fear, and fear turned into exhaustion. I want to get out of this house.
Why?
He acted as if I'd lost my mind, as if he hadn't heard the request before. He and Damon weren't communicating the nitty-gritty. Now I had to say everything twice. I'd probably have to describe what I wanted twice, argue twice, explain twice. Forget it. I went to leave, but he grabbed my arm.
I'm not going to forget it.
You should. And you should start by letting me go.
No.
I jerked my arm away. You can't just waltz in here and start demanding my time, my attention. You can't do what you did this morning. I'm not a fuck doll.
If you think this morning was me treating you like an inanimate object, you have no idea what that means.
He was calm. Too calm in the face of my simmering heat. That alone took me back a step.
If you were a toy, I wouldn't bother with your pleasure. You wouldn't have the option to say stop.
He talked about rape like a sniper talking about bullets. Everyday instruments of death.
This morning's game,
He continued.
it was designed to push you.
He sipped his coffee black without blowing on it.
I found your limit. You still haven't recognized it.
He threw back a big swallow of coffee. I knew it was scalding. He shouldn't have been able to do more than blow and sip. Who are you?
What do you mean?
What's your name? I recognized his smile. The right side stretched first, and the left caught up. I recognized the little nod of assent, as if he and I got the same joke.
Caden Kevin St. John. Captain, 1st Medical Brigade. 065-43-0987.
You're not the man I married.
You didn't marry a man.
What? The alarm in my head came out as a whisper. He stood over me, close enough for our clothes to touch. I didn't step away. I wouldn't show fear.
You married the Army. Your plan was to consummate it by making a family with another soldier, but instead, you chose me. Admit it. You miss your husband.
I got his point, but all I heard was the content of the last sentence. I do, I said with a quivering chin. I miss him so much. He brushed away my tears.
I don't like it when you're sad.
I pushed his hand away and wiped my own tears. He didn't like it when I was sad? Jesus. Caden was a passionate and protective man. Caden wouldn't see my sadness as one of many menu options. I watched my mother give up control to the military. I watched her get dragged all over the country because Daddy had to be somewhere. And when he deployed, I watched her sit there crying because no matter how you sliced it, he'd betrayed her. Every time. He betrayed her for the Army every damn time. So I decided I wasn't marrying a man who would betray me. I would beat him to it, whoever he was, by enlisting. I was taking the mistress first. But look at this. Look at us. The Army broke you and handed me the pieces.
I'm not broken.
I crossed my arms. He was so cocky, so sure that between us, he was the healthy one. He was intolerable like this, and all I wanted was to take him down a notch, cut him at the knees. I should have thought about it as a therapist, not a wife, but like I said, I was sour. Where were you yesterday?
Reserve duty.
He said it without the disdain Damon had. That was my Caden. Finishing what he started was to be done without complaint. How much of it do you remember?
Everything.
He sat back down and took his coffee as if he'd won the argument and could move on with his day.
I trained medics in an emergency trach. Came home, American Airlines Flight 45 into JFK. Plane was 3 minutes early. I came home, changed, met you for dinner with the Mount Sinai board, had a few hours sleep. I fucked you. Anything else?
Before this morning, when was the last time you fucked me?
You doing an intake?
What day of the week is it? I snapped an amber bottle from the corner of the counter and placed it in front of him with the label facing away.
Monday? Why?
He wasn't agitated. He seemed more thrown off course and trying to correct. Patient is male, late 30s, 180 and change. Symptoms include low-grade fever, persistent dry cough, chest pain, general fatigue.
Blood tests?
Mycoplasma. I hoped I'd gotten it right. I was an MD, but not a GP.
Okay. Walking pneumonia. I'm really curious what you're trying to prove.
What do you prescribe?
Any allergies?
None.
10-day course of doxycycline, preferably vibramycin.
I piqued his curiosity, and I understood my risk. If he had a flawless memory of his time as Damon, he'd laugh at me. If he didn't, his reaction could be anywhere between mild amusement and deadly rage. Worst course of action ever. I try to talk a patient out of it. Not recommend it. Doctors make the worst patients. Agreed, I said as I turned the bottle until the information faced him. He picked it up, rolling it between his thumb and middle finger to read the label. I waited. He read it again. Checking the date, maybe? I have a busy day. You think about where your week went. Take a deep breath and tell me how you feel. You try to remember taking 5 of those and leaving the rest when you went to reserve duty. You, Caden St. John, MD, didn't take a full course of vibramycin because the pills are big and you didn't like it. We'll reconvene over dinner to talk about what's broken. He put his arm in my way when I tried to pass him. He wasn't angry. He was something, but anger assumed some kind of passion. This version of Caden didn't have passion. He had facts and realities, and this was the reaction he had when one of his realities was challenged. Driven, maybe? Compelled? Motivated to correct the incorrect? Let me go. My voice had been drained of hysteria, matching his emotionless state. The tone was the only non-impulsive action of the morning.
Before this morning?
He said, not moving his arm.
When was the last time?
Friday. I was on top. The effort to muzzle his reaction was betrayed by a blue fire in his eyes. You ate my pussy like a champ. Then you put your dick in me real slowly. You were gentle and sweet. We flipped, I straddled you and fucked you. You wanted me to come, but I couldn't ask you to hurt me since it upsets you. So I dug my fingernails into my palm until it bled. Then I cupped your balls while you came.
You made that up?
Did I?
I have him under control.
I slid the bottle toward him. Count the days.
Grayson.
He stretched his leg out and leaned into me. Even sitting on the bar stool, his posture was so straight he was close to my height.
You're mine. Mine. I own your body. It's the only thing I have that I care about.
Nobody owns me.
Since you retired your commission, I own you.
He stood, crowding me against the kitchen bar.
I own your orgasms, your pain, your pleasure, your hunger. I've put my fingers on your heart and felt it beat. It's mine. I own this body, every inch of it, every bone, every organ, every drop of blood.
I'm not a fuck doll.
You mentioned that, and maybe I wasn't clear. If you were a compliant object, you wouldn't be worth owning. Only me, not him. Don't be confused, Grayson.
He's you.
He's not me. I won't tolerate him inside you.
The ultimate betrayal is the self against the self. He was growling against the back of my neck.
Mine. 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 Chapter 42. Caden. The pleasure of making her submit to an orgasm after denying her one was matched only by the gratification of doing a complication-free quad. After the disconcerting discussion preceding her surrender, I was left with the knowledge that he was still there, even if I couldn't feel him. He'd stolen days from me. He'd stolen her body, her pleasure. He'd steal everything if he could. That idea was insulting enough. He was weak, emotional. His thinking was imprecise and fractured, yet he'd managed to overtake me. And this fact was the most galling. After the quad, I was listing his weaknesses in my mind, placing his inability to cut into a plastic doll at the top of the list, when I froze. Bloody gloves over the bin. Days and days had been stolen from me. The man everyone knew as Caden had done things I couldn't remember, and I just stood in an operating theater over an open ribcage as if I had a right to do a quadruple bypass. What if he engulfed me during surgery? What if I had gotten information yesterday that I needed in the OR today? I dropped the gloves in the bin and let the lid close. What happened that I didn't know about when he fucked her? The shower in the doctor's lounge had gone cold, but that would help the swelling. I unwrapped the towel from around my left fist and flexed my hand. Pain jolted me from the second knuckle down to the wrist. Strained palmar ligament. Grade 1 sprain. Did I need a grade 2? I was under no illusions that Damon would be gone in a week, but I didn't want to risk permanent damage. I turned off the shower and the pressure sent a shot of pain up my arm. I hadn't punched a tile wall impulsively. I'd done as much thinking about it as I'd needed to do. I didn't want to kill anyone, but if I reported my decline in functioning, I might never be allowed in the OR again. A sprain would give me a chance to fix this before it ruined my life. The pain jolted my every move. Toweling off, getting dressed. I wrapped it and closed the bandage with butterfly clips. That was that for now. I reported the sprain. Wilhelmina asked how I'd injured myself, and I told her I'd slipped in the shower. She tisked as she took me off the schedule and joked that I should sue. Someone would be put out, but no one would be dead. I had 2 weeks to fix this mess, but no clue how to do it. Mental brute force didn't work. Switching between who I really was and Damon, who I wasn't, was going to kill my career. Even if I got the position in thoracic, I'd need to remember case details if I wanted to advise correctly. With an hour before my Blackthorn appointment, I walked to clear my head. I had 2 things: Grayson and surgery. He threatened both. This thing could ruin me. But Grayson had been right. She'd said it before, but I'd gotten more analytical in my approach and I was ready to hear the truth. He was me. The illusion that the thing was a separate entity in the corners and white noise was gone. It was me. My mind. I'd cracked and split. I couldn't battle a man named Damon any more than I could wage war against myself and win. Why hadn't I admitted it before? I stopped at a store window on Fifth Avenue to consider a necklace for Grayson. It would drop between her tits, just so. I could engrave it with my name. It would mark her as mine. In the reflection behind my face stood St. Patrick's Cathedral. We'd never had a real wedding. We'd run to San Diego, taken our vows in her parents' yard, had a party, and gone back to Balad. We went back to our lives as if the wedding was a private affair. I knew Damon was the same person I was. The fact that I was crazy didn't mean I didn't have common sense. Yet I wanted to publicly take her as mine, not his, even if he was me. Walking again, I tried to piece together a strategy. My sense of self was crashing around me. I should have been depressed, despairing. My fundamental realities should have been shaken to the core. I felt nothing but a need to solve the problem. And when my mind made the words, "I feel nothing," I meant it literally. Besides a need to own my wife, a sharp pain in my wrist, and a motivation to fix what was broken, I felt nothing. The Blackthorn appointments went like this. The elevator took me up to the 44th floor, where double glass doors led to a carpeted reception area. They decorated in light wood and alabaster tile. I never waited. A receptionist, sometimes male, sometimes female, always young, led me through a door with a code into a room with tiles and furniture that was slightly darker. Everyone wore strict business attire. The next door used retinal ID scans on both of us and unlocked to a dim hallway with dark brown paneling. Anyone walking around wore a lab coat. The incongruity of the coats against the hotel-like hallway was mitigated by the person I was passed off to, who usually wore something more formal. I was led to a different office by a different person every time. They asked about my week. They asked about any illnesses or injuries, travel, medications. I mentioned the wrist and the antibiotics. I got a shot they identified as cyanocobalamin, aka B12. Improves mental state, concentration, nerve cell health. They never asked about my mental state except to ask if I was improving. There was no follow-up when I said I wasn't. Those questions came in the form of a post-session questionnaire that I usually finished quickly. "This isn't helping," I said in the black room as someone whose name was irrelevant took the sensors off my head. "It's actually a waste of time." "Your scans are improving," she said. "I want to see the scans." Somewhere in the back of my mind, I was convinced they'd show my brain bifurcated as the solution to the problem. I checked my watch. I'd been in the dark room for an hour. It had felt like 5 minutes. The exercises were getting longer, and my perception of them was getting shorter. Maybe I was achieving a facility with them, or maybe I was getting muscled out by a little wife-fucking worm. We were intercepted by a tall blonde in a business suit. "Dr. St. John," she said, turning to the tech once we stopped. "I have it from here." The tech nodded and went through a nondescript door. "Yes?" "Our director would like a moment?" Do I know them? I've never seen the same person twice. From her deliberate nod, I knew that was by design. "I believe you've met Mr. Stevens?" Ronan sat across from me in the same spot as our first and only meeting. A manila file sat on the table between us. I flexed and released my hand to work out the pain. Closer inspection revealed abrasions as if I'd punched a wall. "How are you feeling?" "Fine, thank you." I didn't want to talk to Ronan about my problems now any more than I had when I let Grayson talk me into meeting him for dinner. "What happened to your hand?" "Fell on it." A woman came in with a pitcher of water and lemon and left without a word. "I'm told you want to see your scans." "I do." He nodded and poured water into 2 tumblers. A lemon wedge blocked the pinch in the lip before tilting and landing in my glass with a splash. Well, here's the problem. Your scans are classified. My scans are... It's my brain. How can the scans be classified? All materials from this project are classified. What are you doing here, Ronan? Building some kind of super soldier or something? There was a movie about that. He smiled. It sucked because it wasn't believable. That would explain why this shit isn't working. How do you know it's not working? The problem we came to you with isn't fixed. He took a sip of water. I left mine alone. I didn't need the dramatic pause. You've noticed we don't ask you deep questions about your life. Yes, that's by design. We're observing changes in the way the brain works so they can treat PTSD without therapeutic interference. It's quicker and more effective. And has mine been changing? Yes. It's getting worse. How do you mean? Your questionnaires are vague. I never knew if he was reading the post-treatment surveys, but I had been vague on the off chance he did. Good choice. I mean, there's no change. I'm learning to live with it, that's all. Your last 2 sessions were different, apparently. When was that again? I earned his suspicious look. I was fishing, and he knew it. Last 2 Thursdays, you were more forthcoming than usual. I wasn't feeling well. I held my hand out for the file even though I could reach the file myself. Let me see it. It'll refresh my memory. Ronan handed it to me. I hear you had reservist training this past weekend. Yes. I opened the folder. The standard pages were there, but filled with my handwriting. Flipping to the previous session, I recognized the one-sentence answers. How was that? Uneventful. Back to the previous week, with Damon's puling and complaining. Jesus Christ, you'd have thought the flu was going to kill him. And he went on and on about the effects of the breathing. How he'd felt happy. Happy. If feeling like the king of the world with all the uplift of power and weight of responsibility was happy, then I knew less about him than I thought. He is you. He reported a marked improvement in the feeling of being watched and complimented the treatment as if he'd been delivered an unexpectedly delicious meal. He wants out of the sessions. With every passing answer, his desire to stop coming to Blackthorn became clear, at least to me. Because he's you. Why did he want to stop? Was he afraid of losing? Was he running scared? Or was he sure that he'd won already? I had a flash of... I couldn't call it a thought. A flash of a thought process that was unlike anything I was capable of. The process was nuanced in webbed layers of connections. It was like seeing the fourth dimension. It did not have a decision at its end, only a path that wound between who I was and who Damon was. The course of it was a series of questions and unactionable conclusions. You invented Damon. You're not you. Don't hide. You have a problem. You didn't know she was pregnant. I'm not hiding anymore. I closed the file. The enemy is you. You're crazy. Shitbird crazy. That awareness, like the ones before it, opened up to new paths where emotion crisscrossed sense, sending my thoughts in a direction before I could identify which one I was on. Grayson deserves better than crazy. And with that, a cluster of thoughts between the two personalities, all shaped like fear. Our team would like to do another assessment, Ronan said, like the one you did before we started, to measure against the benchmark. The nuanced, complex thought process shut down steadily, strand by strand, until everything aligned into tight, sane little rows. Not today. You can set up an appointment for whenever you'd like. Fine. That's fine. We shook on it.
Chapter 43. After I finished my last session, I could have stayed home and cooked dinner. I could have waited for my husband just to see who showed up. Instead, I called Colin. He wasn't around. I left a message and made plans to meet Jen. As a result, I wound up at Jen's place in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, waiting for Colin to show. She had a loft on the second floor of a brick townhouse. The only things that made it a loft were an open floor plan, high windows and ceilings, and concrete pillars where walls used to be. She shared it with 2 active-duty nurses who were on short deployments and had it all to herself for the time being. "Who did this?" I pointed at a huge canvas above the low bookcase. It was an abstract with a yellow chevron pattern exploding inward on a blue sky cracked with blood red. "Me." "Wow. You like it?" "It's really powerful. I can feel it shaking." "It's me, after the mortar hit." My silver scar ached as if it had been called out from oblivion. I touched my chest as if that might soothe the memory of the blast, the dead silence after the shattering explosion, the intense ringing in my ears as Caden carried me to the hospital, the pain in my chest with every step as the shard of metal got closer to my heart, piercing my lung, leaving me gurgling blood. That was bad. "It was nothing compared to what the medevacs were bringing in," she replied. "I felt guilty for having PTSD over it. The mind does what's necessary for survival. Ain't it the truth?" There was a knock at the door. I went to the stove to stir the pasta while Jen answered it. The penne had floated to the top of the water like soap suds, crowding together in a herringbone. I stuck the spoon in and stirred, forcing them to swim to the bottom before they fought their way back up. The mind did what was necessary for survival. A boy locked in a concrete box underground might invent a story of his own strength and detachment, which he has to believe in order to survive. A war might break that detachment, or it might drive the wedge deeper. Pushing the spoon down, I drove the penne to the bottom, only to watch them pop stubbornly back to the top. Every one a survivor. And what had happened the day Caden went outside the wire? Why had he returned so soaked with blood I'd thought he was shot? Had that broken him? Was there an instant before and a life after? When did a man break? Why did I insist there was a single moment? How did I not know better already? "Oh, Caden," I said into the hot steam. "I'm failing you." The tears came hot and fast, salty as the water I stirred, lost in the scalding vapor. He needed me, and I'd failed him over and over, treating him like an adversary instead of a human soul who needed my unconditional love.
"Gray,"
Colin's voice came from behind me.
"Gray."
Closer now. I wiped my cheeks, but not in time. He leaned over the counter to face me.
"Why are you crying?"
We'd pushed the half-full plates to the center of the kitchen island long ago so we could take the wine more seriously. I'd lost my appetite completely once Colin sat me down. Once I was outed as crying, I buried my face in his coat, blubbering like a fucking baby. He didn't complain about the streak of snot I left on it. He was a good brother. "Right before my eyes," I said as Jen filled my glass again. He changed, standing there, staring at me. No trigger. Nothing happened, just bam. I snapped my fingers. Like that. Then we had dinner with the board. "Did you get the job?" "The what?" "The Gibson unit." If I'm reading the tea leaves, I put my glass in front of my face to hide my smile. It looks like I got it.
"All right,"
Colin cheered.
"Took long enough."
We all clinked to my future, which was unsure at best, but looking up at worst. Jen leaned over Colin to fill his glass, and when he turned his head to thank her, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes a second longer than a blink.
"Thank you,"
he said. She looked down and smiled. You couldn't see a blush on skin as dark as hers, but the way she tried to not look at him too long, but couldn't help herself at the same time. Well, I'd seen that before.
"And after dinner?"
Colin asked, tapping his fingers together as if he was counting something. Same. until the next morning. I didn't tell them about the tone of the sex or how hot it was for me.
Then he was cold, Caden.
Yes. Ever since he got back from reserves, he's been switching. I didn't tell them about the name Damon, either. I didn't want either of them to slip in front of him. So, Jen sat when her glass was full and the last drops had spilled out of the bottle. Cold Caden is demanding, possessive, competent, and precise. Dutiful, honorable, confident. I added one for each finger. Naming their traits had been soothing. It forced me to face the differences between the two personalities and hold them both in my mind. Warm Caden is emotional, romantic, devoted? Jen wasn't holding a pencil, but I knew she was taking mental notes. Impulsive. And manipulative, I added.
Sounds like him,
Colin said. Which one? Both, Jen and Colin said at the same time. I sipped my wine. I feel like shit for telling you this. You weren't doing yourself any good holding it in, Jen said. I mean, come on, how many studies do you need? How many ways do you have to hear getting it out is better than keeping it in?
You're a psychiatrist, for fuck's sake, Colin mumbled.
Oh, fuck off, I kicked him. I was trying to protect someone I love. And killing yourself in the meantime. Jen reached across the island and squeezed my arm. If it was just about him, I'd say you need to shush it. But it's eating you alive. It is. I put my head against the cool stone of the counter. The room was spinning, and my thoughts were butter thick. I don't know what I'm going home to.
Depends what time you go home,
Colin said. I picked up my head too quickly and braced myself against the edge of the island. What do you mean?
It sounds to me, if I heard you right, that he changes at sunup and sundown. Cold Caden is awake in the day, warm Caden is awake at night. Your dinner probably started just as the sun set.
Oh, my God. I stood, stumbled.
He's a vampire,
Colin added glibly. This is not funny, I shouted, thrusting every ounce of sobriety I had left in his direction. I'm not living in some movie. This is not a book. This is not a teenage fantasy. This is my life, and it's not funny. My husband, who I love more than anything, who I gave up everything. I couldn't finish the stupid, selfish thought. He's not a pop culture monster. He's sick, and I have to help him. I laid my hands on the counter to steady myself, but the counter moved. Jen got under me before I fell. There was a headache, and the headache was the alpha and omega. It hurt when I moved, breathed, or had a thought. I hadn't had that kind of headache since the morning I left for basic training. My friends had taken me out to a goth club and tried to talk me out of enlisting, but it had already been too late. I was committed, and there was no going back. But I drank to their efforts and went to Fort Jackson with a knockout of a migraine. I had a bottle of water lodged under me and a bottle of Advil in the hand that fell over the side of the couch under the hardwood. I wanted to know what time it was. But more importantly, I had to get the Advil bottle open. The arrow on the top and the arrow on the rim were already lined up. I popped it off with my thumb, then wiggled the bottle from between the cushions and my rib cage. The seal had been cracked. Jen was a good friend, but that kind of attention to detail was all Colin. I took 3 Advil and put my watch in front of my face, blinked, arranged my thoughts around the spike in my head, blinked again. 07:21 hours. First session was at 09:30. I could make it. Jen came in from the hallway in a yellow robe with a towel on her head. Good morning, sunshine. I have to go. I got up. No, I didn't. A sledgehammer hit my head and I sat back down. Take it easy. Have coffee and let the Advil do their thing. I can't believe everything I told you last night. You're never going to be able to look Caden in the eye again. I just did. She handed me a cup. What? He's waiting. outside. How? You think I'm going to put you on my couch for the night and not tell your husband where you are? I will not be party to breaking you guys up. But you think we should? No. She sat on the edge of the couch. Don't put words in my mouth. I never said that, and I never thought it. He loves you. He's fucked up from the war, and he loves you. Not just the war. The coffee scalded my tongue, but I drank it anyway. I didn't think I'd told them about the bottle room, but I wanted to make sure. Jen shook her head and looked into the middle distance, holding her cup with both hands like a safety blanket. Yeah, well, it's rarely just the war. Anyway, listen, if I had someone to send you to, would he go? What's the specialty? Dissociative disorder. It's not that. Not textbook, at least. I'm not pressuring you. Just tell me if you want the referral. What's with you and Colin? I changed the subject. What do you mean? Are you obfuscating? I managed to sit up. Or do you really not know what I'm talking about? She shrugged. I'd rather not talk about it. Did he? No, not Colin. He's fine, and no, there's nothing. We're friends. That was a bald lie, and the twist of her mouth after she said the word friends proved it. And you don't want to talk about it. Right. Didn't you spend all of last night raking me over the coals for keeping things in? I did. And it was fun. But you have a husband downstairs waiting for you, and he's the cold and possessive one. So, for him to give you enough distance to wait out there instead of in here, you gotta respect that by moving your ass off my couch. She slapped my leg and held her hand out to help me up. I was born in May of 1974, the middle of 3, the only girl. My father was 20 and in Vietnam when my mother had me in a base hospital. When she cried out in labor, the nurse snapped and told her she was disturbing everyone. It was time to stop crying like a baby and grow up. She did both. My father didn't hear about the nurse until I was 18 months old, and my mother mentioned it in passing. He was home from the war, but he'd brought the war back with him. We were still living on base, which meant my dad could grab his rifle and storm to the hospital maternity ward where, before the era of viral clusters of mass shootings, there were no guards. He didn't point the rifle at anyone, and he didn't find the exact nurse who'd said the exact thing, but he gave the entire staff a good talking to before he was hauled away to spend 6 months in a white room, getting better. I had to break my wrist to consider a career in mental health. Maybe it was avoidance. Maybe I had to shed a crust of ideas about what being a soldier meant. But really, it should have been obvious I knew the effects of a war on a man's soul. One night, while studying in the med school library, exhaustion twisted a menstrual cramp from an uncomfortable ache to a stabbing agony. As I laid my head on the Carroll desk, trying to breathe through it, I told myself to stop crying like a baby. It was time to grow up. For the first time in years, I thought of that nurse and wondered if she'd been in Vietnam. I wondered if my mother's cries had triggered a memory or flashback. I wondered if she'd actually given the best care and advice she could have, under the circumstances. Even though the Advil swathed the sharp wedge in my head with cotton and gauze, moving exacerbated the pain. Freshly showered and wearing my best friend's clothes, I took the stairs slowly to find Caden on the sidewalk, waiting. Morning, I said at a volume designed to maintain equilibrium.
Good morning.
He laid his hand on my lower back and guided me to the Ferrari parked at a hydrant, its hazards flashing. Sorry I made you wait.
I don't mind.
He opened the door.
I'm sorry about this stupid car.
He helped me lower myself into the asphalt-scraping seat, shut the door, and got into the driver's side, stopping before he turned on the ignition. What happened to your hand? I pointed at his left wrist, which was wrapped in an ace bandage.
Sprain. I fell on it. It's nothing.
The car roared when he gently pulled out of the spot.
Please tell me he bought this without telling you.
He bought this without telling me. He looked at me as if asking whether I was honoring his request or telling the truth. Seriously, you just showed up with it.
Are there any other large expenditures I should know about?
A ring?
A ring?
He held out his fingers. Nothing but the wedding band, half covered in bandage. For me. I held out my hands. Nothing but the wedding band. An engagement ring. It's home. The car jerked when the light turned green.
Is it nice?
Very nice.
Do you like it?
I love it, but I don't need it.
No, you do,
he said, matter-of-factly.
I should have taken care of that a long time ago.
The car roared like a stallion chomping at a bit, protesting any kind of safe driving. It goes really fast when you open it up.
It's rush hour.
The car rumbled over the Williamsburg Bridge. In New York.
What a dolt.
I put my hand on his knee. He was the dolt, and he wasn't. Thanks for picking me up. I needed a night without, it.
This has got to be stressful for you.
It's fine.
I'm sorry I'm doing this to you.
I gave his leg a squeeze, but he didn't look at me. He looked straight ahead with his right hand on the bottom of the steering wheel, left arm bent against the window.
Goes fast, huh?
He said as we coasted along the off-ramp. Space opened up in front of us. Gets quieter the faster it goes. He let the car slow even more.
Really?
Yeah. The light turned red up ahead, but the 3 cars ahead of us ran it to make a left. Caden hit the gas, and the car took off quickly and smoothly. I screamed. Half a block of pure inertia-defying, door-clutching, back-against-the-seat acceleration. He slammed on the brakes for a red light. Tire smoke surrounded us, and my heart pounded like a jackhammer. Then I laughed. You asshole! For the first time as Caden, he laughed too.
That's fucking fast.
We were in hysterics all the way home. The headache subsided, but the cloud of guilt over having a ring I hadn't told him about clung to me. Even though he was him and he knew, but didn't. After work, I went upstairs. On the way to our bedroom, I passed him in his little office on the 2nd floor.
Hey,
he said, standing by the desk and slashing open an envelope.
I'm stopping Blackthorn.
He flipped the paper open, scanned it, tossed it onto the desk, and picked up another. Why?
It's not working, obviously.
Slash. I went into his office. I went there the other day when you couldn't make your appointment.
Oh, yeah?
He blew open the envelope.
What did you think?
It was fun, but had the distinct odor of bullshit. He let out a short laugh and pulled out the letter, tossed it.
Yeah.
We need to see a specialist.
We, huh?
He continued through the mail. Slash, blow, open, toss. Slash, blow, open, toss. You can go yourself, but we can't do nothing.
Anything else you'd like to prescribe?
I mentioned leaving this house.
Was that his idea?
No.
No. Just the ring was his.
He said it was your idea.
I'd like to see it before I let him get away with that.
I went to the bedroom and returned to the office with a box the size of a fist.
Tiffany,
he said when I handed it to him. Open it. He opened it. Is it what you envisioned? I asked when he took out the ring.
Close. Why aren't you wearing it?
I didn't know what you'd remember. I thought you'd freak out. I don't know. He placed the ring back in the box and put it on the desk.
You know how much I love you.
He tapped the desk surface in front of the open box.
When you were too close to that mortar and you started to fall, the thought that you might be dead, it lifted me out of myself. I wasn't important without you. I didn't even exist if you didn't. When I opened you up to take that shrapnel out,
he touched the left side of my sternum, the scar under the fabric, as if he was so intimate with its placement he didn't need to see it to know where it was.
You're the beating heart of my life. You're the blood in my veins.
I love you.
Did he fuck you after he bought it?
He cut me off, as if the last question was the whole point of the previous speech. You did? He kept his eyes on the emerald, pushing his jaw forward as if he could hold back his rage only so long. I put my hands on his, pressing down until the box snapped closed.
God damn it, Grayson.
He pulled away, body rigid as if he had to hold back from hitting something. You cannot be jealous.
It wasn't me.
His growl came from the deepest part of his chest. It was. With his good hand, he took me by the jaw and squeezed just enough to keep me still.
Did you like it? Did he make you come?
Cold Caden was detached, except when laughing about speeding to a red light or demanding I not fuck him when he wasn't him. Cold Caden was hot Caden when he was mad, and my body went limp with desire. Yes, you did. I spit, unable to get my mouth to move around his hand.
How many times?
Did he want the play-by-play? Was I supposed to write it down and have it notarized? Because fuck him. Fuck this. I had 2 unpredictable halves of a single sane husband. Nothing was what it was supposed to be. I hadn't signed on for any of this. So many times. Giving in to my impulse to egg him on was the only satisfying thing I'd done in weeks. The power of my agency was a drug. Pushing him and myself made my blood hot with challenge. He raged with betrayal, and the fact was, I raged for the same reason. He pushed me back until my spine ground against the edge of the desk. He could hurt me, and the realization didn't frighten me as much as it thrilled me. His power, unleashed on my body.
I don't want you fucking me when I'm that way,
he said, an inch from my face.
Did I say that with the right words?
I pushed his hand off my jaw. I heard you. I shoved him back by the shoulders. And I'll fuck you anytime I want. Now would be a good time. A conflict flickered across his face. He didn't know what to do.
Don't test me.
Pick up your pencils, class. Question 1. Who can your wife fuck anytime? Answer? Her husband.
I don't want to hurt you.
Yes, you do. My agreement was permission, and he knew it, grabbing a fistful of hair and pulling me close.
Tell me to stop.
No.
Say it.
Any time. He reached under my skirt, fingers limited in their movement from the wrapping, and ripped through my stockings.
I'm going to fuck you now. Now.
Yes.
You're not going to like it.
His fingers drove roughly under my panties. Try me. He spun me and pushed me face first into the bookcase. Heavy medical textbooks fell around me. I grabbed a shelf as he yanked my skirt up and my underwear down to mid-thigh, restraining me and exposing me at the same time.
You knew I wouldn't like it,
he said, grabbing my ass with a painful grip.
And you did it anyway.
It's my right. With a thwack and a stinging sensation, he slapped my bottom so hard my knees buckled. He pulled my hips toward him, forcing me to bend deeper and grip the shelf harder. You can't just leave me to explain to the other guy that I can't have sex with him.
So, you don't want to?
I do. I like him. He's not perfect, but he's nicer. I got a hard slap.
Since when do you like nice?
Sometimes. And you were nice. You were. You were sweet and conceited and rough and sincere. You were everything. Now you're just someone else. His belt buckle clacked. I looked around to watch him get his dick out.
Face forward.
He slid the belt out of the loops.
Don't look at me unless you're telling me to stop.
I turned back to the books. Essentials of Surgical Medicine. Post-operative technique. You were so real. You wanted me to be happy. You were so dominant but so confused by what you felt for me, and just impulsive. But remember when you asked me to marry you? You freaked you out. A sharp pain burned my ass. I gulped and cried a clipped vowel at the same time. The belt. He'd used the belt. Without a moment to breathe, he did it on the other side, searing the skin under the leather.
That's enough, Grayson.
I was reassigned to ABG, and you were staying at the combat hospital. Right on the tarmac, you threatened to redeploy if I didn't marry you. He swatted me hard enough to make me grunt. He'd have to gag me to shut me up. I realized, I choked through tears. You were so desperate. I realized if you redeployed, it would break you. I could save you and keep you at the same time. 2 hard thwacks stung me. The sensible part of me wanted him to stop. Caden was trustworthy when he was whole, but who was this? Could I trust him? The insensible part of me did trust him. That part was an animal. She wanted to see how far he'd go because the animal was stupid and the animal had something to say. I miss my husband. The animal was exhausted. She wanted fight and pain. She was so strained, so tired, so bottled up, keeping it all together. The animal was aroused by surrender and subjection. She wanted to break. I gave in to myself before I gave in to him. Sensible had surrendered to the animal by the time the 3rd stroke hit even harder on already inflamed skin. He grunted behind me for the 4th, and I bit back a scream. If I screamed, he might stop. He moved to the side, and I turned my head away so I wouldn't look at him. The bandage on his left hand was rough on my lower back when he pressed it down.
Put your ass up where I can reach it.
I heard the whoosh as the belt cut the air and landed over and over across the tender backs of my thighs. The pain was its own thing. It pushed out worry, muscled past responsibility. It had weight of its own, a density to its throbbing need, lasting even after the blows stopped.
Stand up.
I straightened my back, cringing from the burn where he'd beaten me. He took me by the chin and made me face him, but I averted my gaze.
You're crying.
I didn't say anything. I was crying with a sort of relief I'd never felt before.
You want your husband?
I nodded, unable to speak.
You have him.
I shook my head, denying his truth. He took half a step back.
Tell me to stop.
No.
I'm going to use you like a piece of meat if you don't make me stop.
I met his gaze then, and again I saw that flicker of wholeness, but though I tried to hold everything still, it was gone in a breath. Use me.
On the desk. Move.
Like a good girl, I pulled the chair out and sat on the desk, bottom burning when it touched the wood. My ripped stockings were mid-thigh, and my skirt was pulled over my waist. My hair was half out of its ponytail. I was a wreck, but Caden's eyes burned bright blue with a desire to tear me apart. God, I wanted to be shredded. He unceremoniously pulled off my stockings and underwear and jerked my legs open so violently I fell back on the desk with my knees up. He bent them back and ran his eyes over my bottom and thighs. When he touched the raw skin, it burned all over again.
Hurt?
I nodded, biting my lower lip.
You know what to do if you don't like it.
He swatted me hard, sending a shear of pain through me, then waited for my objection.
Fine.
He leaned over me and whispered,
I don't care when or if you come.
I didn't have time to be insulted because he started pounding me mercilessly, and despite what he'd said, he ripped my shirt open, put his lips on my breast, and sucked on the skin, clamping his teeth together in an agonizing bite. He took me as I fingered myself to orgasm, coming inside me with a grunt. He bent over me, breathing in my ear, and kissed my cheek. That's going to hurt tomorrow, I said softly as he popped out. He opened his mouth to answer, but as if the universe was out to prove me right, the last of the sun fell beneath the horizon. Before he got a sound out, he blinked and was changed.
What's going to hurt? Chapter 44. Damon. I entered consciousness in my office with her crying beneath me. There were books all over the floor and my belt was out of the loops. She was on the floor, sobbing. I tried to pick her up, but she ran to the guest room and crawled onto the bed. He'd beaten her bottom raw. As she lay on the bed, still sobbing, I soothed it with a cream even after she told me to get away from her. She excused what he'd done to her with my body, saying she'd liked it. She'd wanted it. She'd asked me to hurt her in bed, but I didn't understand how she could have meant what I saw. Once she was asleep, I scrubbed every inch of myself so hard I exacerbated the wrist sprain I didn't remember getting. Was he sending me a message? He could bruise her and harm her. He could leave her broken for me. This must have been his response to my threat to use our body with other women. The soulless fuck had taken it all up a notch. I admired and feared his callousness. He'd be back when the sun came up. He'd do it again to spite me. I couldn't cut off his desire for her, but I could make sure he couldn't act on his desires. He wouldn't hurt her tomorrow, or the next day, or the next. Not if I could help it. And I could. I had weapons in this war. I wrapped my hand around our dick and jerked off. Two could play at that. 3 a.m. She woke when I crawled into bed again.
Hey.
Hey, it's early. You can go back to sleep.
I wanted to talk to you.
She sat up. I tried to ignore her cringe.
I want to see a specialist.
In what?
Dissociative disorder.
Ah. How could I refuse her after what she was going through? But how could I agree to what would be my own destruction?
It'll mostly be in the day, but I'm letting you know.
She squeezed my hand. Her lips set in the dark as if she was about to say something difficult.
This is not optional.
I cupped her face, running my thumb under an eye still swollen from tears. All right. She curled into my arms. I kissed her head and looked out the window, wondering how to save her when she was trying so hard to save me.
Thank you,
she said with her hand on my chest. She was wearing the ring. I'm sorry about what I did.
You apologized already, and there's nothing to apologize for.
Her hand drifted down my chest and to my waist. I stopped her. Let me take care of you, I said, rolling on top of her.
No, stop. Don't.
She said with a smile, but I straightened to get off her.
Joking. I'm joking.
Good. I kissed her face and neck, lifting her shirt to caress her breasts with my lips. I slid off her underpants and kissed inside her thighs, running my tongue along the soft skin, careful to avoid the places she'd been hurt. I kissed her sweet pussy, demanding nothing but her acceptance of my tongue inside her, gently guiding her to orgasm. She pulled my hair, pushed me into her, dug her nails into my shoulder as she bucked and groaned. When she was done, I wiped my mouth on my sleeve. She took my face in her hands and kissed me.
Your turn.
She reached for my dick, but I guided her away. I'm tired, and so are you. I took her in my arms and stroked her arm, kissing the top of her head until her breath fell into a soft, steady rhythm. When she was asleep, I went into the bathroom.
Chapter 45.
Ah!
He cried from the bathroom.
What the fuck?
I tilted toward the door. Caden? No answer. The medicine cabinet clicked open, then closed. Drawers went slide, snap, slide, snap. The door opened suddenly, leaving me too close to the threshold. We were face to face. Caden was in a t-shirt and shorts looking through me, then directly at me as a barrier. What's going on? I didn't move out of the way, and he didn't reply. I took in his form, looking for a reason for his dismay, not expecting to find one painted clearly on his body. My expectations were defied by a tiny dark spot that soaked through the fabric of his shorts.
It's fine.
He pushed past me. Is the blood from your dick or on it? My snappish, accusatory tone was meant to stop him, and it worked. He froze before leaving the room and looked over his shoulder.
What do you think?
I didn't know what to think. But it didn't take long to dismiss my immediate paranoia that he'd run out and had sex with a random menstruating woman. I held the possibility of relief from my worst suspicions and their confirmations in my heart. I think there's a part of every person that wants to have sex with multiple partners, and I don't know if that's attached to your Damon part, or if Damon has the will to act on it. But I think you're surprised, you're sore.
I'm irritated.
I'll forgive the pun.
Where were you?
His words carried a tinge of accusation.
He wasn't fucking you?
I went toward him and laid my hands on his body. Would I lie? He nodded with an understanding that cut through assumption.
I hate him.
He growled deep and low. What did he do? I asked, newly alarmed.
Made sure I couldn't fuck you.
He whipped open the tie on the drawstring and lowered his waistband below his dick. It was hot red, with a spot under the head so raw that spots of blood soaked through the mesh of skin to form a heavy red drop. What the?
Punishment.
He pulled his pants back up.
He jerked his own skin off to punish me for hurting you. Maybe he's punishing you too.
He knows I liked it. He? You was the correct pronoun. I kept treating them as two separate men when they weren't. It was all Caden. He'd penalized himself for his kink, then turned it on me because I encouraged it. Comforting daytime Caden about it only enraged the other. What was next? Were these two personalities going to torment each other day and night? What kind of damage would he inflict on himself? You can't do this anymore.
I'm going to get this under control.
How? By proving your dominance over him? Over me? No. You've tried to get this under control. I can't watch this escalate. I won't be a weapon of war. I met his gaze, the blue Iraqi sky remembering the man I fell in love with. All his inner conflicts, all his grace and dignity, they were all there, and none of it worked in pieces. He only worked as a whole man. I want you back. I want that dominant, loyal, devoted, loving, careful man back. He leaned back a few millimeters, enough for me to discern I'd said something unexpected. I'd mentioned traits he knew the other side of him had retained. I have limits. I took a breath before saying something that couldn't be taken back. You're going to lose me. Maybe not today or next week. Maybe not next year, but you're going to lose me if you don't engage in a sane way of fixing it.
You want to sell this house?
It was a challenge more than acquiescence. Move out. Rent it. Leave it empty.
No. We sell. If we're doing it, we're doing it.
Strategic therapy. A specialist who can help you merge these two personalities. He hesitated. I reached for his dick and he pulled away from the pain. What's he going to do to it next time?
Nothing.
His authority would have convinced anyone else, but I knew how little agency he had once the sun went down. What's he going to do to me? Anger saturated his blood, flowing to his face. His expression was one of revenge for a crime not yet committed. I knew he'd agreed before he did. The battle was won. But the war was just beginning.
Hey,
he said from the doorway in jeans and a tank. I was under the covers in the guest bedroom reading a PTSD study Jen had sent me. It was night, so I knew who I was talking to. How's your dick? I said, without preamble.
So, you've seen it.
I put down the papers. That was childish. He sat on the bed.
I hurt myself to keep him from hurting you.
All you did was guarantee I sleep in here from now on.
Bed's a little hard for me, but I can manage it.
I folded my arms.
Grayson, listen.
No, you listen. This is hard enough, worrying about your mental state all day and night. Now I have to worry about your body?
And I have to worry about yours.
He growled.
I will not ever see you get hurt like that again. I will throw this motherfucker in front of a freight train first.
It wasn't like Damon to speak like that, and I was stalled with surprise.
I'm sorry,
he said, reaching for my hand.
I mean what I say, but I'm sorry I said it like that.
With his thumb, he pushed my ring from side to side.
It's very stressful.
Really? He looked at me and gave me a rueful smile.
You'd know.
I'm going to lay down some ground rules. And actually, I'm repeating them. I flipped through the journal Jen had sent and found a piece of paper. I unfolded it and passed it to my husband. It was a list, and he'd already signed the bottom. 1, you've agreed to sell the house. 2, you've agreed to see any specialist I think is best, and you've agreed to be enthusiastic and constructive about it. 3,
I can't agree to 3.
It wasn't on the table until you jerked yourself raw.
How long are you going to go without sex?
I took a pen off the night table and plopped it on the paper. Sign it.
This isn't legally binding.
Thanks. You've saved me the trouble of getting a lawyer. I pushed it an inch closer to him. You, meaning those eyes, will see in the morning that it was signed a second time after sundown, and I won't have to argue about who agreed to what. This is for me, so I can sleep at night, so I can have a life. This does more to protect me than your heroic string of masturbation sessions. He snapped up the pen and tilted it in my direction.
It was fucking heroic.
He signed.
I'd cut it off to defend you.
That's what I'm afraid of. I snapped the paper away. He crawled onto the bed and over me, placing a kiss on my forehead.
How long can you go?
Long. I gently pushed his shoulders.
I don't think so.
Back up.
I'm going to take you away.
He kissed my cheek before backing away just enough to satisfy me.
I got us a week in Hawaii.
When?
Whenever you want. I don't know what to do for you to make this all right. I thought this would be a step in the right direction. If you want to leave me here and take Jen, that's fine, but...
He held up a finger.
If you take me and that other guy, I get the sex.
You're... out of your fucking mind. He was thinking of me, caring for me. He saw how hard his split was on me and did everything he could. It was inadequate and wrong, but at least he tried. You're all right, I finished.
I love you so much.
He grabbed my hand again.
So much that when you hurt, I hurt. When you're stressed, I am. I hate that I'm doing this to you. You're my life, and if anything's breaking you, it's me. I should be the one suffering, but I'm just inflicting it.
I squeezed his hand. It's not your fault.
Whose fault is it?
I don't know, but starting now we find out. He nodded and kissed me gently at first, then went in for more. I pushed him away. I'm tired. Get out of here.
All right.
After one last kiss on the cheek, he left, closing the door behind him. I wasn't having any kind of sex with my husband, day or night. It took all my strength to sleep in the guest bedroom. Seeing him in the morning with his cold, rigid